It was summer of 2015 and my family had left me alone and gone on vacation. Because I had to work, I stayed behind. One day I came home late from work and was exhausted, so I went to bed right away. I felt like I slept for days. The next day I woke up in a hurry to get ready for work and my left arm was itching so much. I got dressed and I went to wash my face and then I looked at my arm and it had 2 identical circular scabs. They were deep and already looked like they had been healing for a few days, but I didn't have anything on my arm the night before. My first assumption was I got bit by a spider, so I called it, went to the doctor, and the doctor asked me if they were cigarette burns that maybe my friends had done to me. I was like, seriously? I wouldn't have come to you if that was the case. I worked all day and none of my friends smoke around me. She prescribed me some Neosporin, this emoji, and I left. I ended up going to a doctor in Mexico, same thing. Wait, why are we going to Mexico? I'm confused about that part. I don't know where you live, but we went all the way to Mexico. To me, that's all the way to Mexico because I'm on Long Island. But okay, we went to a doctor in Mexico. Same thing, he was clueless. I asked him if it was a spider bite and he said it didn't look like one. And because I didn't find the spider or bug, it probably was something else. They gave me a steroid shot and antibiotics. No one could tell me what I had and they looked like a vampire bite the way that they were so close together and deep. Still have scars from it. How did I wake up with 2 deep wounds from one day to the next without doing anything? I'm still baffled by it and I always have this gut feeling that something happened to me, especially because my grandparents' house, who I lived with, had a knack for making us have some weird and supernatural experiences. From seeing ghosts to seeing wolfman figures, I could have easily gone missing for a few days without anyone noticing. What do you all think? First of all, I want to know, before we show this picture, I want to know, you're saying you could have gone missing for a few days, but like, was it a few days? Like, did you wake up and it was a few days later? I'm going to assume no, because you didn't say that. And I feel like that would have been a big thing. You would have been like, oh my God. And I woke up and then it was like 3 days later. Let's look at this picture. Hold on. Okay. Those are big. I know that's your arm, but like, those are big. I don't think that would definitely not be from a spider, right? Those are too big to be a spider. I could see why he would say cigarette burns. But what the crazy thing is that they're like scabbed up. Like you said, it started healing. It's been a few days. It was like scabbed. Like that's the crazy part to me. It's definitely like too far apart, I feel like, to be a human mouth or a vampire mouth. I've only seen marks from alien encounters that were like triangular, but this could definitely be something from an alien encounter. I honestly don't know. Something weird happened to you, and I wish I could tell you what it is, but I cannot. If it was an alien encounter, that would also explain the fact that they are healing because, you know, there's like a lot of either time loss or like time skipping, or I feel like the aliens could kind of pause time. No, not pause time, but like put you back at the right time, but have taken you for a little while and then put you back at the right time so that it's kind of like for you, it never happened. Does that make sense? I'm not sure. I don't really know. These are like all just speculations, but this is crazy. And the fact that you have a picture is even crazier and amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Everybody in the comments, I need to know, what do you think this is? This one is called They See Me, I See Them, and They Convinced Me to Trust Them. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. While this isn't a Matrix story, this is one of the strange and unusual. For as long as I can remember, I've had night terrors. I was told when I was a toddler/young that I would come to my parents with these terrors. They assured me that they were from my past, I'm adopted, and thought nothing of it. They're an incredibly religious family. I was adopted officially when I was 3. I'm 26 now, and when I was 10 to 15, these haunting or visions were the most vibrant. I distinctly remember having sleep paralysis where a man would stand in my closet or over me watching me. I'd scream, but nothing would come out. I'd try to move, nothing would happen. As a kid, this was terrifying. One night, I remember waking up paralyzed and seeing a small girl about 6 at my bedroom door. She stood in front of it like she didn't want me to leave. She watched me. She didn't do anything but watch. She was so vivid, and I swore she was there. I kept the lights on and didn't sleep for days after this. After her, I'd have the regular man on my chest, sleep paralysis, almost every night. I remember being afraid of everything, afraid to sleep, afraid to close my eyes, and any stuffed animals or toys in my room I was afraid would come alive and hurt me. I don't know what was going on. Coming from such a religious family, I assumed it was just the devil trying to get to me. I've always been in touch with the paranormal, and it's always been a scary subject for me from not only this incident, but others. Almost a year after seeing her, she came again. This time, she was standing beside me while I was paralyzed in bed. She stood beside my body and just looked. I was so scared. I tried to keep my eyes closed, but at one point I looked over and she was staring directly into my eyes, my soul. I got this feeling like she wouldn't hurt me. It wasn't the same feeling as the man who would visit me in my sleep paralysis dreams. He wanted to hurt me. She continued to come for years, and so did he, but she brought me comfort. He did not, and when he would come, I would wake up soaked in sweat and crying. Fast forward 5 years, and I had seen them here and there, but not as often as I did. They came together. I was asleep at a boyfriend's house, moved out of my parents' house, and then the man came first. He was there on the stairwell, standing there, looking at me. I was so scared, but they had never appeared in someone else's house for me. He was watching me, and while I panicked, while I tried to fight myself out of this dream, eyes racing around the room, heart beating out of my chest, I caught a glimpse of someone else. It was her. She was beside me and he was on the stairs. She gave me this blank look, but I knew that she meant well. I could feel it. He did not. All I can recall from that dream is them looking at each other, staring, until my boyfriend, now husband, noticed me and my eyes, sobbing, and woke me up. She was protecting me from something. I fully believe it. She scared me so bad when I first saw her as a kid. I stayed awake for days because of her, but she was there to help me. I didn't understand, and I still don't, and from time to time I see them separately, never together. I don't know what it means or what I want it to mean, but I know it still scares the hell out of me. So it does sound like maybe she was trying to protect you, but she clearly wasn't doing a good job because this other being, the man, kept coming to you all the time and like scaring you. And so I don't know if she was trying to protect you. I mean, I would assume that she was trying to protect you, especially if when you saw them together, she was next to you and he was at the doorway. Like maybe she was like, no, no, no. But why didn't she do that the whole time? And you only saw them together that one time. I wonder if she was there, but you couldn't see her when he was there. But that doesn't make sense because if she was trying to protect you, I'm not really sure. What do you guys think? Please let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Angels in My Life. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thank you for reading these wonderful stories and giving people like me a place to belong. I love you. I've lived a traumatic life and strange things happen all the time. The first time I remember being saved by an angel, I was around 1 year old. I had just had eye surgery and was loopy from the meds and the fact that one eye had a patch over it. We stopped by my grandparents' house and off the bat, I fall down the stairs and busted my lip open, tooth through it and all. Oh. So they cleaned me up and my aunt pulled me aside and gave me a Lifesavers candy. This was 1975, so things were different. But she knew I couldn't have hard candy yet as I had just previously choked on a candy the days before. She then kind of pushed me outside where the other kids were playing. Oh my God, what a different time. My aunt had lost a child before I was born and she took out her pain on me. Anyways, I'm standing there just watching the kids, not really even moving around. I'm focused on eating my forbidden candy. So my cousins come from behind and scare me, and of course I inhaled the candy, but they didn't notice. They kept running around and eventually they were around the corner and out of my sight. I'm still choking and scared, and then everything turned dark and a very bright light was suddenly in front of me. I felt like I was floating, and yes, I realize most people don't remember that young, but I do. It felt like I was on a cloud and I felt safe. A woman was in front of me and she took my hand and kind of pulled me, like shook my whole body. Suddenly, I'm laying on my granddad's lap and he is smacking my back hard and I cough and spit out the candy. I had been found laying on the ground alone outside, at first thinking I was taking a nap, so he scooped me up and turned to go inside and smelled my breath. He instantly knew I was choking and started doing the Heimlich on me. I was fine when I woke up and I told him I saw the lady that saved me, but he was the one who saved me. My next angel experience happened a couple of years later. I was 3 and my family lived on a houseboat, mom, dad, and older sister and I. My dad was making us hot chocolate and they had just moved our boat out into open water since docking was only permitted overnight. So we were just on the other side of the area, I'm not sure what it's called, and I remember being in the bedroom, which was on the far side of the kitchen. My mom and sister were up top. Suddenly, the stove caught fire, and my dad didn't reach for the fire extinguisher. He slapped it with the dish towel, and of course, the fire spread. He grabbed me and ran topside and told my mom there was a fire and we were going to have to jump into the water. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and we were thrown into the frigid water. We were not out at sea, but we were far enough that it would take several minutes for a rescue. When I hit the water, it knocked the air out of me, and I passed out. My mom and sister were together in the water, and my dad was swimming around trying to find me and our dog. He found the dog, but not me. I was sinking. Do due to the fact that I was unconscious even though I knew how to swim. Again, this warmth surrounded me and a bright light, and this time it was a man. He spoke softly and he told me that everything would be okay, and he touched my hand, and suddenly I was awake, looking up, and I could see the boat and the fire, and I began swimming towards it. When I got to the surface, I gasped and I could hear screaming. My family was on the opposite side of the boat and couldn't see me. I was crying and screaming for my mom. I turned and next to me was the man that he said it would be okay, but I needed to take a deep breath and go under the water quick. I did without questioning him, and when I resurfaced again, the boat was almost completely sunk and my dad saw me. Someone was pulling us out of the water into a small boat. We were all okay, but now homeless. But my angels never stopped, and I have so many stories of them helping me or saving my life and even my children's lives too. Thank you for reading, and if you want to hear more, just let me know. I wonder how many people have experiences like this, but they don't remember the part where they're like unconscious and the angel or the entity or the being is helping them to come back. It's very cool that you remember. It is not cool, however, that you have been in these situations. I am so sorry. That's crazy. And I'm so glad that you're okay, but I'm so glad that your angels were there to help you out. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Hybrid Encounters, and it specifically says in parentheses, not an SW story. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm a big fan of your videos. They often give me goosebumps, and sometimes I have to turn on the lights to keep watching and listening to you. My story unfolded 8 years ago in the countryside of southwest France. It was nighttime, but the moonlight could allow me to see into the distance. I was staying at a friend's parents' house for the weekend. In this part of France, houses are widely spaced, each surrounded by fields. Between my friend's parents' house and the neighboring ones, there were several hectares of fields. On that evening, my friends were playing the guitar and singing songs outside. It was late summer, and the nights were finally cooling down. After my friends went inside, I lingered outdoors a bit longer, listening to the songs of nocturnal birds and frogs. There was a fence about 2 meters away from me, made of wooden posts and 2 strands of barbed wire. Behind this fence, there was a vast field stretching to the road and the forest. I sat on a ledge facing the field. The outdoor light from the house faintly illuminated the fence, and the field was bathed in the moonlight. At this point, about 2 meters from me, a transparent silhouette appeared. It stood approximately 1.8 meters tall. Wait, we need to stop because I am in the US. Okay, 1.8 meters is apparently almost 6 feet. So that's tall. It stood approximately 1.8 meters or 6 feet tall, and I could discern a peculiar electrical activity within its transparent form, pretty much looking like lights game in a plasma ball lamp. Naturally, I was very frightened. A surge of adrenaline ran through me, and I wanted to head inside to share this encounter with my friends. However, a strong notion emerged in my mind, combined with the feeling that my friends wouldn't understand and might think I was losing it. This wasn't the first time such things had happened to me over the years. I learned to keep these experiences to myself by fear of judgment or being labeled as crazy. We believe you. As I hesitated to discuss it with my friends, still gazing toward the house, the silhouette approached me. It was only when I turned my head back toward the field, deciding to ignore the silhouette, that it touched me between the ribs and my right shoulder. In my decision to disregard it, I had directed my eyes into the empty expanse of the field, hoping everything would cease. Yet, in that field, my eyes focused on a man dressed in Gaulish equipment made of leather and metal straps tinted in blue and red. My eyes traveled up his body to his hybrid deer head. At that moment, I noticed another man behind him wearing similar clothing, but with a wild pig head. I was in shock, and the 3 individuals vanished. I didn't know how to feel, but I felt somewhat uneasy and isolated in this inexplicable experience. Knowing that my friends wouldn't believe me, I chose to go to bed immediately. The next day, I woke up early with tons of questions about what I had witnessed the night before. I couldn't help but recall a similar incident from my childhood, 6 to 7 years old, on my grandfather's farm. I was playing alone in the barn, despite it being forbidden due to the presence of agricultural tools. On that day, a sound captured my attention, and my eye settled on a feathered snake that I thought was trying to frighten me by raising the feathers on its neck and wings vertically. In panic, I sprinted as fast as I could to reach my grandmother and share what I had seen. Unfortunately, no one believed me, and I think that's when I grasped the importance of keeping such experiences to myself. Today, I try not to dwell much on these occurrences and let peculiar things unfold, as I have no control over them. I hope my story resonates with others. Thank you for reading. I wish you a lovely day. Okay, so I can see why you said, in parentheses, not an S-Walker story, not a flesh pedestrian story, because of the deer head, although I believe that the deer head is more of a Wendigo. I'm not sure about the pig head, but even with all that information, the first being that you saw definitely sounded like some sort of alien being, right? Because it was like kind of translucent and had like electricity going in there. That description, by the way, is reminding me of my Fortnite skin. This is my Fortnite skin, by the way. And like in her body, whoever's seen this in Fortnite, but like inside of her body, it's like the universe is like moving around. But it was giving me that kind of vibe, but more translucent than that. So by that first creature, I'm going to assume that that was an alien being, and maybe these other beings were also aliens or hybrids or something. I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't know. This is a very cool and interesting story, though. Thank you so much for sharing it. People in the comments, please let me know what you think. This one is called The Life-Changing Exploding Rubik's Cube. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm so thankful for you reading my story, so here goes. Woo! This whole experience started with me having a very vivid and lucid dream. Normally, I never remember my dreams, so when I do, I always think of it as a sign or something significant that I should pay attention to. The dream started with me noticing I had an eye in the middle of my right hand. I was embarrassed by it and tried to hide it from anyone seeing it. Although I was hiding it, I was also trying to periodically look through it. I spent the whole dream worried I'd be caught and punished for having the eye or being different, and was never confident enough to look through it. When I woke up, I actually remembered the dream and I thought it was weird, but went on with my day. Never really thought twice about what the sign was or significance of the dream. The next night, I had another very vivid and lucid dream. This dream was about me getting an exploding Rubik's Cube tattoo. In the dream, I was so excited to get the tattoo because in the dream, I knew it meant something great and signified I had completed an amazing conquest. The next day, I woke up, remembered the dream, pondered it for a minute, trying to figure out what was so special or significant of an exploding Rubik's Cube. I chalked it up to having a creative imagination and went on with my day, although I could not stop thinking about it. Later that same night, after thinking about the exploding Rubik's Cube dream all day, I decided to Google images of exploding Rubik's Cube tattoos. My curiosity got the best of me, and I wanted to see if any images would look like what I saw in my dream. I sat outside my house scrolling images of all kinds of tattoos, none of an exploding Rubik's Cube though. There were plenty of images of Rubik's Cubes, solved and unsolved, and math equation tattoos, but no images of the exploding cube I had seen so vividly in my dream. I scrolled for a few minutes looking at all the pictures until one caught my eye. The image was not of a tattoo at all, and that's what made it stand out. The image appeared to be a drawing of an old school brown paper that had ripped edges and looked like it was straight out of a book from the 1800s. The drawing was of a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid was a glowing cube that actually looked to be exploding. I clicked on the image to check it out, and the moment I did is when it happened. The moment I clicked on the image, my phone got so bright, like really, really bright flash occurred the second I clicked on the image. The light was so bright, I tried to shield my eyes from it, and once I brought my right hand to my face, my hand was jolted against my forehead, palm facing out where the eye was, and I felt as though I had been hit by lightning. It happened so fast and it was so forceful, I dropped my phone and fell to the ground. I came to a few seconds later and my heart was racing like I had never felt before. I felt like I was feeling every emotion at the same time. I wanted to cry and scream in both pain and joy. I felt as though I was one with everything and feeling everything at the same time. I know it sounds crazy, but the best I can describe it is the most intense emotions I have ever felt all at once. I also feel the need to say that I was 100% sober during this experience. I sat there for a few minutes trying to gather myself and figure out what just happened to me. Once I calmed down and my heart stopped racing, I decided I was just losing it and needed to go to bed. I didn't tell anyone about what happened to me because I knew I sounded crazy and I didn't think anyone would believe me. The story doesn't end there though. The next day I went to pick up my 3-year-old daughter from her dad's house. When I was putting her in the car seat, she screamed, "Oh my gosh, Mommy, you have pretty new eyebrows." "Oh, I want to have pretty new eyebrows too." My jaw dropped to the floor. I had not done anything different to my eyebrows or makeup, and I truly believed she was seeing or noticing something else that was different in my forehead area, maybe an illuminated third eye. I did so much research in the weeks after this experience trying to figure out what was happening to me, or at least find someone else I could talk to about it without sounding like a lunatic. The best I came up with at the time was maybe a spontaneous kundalini or third eye awakening, but I've never known for sure what to call it. Since that day, it happened on October 27th, 2017, I have never been the same. I feel like my intuition and clair abilities came on full force, and it has been a wild ride. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any ideas of what possibly happened to me that night, I am open and eager to discuss. Thank you so much for reading my story and for creating a safe space to share these wild experiences. That is exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say 100%. I think that was a kundalini awakening. And yes, it was spontaneous, but at the same time, I think your soul, your spirit, or whatever, you knew that it was coming on because you had the dream about the third eye. And I know the third eye wasn't here, it was here. But when you had the experience, your hand was here where the third eye was, and you were trying to see through it and you weren't able to see through it. And then you had that dream about the exploding Rubik's Cube, which brought you to search for it and brought you to have to trigger the kundalini awakening, the spontaneous third eye awakening. I'm trying to search it up, but I can't find that. I'm even trying like pyramid with exploding cube on top. I can't find it. But regardless, 100%, like without a doubt in my mind, my opinion is that this was a spontaneous kundalini or third eye awakening. And I have not had one personally, so I can't share my experience with that, although I wish I would have one, even though it does sound a little bit scary just for a second, but it sounds really cool. But I know so many other people have, like definitely have, right? Because you're changed after that too. Your intuition is stronger. Your clairs came out. So friends in the comments, friends watching this video, if you have had a kundalini awakening or a third eye awakening and you want to share some of your experiences or connect about it with this person in the comment section, please let us know. Tell us all about it. And thank you so much to you, dear writer, for sending this story because it was amazing and I appreciate it. This one is called Helped Ghost Clients / Patients Cross Over in a Practitioner Fashion. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. My twin sister and I are huge fans and so very thankful you created a forum for all of us to share and not feel like they are alone or crazy because they aren't. Yes. This may be a little long, but I want to give you some context before we get to the story. I want to start by saying my twin sister is a powerful medium and intuitive. I'm intuitive as well, but nothing near her level. Those close to us hear our stories and some think we're crazy, but others in our current career realm don't know and we choose to keep it private. We've been told by our guides that we have cycled back through lifetimes together a considerable number of times, and it's not unusual because we do frequently cycle back in soul groups, all playing different roles at different times, i.e. your sister may have been your mother, brother, father, or grandparent in previous lives. Yes. The list goes on in terms of roles we can choose to play for each other's growth and expansion. Yes, yes, yes. My sister channels frequently, and I have been asked by our guides to take notes on them to help her remember or take action on things. I have a file folder of channelings, sometimes spanning 14 pages long. Oh my God. They love to talk, LOL, and we love communicating with them. She's been able to see, hear, and feel spirits for as long as she can remember, so as you can imagine, we have a lifetime of stories, literally. Some make sense and are clear as to what the spirits want and why they are there, and some make sense after a few days or over a span of weeks when all of the pieces of the puzzle are revealed to her in many different ways. It definitely requires paying attention and some detective or guessing work on her part. We've also been told by our guides that my sister's gift is reaching a new level or phase, and she is shining like a bright light that many spirits can see from a distance, a lighthouse or a beacon, so to speak. They can easily see it and come to her for help. We've been told through channelings, spirits know who is intuitive. It looks like waves in someone's aura if it's not shining brightly. I'm guessing it's like a radio wave or something. We've also been told through channelings our life purposes are to help others through coaching, hypnosis, past life regression, and QHHT, quantum healing hypnosis technique. Yes, I want to get that done so bad, by the way. We've been working through our education so we can launch in our life purposes and feel we can't do it fast enough. We were thinking we would be helping living human beings, and we will, but that's not all. LOL, it gets good. Now getting to the story. Recently, she was told by a highly intuitive friend of ours that the patio room in her house was full of spirits wanting help and that she needed to set boundaries with them so they can't just hang out in her home. It can drain her, interfere with her electronics, she works from this room, and they can basically mess with her either for fun or to get her attention if they desire, so she needed to set boundaries with them. Even after having her gift her entire life, she can still get creeped out at times, especially when they are dressed of a pilgrim age. I remind her that a spirit is a spirit all the same, regardless of when they last lived, to help calm her down. She set a boundary that they could not come onto her property. All of this can be done through thoughts and intentions telepathically. Afterwards, she felt her energy and a sense of mental clarity with less fogginess return. A few days later, she was taking out her garbage and saw the spirit standing at the end of her driveway in a group. We were later told that they had numbers to help the order in which they would be seen, and two of them became fast friends and even switched their numbers to help one be seen first. Oh my God. One even waved at her and smiled. She returned the courtesy. LOL. This is not shocking to us after a lifetime of experiences/occurrences with spirits. This is normal everyday dialogue between us. Let's get to the story. Shortly after setting boundaries, she called saying they were trying to come through that day and it was time to start communicating with them to help them. Her guides gave her a heads up that they were here to be helped by her. Once she opened up, ghosts, we like to call them spirits to be respectful because we all are, living or past, started stepping up in a one-by-one fashion as if they were our clients or patients asking for help. It was pretty interesting. They each shared their story of what they had done in life and either asked to be crossed over or to be taken on as a patient so that they could. She can feel their energy and see their auras, knows if they were being honest or lying. Okay. The stories of what came through were one of a psychiatrist from the 50s or 60s that hadn't done right by his wife and child with his male role in society, and since learning his wrongdoings, I don't think he was the kindest to them at times. A tough, harsh ruler of his domain, so to speak, but had since learned that it wasn't right, the why behind it, and that he had changed. She knew he was telling the truth and she helped him cross. They also offer things in return as a form of payment. She asked for that. For instance, he promised to come through when we needed help with clients in the future with our future business. There was also an Italian whose parents were in the mafia and he was asked to do things that weren't ideal. He did what he had to do for the sake of the family but wasn't proud of it and didn't want to do it in the first place. We also spoke with a slave that has now realized her value and was ready to go home to see her loved ones and asked that I design a dress, shoes, and purse for her versus the sack that she wore so she could feel her prettiest and now knew that she deserves it. As I created it for her in my mind, she would have me tweak things to her desire. She asked me because I was fashion-oriented versus my sister. LOL. This one was touching and made me cry while helping her. Next was a young man that didn't quite live what he would call a gang life, but could have done better and been nicer to his mother and sister. He wasn't ready yet. He asked if she would take him on as a patient to help him to learn to reach a better state of being so that he could cross over. One of our guides came through and said that he had to take him through the underworld to experience some things and then bring him back up to be able to cross over so that they would return in 7 to 10 days once he is ready. My sister also received a vision of what it would be like for that young man and felt bad for him, but also knew that it was going to be horrific but necessary for his growth and awareness. I will say we've been told there is no hell, just a choice to be absent from the light, but other dimensions can look like what we perceive they would. Another story for another day. I'm not claiming truth, just sharing what we've been told. Skipping to one that was a woman my sister refers to as Daisy. She had a straw hat with a stemmed daisy flower coming out of it. Daisy proceeded to tell us how her husband was no good and lazy and she had to do it all in life for her family and her children and asked to be crossed over. My sister felt her energy and immediately with a stern tone told her no. She had to go and observe others and learn first, and that she wasn't a good person in her recent life and still isn't. And she can't cross over until she can learn or desire to be better. Ouch, but necessary. Apparently, the other spirits weren't a big fan of her while waiting at the end of the driveway as well. They had a nickname for her, but I can't recall it. Lazy Daisy or something like that. Just because they are spirits doesn't mean they don't think and behave in a fashion as they did in life. So crazy, but also so gratifying to help the ones that deserve peace and to cross over and to prevent those that don't deserve it yet from passing into the higher vibrational realm with other high vibers. And I get it, that just doesn't seem kind to the high vibing spirits. We haven't held another session since then. She also often sees and communicates with UFO spirits when trying to go to sleep as well. It was a long process of them getting her to trust them and to allow them to help her with her health when she would try to sleep at night. Most people won't see them, but she can. They said they have many piled up to work on and kindly urged her to stop standing in their way of their job, so to speak. LOL. They now know to give her a certain wave when they arrive so she knows it's them. They have a practice of switching out different color crystals in her head around the third eye area. When they do, it helps relieve a lot of sinus pressure she chronically suffers from. I know. The stories can go on forever. I wanted to pass along some resources for glitches to help gain more knowledge and awareness around all things metaphysical or unseen in the spirit and or physical reality, UFOs. It's most fascinating. I'm not affiliated with the resources and not claiming all of this is true. There are many variables in multitude of ways, but I hope this helps glitches everywhere. Number 1, Dolores Cannon's lecture series on Audible or in book form starts to answer a lot of questions. She practiced a deeper form of hypnosis on clients for decades that allowed her clients to access their soul's higher knowledge held deep in their subconscious from past lives and when they existed in between realms. They share all of what they had seen and learned for themselves as evolving spirits and unearth how some past life experiences can still be affecting them now. She has many books on many topics that she has compiled and published over decades through her work. Yes, love Dolores Cannon. Number 2, Next Level Soul podcast on YouTube. Thousands of interviews and channelings with well-known psychics/intuitives that cover any and all metaverse-related topics. They also often channel on the podcast so the sources they communicate with can share as well, i.e. guides, councils, paladins, ascended masters, etc. That's actually really cool. I want to check that out. Number 3, finally, the Gaia streaming channel has helped add some extra layers to the various types of UFOs that exist and their cultures as various races. Some are peaceful and some are scientists, some are warriors, etc. Between these resources and my sister's channelings, we feel we would often have a seemingly decent answer for the why behind a lot of Glitch's questions, but no one will ever know it all. I believe if anyone would believe our story, you and the Glitches would. Peace and love to all. Keep on glitching on and being the awesome, unique you that you all are. I'm in gratitude that we're blessed enough to catch a glimpse of knowing there is so much more out there than the average person is aware of. It doesn't always feel like a blessing, but to me, ultimately it is. Much love to all. A sincere thank you for what you do, Auntie. Stay awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this. This was so cool. I think that's so cool that you guys do that and that you're working towards all that. And thank you for the information that you gave as well for other people to look into stuff like this. This one is called the Stairgates. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I hope you're well. Been binge watching videos of yours today and felt like I needed to share one of my many creepy stories with you, so here goes. I've always been super sensitive to the paranormal. It was much worse when I was a child, but has calmed down a lot over the past few years. I had a baby and things seem to have tapered off since then. But something happened to me about 5 years ago and it always randomly hits me at moments. My mom got pregnant in late 2017 and we were all shocked because she was adamant she'd never have another child. She already had me and my brother who were both in our 20s when she fell pregnant again, so there's a considerable age gap between us and our youngest brother. When my youngest brother was about 8 months old, we put stairgates up at the bottom and top of the stairs so he wouldn't fall down or climb up the stairs whilst he was crawling around. In the months following the gates being put up, I began to experience things that didn't feel quite right to me. I have always struggled with my sleep, terrible nightmares, full night terrors that have me bolt upright in bed screaming, sleep paralysis, etc. And the months after the gates were put up were no exception. I would be the only person to awake through the night until it started to get light out. I was experiencing insomnia like I never had before. You have no idea how many times I just had to say the word experiencing. I couldn't say it. I would hear things downstairs throughout the night that I just put down to the house creaking or our cat getting late night zoomies. My bedroom was directly at the top of the stairs. There was a small hallway and then my mom and older brother's rooms were across the hall a few steps. For about a month, it was just downstairs I'd hear noises until one night I could hear the downstairs gate rattling every now and then. Honestly, I was freaked out, but I rationalized it by telling myself it was just the cat climbing through the bars. After a week, I think I began hearing the steps creak as if someone was coming up them. Oh my God, so it's like slowly making its way. Another week of this, and then one night I hear the top stair gate rattling as though someone is trying to unlock it. I shut my bedroom door and put my headphones in because the noise is driving me crazy. Then on Halloween, my best friend and I go out for a few drinks. She leaves early and heads back to my mom's as my whole family loves her and she's practically our family, so she has a key, and texts me to let me know that she's at mine and wants to know roughly what time I'll be home. I don't think much of it, just tell her I'll head back in a few hours and she should get some sleep if she can. When I get home, the house is quiet, so I sneak my way in and head up to bed. In the morning, my friend tells me that she got freaked out because after she'd gotten into bed, she heard someone coming up the stairs. She thought maybe my mom had gone down to the kitchen in the night, but when she called out to my mom, nobody answered. Now, my friend is the most rational-minded person I have ever met. She does not believe in the paranormal or anything like that. She's super science and needing proof for anything before she just believes it, so this freaked her out to say the least. Anyway, another few weeks go by and I'm hearing the top stair gate all through the night. It's driving me insane. I tell my mom I cannot sleep because of it, and she suggests that I ask whatever it is to stop with all the noise, that I really need some sleep and I need to be up in the morning. So that night, I get into bed and I say out loud, please stop making the noise through the night. I'm desperate to get a full night's sleep. And I turn the lights off and roll onto my side. It's all quiet for a while and I thank my stars that I'm not feeling afraid until a horrible feeling washes over me and I open my eyes to see my bedroom door slowly opening, letting the hallway light creep in. I say out loud, stop it, and something rolls across my bedroom floor. I dart out of my bed and run across the hallway to my mom's room, where I curl up at the foot of her bed and sleep there instead for the night. The next night, I'm feeling exhausted, and to my surprise, I fall asleep without any trouble. And I start having a dream that I'm sitting on the sofa in my dad's living room. A year before this, my nan had passed away in the living room of my dad's house, and I had been with her while it happened. So I have a dream that I'm sitting in my nan's spot on the sofa, and I can't look around, but I can see the TV in front of me. I suddenly get this overwhelming sense that she sat beside me, and she wraps an arm around my shoulders. It's so realistic that I can actually smell her, and I begin to cry. She doesn't say anything, and I don't see her, but I know she is there holding me. When I wake up, it's morning, and I can smell her in my room, which makes me feel like she actually visited me in my dream. The noises were gone, and I never heard them again after that. I always wonder if she came to visit me and made the thing that was scaring me go away. What do you think? I'd love to hear your ideas. Take care, love and light to you always. Okay, so first I was going to say, oh, Nan is visiting you, and that was Nan, right? But I don't think it was her. She wanted to come visit you. She would just visit you like she did in her dream. I don't think that she was like in the house slowly making her way up the stairs, like through weeks of time. So I am going to say that I think I do agree with you. I think that there was something, and I think that your nan came and protected you from it and maybe got it to go away. That's my take on it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Very Wholesome but Kind of Creepy. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. My story is about pennies and finding them in crazy places. I hope you enjoy. So my family has always said that when we find pennies in odd places or in places you know there wasn't a penny a minute ago, it's someone from heaven saying hello and saying they're watching over you. I personally have never seen that not hold fast. I have found a penny after every panic attack I've ever had. Luckily, only a few in my life, and they'll always be in odd spots in my house and in my belongings. I've also found one with every new job I started or promotion I've gotten. That might not sound too wild, but as someone who never carries cash or change, it's weird to find just a random penny in a cabinet or in your sock drawer. To make things weirder, there are two instances in my life that I would find hard to believe if I didn't literally live it. One time I remember, and the other time I was an infant. The time I remember, it was shortly after my grandfather passed. I was 12 and my older brother and I were home alone. We were just sitting in the living room and we heard a tink sound come from the kitchen. My brother and I looked at each other, confirming we both heard it, and decided to go to the kitchen to see what it was. In the smack dab middle of the kitchen floor was a penny. We started freaking out and trying to rationalize how this could have happened. I remember my brother picking up the penny and dropping it a few times to confirm that it hitting our slate floors is what we heard. Surprise, surprise, it was. We had no idea how it could have gotten to where it was without being thrown or dropped there. The time I do not remember, I was something around a year old, and it was the day that I was baptized. This happened to also be the anniversary of my great-grandmother's passing. My mother and her mom, my gram, took me to the restroom to change my diaper. When they took my dress up, I had a penny laying flat on my stomach just above my belly button. They were both in complete shock of how it got there. Both of them had no idea and still like to tell the story. And yes, I still have that penny. Oh, I don't exactly know what I believe in terms of religion or higher power, but I do really like to believe that my past loved ones are still looking out for me and letting me know that they're still with me in my times of need. Thank you, Auntie Matrix. I love your videos. Oh my God, yes, pennies from heaven. That is exactly what pennies are. I loved the first one where it just fell in the middle of the room, in the middle of the kitchen. But the second one where you literally had a penny on your stomach above your belly button, like under your dress at your baptism, that was definitely someone saying, hey, I'm with you here at this baptism right now. That is so cool. That is so cool. What are some signs that you guys have seen from loved ones? Let me know in the comments and let me know what you thought of this story. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called How I Got Confirmation That I'm More Than Human. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. As a fellow Long Islander, I would appreciate if you kept me anonymous. You got it, but hey, fellow Long Islander. I've been watching your videos for a while now, and they often remind me of my own stories. I've got a few, but I'm going to share one of my most vivid, not so vivid ones. This one takes us back to Halloween time, 2019. I was 27 at the time. My boyfriend was out of town and we were trying out an open relationship. Horrible idea. I don't suggest it. So when I was invited to an old coworker's Halloween fiesta, I brought a guy that we invited into our relationship instead of my boyfriend. This coworker was 3 generations older than me and had her own teenage daughters. She was very open with me that her daughters, and her husband were all witches. We get to the party, and because they're witches, they go all out for the party. To paint a picture, they do a homemade haunted dungeon in their backyard with the CCTV to catch everyone's reactions and everything. Extremely cool. But on to the spooky stuff. There's a huge fire pit made of stone with a half circle around it with seating, with the half circle being about 25 to 30 feet in diameter, all made of stone, even the floor connecting the pit to the seating. Her husband is an engineer and built it himself. Now, I believe that this fire pit was built for ethereal reasons, and its design was a specific design. With the fire ablaze, I see a life-sized doll dead center of the half circle, sitting there wearing a hood, brandished with an alien face mask and crossed arms. In one hand was a pack of king-sized Reese's, and in the other, okay, so it's a person in a costume. I forgot we're at a Halloween party. I was like, what is happening? In one hand was a pack of king-sized Reese's, and in the other, an unopened bottle of Corona. Now, to the naked eye, this is clearly a doll, but I instinctively said to my coworker, "Who's that sitting by the fire?" She grinned, delighted that I can sense the presence of a soul sitting there. She says, "That's my mother. We summoned her here tonight. Halloween is her favorite holiday, and she comes to visit us every year." What? She didn't go into too much detail, but she said that part of the ritual was to give her some of her favorite items, hence the Corona and the Reese's. To me, it all genuinely felt as if someone was sitting there watching over the party. There were no malicious feelings coming from her mother, simply love and elation. So much so that I sat down next to her for a while. Everyone else was off partying, and I didn't want her to be completely alone. It genuinely felt like there was someone sitting next to me. The rest of the party goes on, nothing too noteworthy until we near the end. Somehow, without me noticing, everyone had left the party except for my friend, my coworker, and myself. Even her family had gone inside. My coworker calls the two of us over to behind the stone wall of the fire pit, and all of a sudden things get heated. My coworker pulls me away from the guy I brought, and he did not like that one bit. The two start screaming at each other about me. This is when my memory starts to get fuzzy, and there's a reason for it. This memory of mine feels as if it's encased in a bubble. I know it doesn't make much sense, but that's the only way I know how to describe it. My coworker starts saying things along the lines of, "You can't have him. I won't let you have him." She gets in between him and I felt so safe. It felt like a baby being protected, not scared. Similar to where mommy and daddy are fighting kind of thing. I even remember holding my arms close to my chest, T-Rex style, and almost cowering behind her. I don't remember much of the things he was saying back. She gets in his face and says to him, "I know what you are, and I know what he is," me. "I know what you want with him, and I'm telling you that you're not allowed to have him. You are a blank." To which he grins and agrees that indeed he is, almost happy to have been found out. I remember her saying the word, but the word itself is blocked from my memory. I remember it was a word that I had never heard before. She then tells him that she's putting a spell on me so that I would be disgusted by him and want absolutely nothing to do with him. And seconds after that, the bubble surrounding my memory pops and everyone is vivid again. The dude is pissed and demands that we leave. I give my coworker the biggest hug and whisper thank you in her ear, and him and I depart. I indeed, wanting nothing more of this man, didn't want to kiss him, touch him, or look at him. I was repulsed. I was still dumbfounded and in shock about what just happened. I started asking him what she was talking about, and he claims he has no idea and that my friend is crazy. I retorted, "Well, you must have had some idea because you were agreeing with her and calling her something back. You guys were having a conversation. No one has a conversation like that when they don't know what they're talking about." And he says, "I was just humoring her. She's drunk and insane." I know he was lying and he was trying to diminish what just happened to paint himself in a better light. I dropped him off back at SBU campus, blocked his number, and never spoke to him again. Never wondered what was, what could have been, etc. I tried reconnecting with her in 2022 to ask her what happened that night because it was eating away at me. Knowing that someone knew what I was while I was in the dark about it myself, I found myself reading friends' minds from time to time, saying things at the same time as them without any provocation, etc. So I knew there was something that separates me from others, but unaware of what. She was recently struck by a car in the Walmart parking lot and was high on painkillers, rightfully so, and I'm not sure if it was the drugs or she was downplaying it on her own to protect me. Maybe I'm not supposed to know what I am, but she just said, "Oh, he was a narcissist and I knew he wasn't good for you, so I tried to scare him off." My recollection of that night does not line up with her explanation, and I don't believe her, so I guess I'll be searching for answers. Thanks for reading. Feel free to reach out with any questions. She has to be lying, because if she was saying, "I know what you are, I know what he is, I know what you want with him," then it wouldn't just been a narcissist, right? Because if that guy was a narcissist, what would you be? What would she call you when she says, "I know what you are, I know what he is"? That's really weird. I wonder what you are, and I wonder what he was. I'm no help here whatsoever. Does anybody here, anyone watching, have any ideas of what this could be, what this person could be, what that person could have been? Please let us know in the comments. I'm very interested, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called The Girl in the Stairwell. Hi, Auntie. Hi. I wanted to tell you my haunted house story. It's a rather long one. In 2004, my best friend called to say he wanted to move back to our home state and would I like to share a house with him and his partner. We decided he would pick the house. This was the first mistake, and I just packed my bags and move in. He didn't believe in the supernatural, but I always have. He told me he chose the house and we would move in 2 weeks. He gave me the address so I could do a drive-by inspection of the outside. My other friend and I drove by the house, and as soon as we did, I felt a burning around my throat. I put my hand to my throat and I said, "Someone hung themselves in there." This other friend was used to me knowing things and didn't think too much of it. The week before we were due to move in, I was in a spiritual shop. I had never met the owner before, and I was just kind of having a look around. The owner stopped me and said, "I have a message for you. Don't move into that house. Someone committed suicide by hanging there. There will also be a fire started by water." I was taken aback by this. This woman didn't know me. How could she possibly know I was moving? Also, how would a fire start from water? I should have listened, but I didn't. We moved in and chose our rooms. I took the room downstairs with a separate bathroom. Oh my God, why didn't you listen? No one wanted the front room. I can't explain it, but it felt cold and almost like it was closing in on you. Even my best friend remarked it didn't feel like a bedroom should. The oddest thing about the house was a huge pot plant hook. Like I'm talking, it almost looked like an iron meat hook hanging directly in the hallway above the stairwell. My best friend remarked it must have been for a big potted fern or something. I asked the real estate agent, could she have it taken out? And she replied, it's been screwed in and is a risk of damage to the roof to take it out. What? A few weeks passed and nothing odd till my best friend was in the shower upstairs. I heard a sizzle and looked over at my TV. The water from the shower was leaking through the roof into my TV and it caught fire. I was trapped as it was at the exit. I managed to put it out, but then I thought, a fire starting from water, just like the lady had said. After this, we got a cat who would sit at the stairwell where the hook was and hiss. I didn't tell my father about any of this. He came to visit. He was rather intuitive and came out of the bathroom and said, I just saw a black swirling mass in your stairwell. Little things like this happened, but when my mother came to stay, it got out of control. She had to choose the weird room as it was the only one available. Once I was driving out the driveway and looked up and saw a girl in her 20s with long dark hair staring out from my mother's room. I realized I could see through her, like I could see the other things in the room behind her, and then she vanished. I didn't tell my mom this as she still needed to sleep in that room. One morning, I woke up around 4 a.m. I heard someone crying and I realized it was my mother. I raced upstairs and switched on her light. My mother sat bolt upright in her bed. She had bright red finger marks all around her throat, like someone had tried to strangle her. She told me she dreamt of an angry young female who told her to get out. We were both shaken, but home alone, I decided I would stay in her room until sunrise. Why wouldn't you do it the other way around? Why wouldn't she come in your room? I don't understand. As soon as I turned off the light and got into bed, the TV in the lounge room turned on and went to full volume with the sound of static. And then we heard 4 very loud bangs, like someone was thumping on the wall inside the room. I screamed out for whatever it was in the name of God to leave us alone, and the TV turned off and everything went quiet. A few weeks later, a man came to our door and said he built the house and he'd like to come visit once a year on the anniversary of his daughter's birthday, and was it okay if he toured the house? He seemed overly emotional and thanked us for looking after the house. After this, I started having visions that the young woman who had lived there hung herself off the stairwell and used that hook to tie the noose. That's exactly what I was going to say. But she didn't frighten me. Now I felt that she just wanted to be acknowledged. We decided to not renew the lease. When the real estate came for the final inspection, I decided to say something. I said, next time you rent this place out, please tell them someone committed suicide here. She looked at me with really wide eyes and said, how did you know that? Now we had all experienced something we all said at once because she's still here. The agent got very nervous and said, look, I'm not supposed to say this, but the man who built this house, his daughter, committed suicide here via the stairwell. He found her on her birthday. Her boyfriend used to lock her in that front room and abuse her. The owner paid to keep the suicide out of the papers because he was running for council at the time. So this confirmed everything we had experienced, and I sometimes still drive by that house and it gives me the same awful feeling, and I do wonder if the new tenants experience the same things we did. But now, if I need to move, I will make sure I know the history of the house first. Yes, thank you for listening to my story. That's exactly what I thought. As soon as you said that hook was there, I thought exactly that's what it was. That's where she did that from. Then you saw her in the window and I was like, that was the person who did it. I did not, though, think that you were going to say that she was locked in that front room and was abused by her boyfriend. Like, that makes a lot of sense as to why that room felt weird. She probably stays in there and or in the hallway, I guess. Oh my God, what a crazy story. Thank you so much for sharing. Please let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you believe in guardian angels? So my mom had me at 19 in 1990. She lived at home with my grandparents until I was 1, and she moved into a house just 5 minutes down the road. The house was always so well looked after and comfy. I do remember happiness growing up there, but something happened when I got to the age of around 5. My bedroom had this built-in utility closet. I remember waking up one night and seeing a figure/man walk out of the closet with a black cloak and a big fedora kind of hat and just stood at the end of my bed watching. It frightened me. I remember gripping my duvet, screaming for my mom, but words didn't come out every time. He would edge closer and closer. But so young, I did go back to sleep under the covers, and it happened quite a few times, but then I randomly made a new friend at my grandparents' house where I spent a lot of time, and I never saw the figure in my bedroom at home again. She dressed different, but was the new neighbor next door, she told me. She had a royal blue floor-length dress with a distinctive, beautiful, decorative white collar neck, and her name is Rosie. She would come and play with me and would just randomly show up, but only when I was alone. She encouraged me to draw mostly. She occasionally showed up at my home with me and my mom, but would just come in. Asked me how I was and we would play. Drawing mostly. She never drew though, just watched and chatted to me even when I got paper and pencils out for her. When I was around 7, I had a dream and Rosie was floating above me. I asked why she was floating and she told me, I'm your guardian angel. I'm here to protect you and I always will. But another person needs my help right now and you're safe. And I didn't see her for a while. I missed her. She was good company, but so young I didn't think much of it and I just thought that she'd moved away. Around a year later, maybe, I had another dream, and she came to me and checked in. I asked why she had not been to play, and she said she'd just been watching and told me that she did live next door to my grandparents, but she died in 1921 and was run over by a car. She replayed it to me. It was outside my grandparents' house. I remember vividly. As I got older into my teens, Rosie always stayed with me. When I started talking about her to Mom, she would always dodge the subject, but eventually she told me that I would occasionally talk to myself. She'd come in the said bedroom and be so worried, but I would be sat drawing and talking to thin air. She asked me who I was talking to, and I would say, Rosie. You let her in. And apparently she asked if Rosie was asking me to do anything naughty at one point. My response was no, we're just drawing, and I asked why she couldn't see her. Mom left thinking it was an imaginary friend. I, nor Rosie, wasn't doing any harm. Until I got older and things just got more confirmed as I questioned her existence. I was out one night, about 19, in a town 20 miles away. Me and my friend bumped into 2 women we didn't know and we got to chatting. One of them mentioned that they were from the same village as us. She said her friend was meant to come out too, but she had been having bad experiences at her home in the said estate that I grew up in. I said to them the number of the house I grew up in. Their faces said it all. I said the black bedroom, and they said, yes. How did you know that? I asked about the black cloaked figure. They told me in shock it was happening to their friend's 2 daughters living in that said room. I knew I wasn't seeing things. So with that, I looked into Rosie and her death. Fact is that it actually happened to her. She was 8 and was run over outside my grandparents' house. I asked Mom about a party I was going to with Rosie when I was little. I remember holding her hand. Turns out it's a picture of me holding a balloon. I still had questions, but it all made some sense, though, at 19. She was protecting me. The extra confirmation for me was at 21, I was home from university in a different house. I was asleep and woke up to a young, innocent-looking boy stood in my bedroom door. I was confused why this boy was at my bedroom door and obviously questioned it half asleep. I remember thinking, what's happening, and asking, who are you? But this little boy tried to come through the door frame. As he did, his face would change. It was demonic and very aggressive. He tried a few times, but I remember looking at the edge of my bed and Rosie sat there, not changed, shaking her finger at him, laughing, saying, no, no, no. So I remember laughing at her sass and went back to sleep, knowing I was safe, like she told me that I always would be. I've not seen her since. I'm 33 now. I'm a designer for a living and create in my spare time. It was always in the cards. She protected me and guided me more than I give her credit for, and still does to my knowing. Thanks, Rosie. I think that's so interesting that Rosie was a little girl that got killed, hit by a car. So she was just a spirit, but she was also guarding you. She said she was your guardian angel. I don't know much about guardian angels, like, can they be people that have passed over? Or is it something completely different? Was she just calling herself a guardian angel to explain herself to you, explain her presence, to be like, hey, I'm here to protect you. Don't be scared of me. I don't really know, but what a great story. And I'm so glad that she was there to protect you. Thank you, Rosie. And thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called For the Love of Tulips. When I moved from Los Angeles to the Twin Cities in 2002, I was pretty lonely. I didn't know anyone, and I found myself missing my grandma Arlene, who had passed away while I was living in California. I was the only grandchild who interacted with her regularly. She was very religious, very opinionated, and something of a challenge because she was in pain and just a rather sad person in general. For all her religious beliefs, it always seemed as if her faith brought her very little joy or comfort. We'd also frequently argue because I was more of a spiritual person who liked to meditate, and she said that meditating wasn't talking to God, just talking to myself. In spite of our different beliefs, I loved her, and I knew she needed some extra love because she was so prickly. I always remembered her birthday, on Mother's Day, etc., and often wrote to her and sent her cards and gifts. I knew I was her favorite grandchild because I paid attention to her. So I'm living in Minneapolis and decided one night to walk to the convenience store to buy something to drink. For some reason, my grandma Arlene is on my mind as I walk. Her sister Dorothy had been hit by a drunk driver many decades earlier in St. Paul. There's an incredible ghost story there for another time. So I'm thinking about her and about Grandma, and I'm remembering the last gift I sent her, yellow tulips. Tulips were her favorite flower. I'd sent them to her over the years in every color. I had such a deep felt pang in my heart thinking of her and missing her. A little tear even came to my eye. I pull it together and go into the brightly lit store to get soda and stand in line to pay, trying to keep my emotions from spilling over in this public place. There's a tap on my shoulder. I turn around and I'm facing a tall man in white pants and a white tunic with long blonde hair. He doesn't say a word but silently hands me a white tulip. I am so shocked. I just stare at it for a moment, and when I look up, he is gone. I looked all over the store, then run out of the door, looking all around the parking lot and down the sidewalk, but the man is gone. Of course, I call my mom. Arlene was her mother, and I tell her, tonight we had a message from your mom. I tell her the story and we cry together. I will never forget that moment, and I now feel as though Grandma Arlene is always with me. That was a beautiful story. I wonder who that tall man in white was that handed you the tulip. What do you guys think in the comments? Who do you think that was? Either way, there was definitely a sign from your grandma saying hello, and I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called My Grandfather Said Your Mommy Needs You. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I absolutely love you and love that you have given so many of us a chance to tell our stories. Thank you. I'm so glad. Thank you for sharing yours. I want to give a trigger warning for talk of a stillborn baby and domestic violence. So before I begin, I need to give a little backstory and a little bit of family history. My mom, myself, and my sister have always been extremely intuitive, especially my mom. She's always saying things before they actually happen. She can see things and hear things, and she always knows when someone is pregnant. It's actually kind of scary. The three of us always have similar experiences, and we have so many stories to tell, but I'm going to start with this one. Back in 2014, I was 22 years old. I found out I was pregnant. Needless to say, I was scared shitless. At the time, my cousin and I were extremely close, so I texted her to tell her, and she texted me back saying that she was pregnant too. We found out we were due a week apart from each other, and we were so excited. I tried to hide it from my mom, but of course she already knew, and she kept saying that she had a feeling that someone else was pregnant too, so that's when I told her it was my cousin, her niece. At the time of my pregnancy, I was in a really abusive relationship with my child's father. I was put in a few really scary situations. Like this one time, I wanted to go home and he didn't want me to go, so he was driving around in a section where the speed limit was 25 miles an hour and he was doing 50 miles an hour. When he finally stopped the car, I quickly jumped out, but before I could even take one step away from the car, he was grabbing me by my hair and trying to pull me through the car window. I was 4 months pregnant at this time. I refused to leave because I didn't want a broken family like how I grew up. I didn't want my child to go back and forth every other weekend like I had to. So I stayed and put up with the abuse. Stupid, I know. My cousin, on the other hand, was in a really good and healthy relationship, and they were together for years and they had everything going for them. I kept saying I wanted a little girl and my cousin wanted a boy. We were going to find out while we were having a few days apart from each other. My cousin found out she was having a little girl and I found out I was having a little boy. We were both disappointed and were like, of course we each got what the other one wanted, but we both eventually got over it and we were very excited to raise our little ones together. So like I said in the beginning, my cousin and I were due a week apart from each other. She was 1 week ahead of me. When she was almost 40 weeks, she went in for a checkup appointment to see how her baby was doing, and when she got there wasn't a heartbeat. I waited all day for a text from her letting me know how her appointment went, and when I didn't hear from her, I knew something was wrong. I finally got home from work, and my mom told me that my cousin's baby didn't make it. Her baby ended up having a bowel movement, and she swallowed it and passed away from the toxins. Oh my God, I didn't even know that was a thing. I was so heartbroken for her and I felt absolutely terrible. I kept thinking I don't deserve to have my baby. I wasn't in the best place to have him, but she was, so why was this happening to her and not to me? Later that night, my mom told me that she had a dream the night before where my grandfather, her dad, who passed in 2011, was holding 2 babies, a little girl and a little boy, and he put the little boy down. And the little boy said, "What about her? Isn't she coming too?" And he said, "No, she needs to stay with me and you need to go be with your mommy. Your mommy needs you." My mom told me she had a really uneasy feeling when she woke up, and then later that day is when she got the call about my cousin, and she said everything clicked right then and there. She said, "You need your son. Big Pop knows that you do." 5 days later, I went into labor with my son, and it was the day of my cousin's daughter's funeral. I felt so awful that she was mourning her baby and I was having mine. When they broke my water, they noticed that my son had a bowel movement and I went into instant panic. All I could think about was I'm going to lose my son too. My doctor told me not to worry and my mom did everything she could to keep me calm. A short while later, I delivered my son, and as soon as he was out, a ton of NICU nurses ran in and they were able to scoop out his mouth before he could swallow anything. They did keep an eye on him for a few hours to make sure he 100% didn't swallow anything, and luckily he didn't. I know for a fact him and I had many guardian angels watching over us, including my grandfather and my cousin's daughter. He was my saving grace, and I definitely needed him to become the woman I am today. I am so blessed and thankful that I have him. My cousin is doing a lot better as well. She now has 5 children total if you include her angel baby and her little boy on the way. She's thriving and happy. And as for me, my son is now 9 years old, and I am in a very healthy, happy, and thriving relationship for the last 5 years, and we have a 2-year-old son together. But if it wasn't for my oldest son, I would 100% not be here today. My grandfather was absolutely right. I needed him. I needed my son. And I'm so thankful to have him. Thank you for reading my story. Thank you so much for sharing it. I'm so sorry about your cousin's loss, but I'm happy to hear that she is doing good now. You are doing good now. Everyone's good. And I love that your grandfather knew that you needed him and passed that message on for you. This one is called The Number 3, The Hooded People, and Princess Walkie-Talkies. Hi, Matrix. Hi. I'm a huge fan and love your channel. This is 3 short stories rolled into one, but I know we like long ones, so enjoy. Okay, it's 3 different stories. I was like, how are we going to incorporate The Number 3, Hooded People, and Princess Walkie-Talkies into one story? But it's 3 separate stories, so here we go. The Number 3 is the first one. This story starts back in 2019. In February of that year, my dad, who had suffered from addiction, had OD'd and unfortunately passed away. And then 3 months later, on May 14th, after just spending the day with my mom, I get woken up in the middle of the night by a phone call from my brother, who tells me that our mom had went to sleep that night and never woken up. So we had just lost both parents 3 months apart. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. The thing is that my mom passed away on May 14th and her birthday was August 14th, so she passed exactly 3 months before her birthday. But it gets even weirder. Later that year, in either late September or early October, I had this dream. In the dream, I'm standing on my grandmother's porch and it's a bright, beautifully sunny day. Suddenly, a man walks up to me and I get the feeling that I know him. But when I look at him, the sun was so bright that I couldn't see his face. All I could see was his body from the neck down. Then he goes on one knee like he's proposing and hands me a simple gold ring. In the dream, I feel very happy and I hold my left hand out to him and he takes it and slips the ring on. And then out of nowhere, he takes a blue ribbon and ties it on my wrist. Then holds my hand up and uses his other hand. He places it on my stomach and says, "It's a boy." Then I woke up. Keep in mind that when I had this dream, I was single and had been for almost a year leading up to that, so I was definitely not pregnant. Fast forward to the end of October, I meet my now fiance and we start dating almost immediately. And then I ended up getting pregnant early on, almost exactly 3 months after I had that dream. But I didn't find out I was pregnant until 3 months along. And you guessed it, I gave birth to a healthy baby boy just like my dream predicted. Now my sister-in-law, who was also pregnant around the same time as me, ended up giving birth almost exactly 3 months after I did. It was only just recently that I realized all of this and I was curious. So I looked up information on the number 3 and here is what I found. It says that if we look at the pattern of the number 3, it is connected to the body, mind, and spirit, the cycle of birth, life, and death, and can represent wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras considered the number 3 to be a near-perfect number and the symbol of the divine. Well, that's nice because 3 is my birthday number and my lucky number. That's so cool. And that's so cool that you had to dream of the person letting you know, like, you're going to get married, you're going to have a baby boy. Okay, next one. The hooded people. I have had a number of haunted experiences since I was a child, but this was by far the scariest one. I can't remember how old I was, but I was a teenager still in high school at the time and lived with my grandparents. One night it was around 9 o'clock. I went outside to take out the trash. Keep in mind that even though I had never been afraid of the dark, I was afraid of my grandmother's backyard. Until that point, nothing had ever happened out there, but anytime I was out there at night, which I tried not to be, I always felt like I was being watched and it just felt super creepy overall. Anyways, this night I walked out to take out the trash and we always had the trash cans pressed against the back of the house. I walked over and opened the lid with one hand while carrying a trash bag with the other. I was just about to throw the bag when the hair on the back of my neck stood on end and I got this strong feeling that I should look up. So I did. Big mistake, because what I saw chilled me to the bone. I was standing on the left side of the backyard and directly in front of me on the left side of the yard were 3 hooded figures. They were the same exact height and all wore dark clothes and hoods, so I couldn't make out any details. Not even their skin color. They were just standing there facing me, unmoving. I don't know how I know this, but I just knew that they were staring at me. When I saw this, I froze dead on the spot. Terrified. I tried to calm myself by saying to myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me somehow. I even blinked a few times to try to convince myself, but they never moved. Then to my horror, as I was trying to convince myself they weren't real, the figure in the middle took a step forward in my direction. And it was like my fight or flight kicked in and I chose flight. I threw the bag in the trash and then full on sprinted back to the front and ran inside. I immediately locked the door behind me as I was gasping out of breath. My grandmother saw me freaking out, walked up to me and asked what was wrong. So I explained to her what happened. She looked at me horrified, but then had the nerve to go outside to smoke anyway. Even after I begged her not to. When she came back in, she said she didn't see anyone out there and tried to explain it off by saying it was my mind playing tricks on me or maybe some of my neighbor's kids messing around. But the thing is that the neighbor next door had a motion sensor light set up right behind where I saw the hooded figures. And the motion sensor light worked because it would come on for the smallest things, even animals passing by. But what freaked me out is that I realized that when I saw those figures, it never came on. Not even when the middle one moved. I know for a fact that what I saw was real. I just don't think they were human. First of all, I want to say we believe you. Second of all, oh my God, what do we think those hooded figures could have been? Did you ever see them again? Ooh, that is so interesting. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like, what do you think that was? Okay, this is the third one, the princess walkie-talkies. I had this little sister who was like 5 when she got these 2 princess walkie-talkies as a gift one day. Fast forward some years later, and I was visiting and was looking through old stuff that we had stored just to see what I could find. The living room is big and open and connected to the kitchen. I was in the living room looking in the chest and my grandmother was in the kitchen cooking when I pulled out those pink princess walkie-talkies and I held them up for my grandmother to see and said, "Hey, remember these?" And she smiled and said, "Yeah, I wonder if they still work." So me being me, I turned them on for shits and giggles thinking they probably are too old to even work anymore. But they did. At first I was saying some dumb stuff and pretending to talk into one when all of a sudden, the one I was talking into cut on and a deep man's voice came through. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was going on this long rant about unaliving people and burning the bodies. But this talking continued. He said so much more. I just can't remember it all. And so when this happened, both me and my grandmother froze, staring at each other in horror, and I dropped the walkie-talkie onto the floor and jumped away from it like it burned me. The voice stopped, and for the longest time, we stood there staring at each other and it. Eventually, my grandmother, who hates scary stuff to the point where she won't even watch horror movies, tried to explain it away by saying maybe it just picked up one of the neighbors' frequencies and it was them that were talking. I'm like, if you got neighbors saying stuff like that, then you need to move. Anyway, when I gathered the courage, I threw both walkie-talkies away and the day went on. Fast forward a few more years from now, I had a son of my own and we were just getting moved into our new home. My son, who's only 3 at this time, had this chest full of toys. One day, me and my fiance were unpacking. I went to take out my son's toys so that they could keep him busy while we finished. And when I took out the chest, sitting on top of the chest of toys was only one of the walkie-talkies. When I saw that, I was instantly freaked out. I swear I threw those away. I don't know what scared me more, the fact that one of them somehow found its way into my son's toys, or the question I couldn't help wondering, if we have one walkie-talkie, then who has the other? Okay, I thought this one was scary, like from the beginning, that you heard someone talking about that stuff over the walkie-talkie, although part of me did feel like your grandmother, like, okay, maybe that you were just tapping into something else. But to your point, if you were just tapping in, if there were frequencies crossed and you were tapping into a neighbor or someone nearby who was talking about unaliving people and burning their bodies, that's still not good. But then the fact that you threw those away and one of them showed up in your son's toys years later, I don't know, man. That's weird. That is weird. I am hoping that you threw that one away too. Did it ever reappear again? Those were good ones. Thank you so much for sharing. The next one is called Sleepwalking Outside My Body. So like astral traveling, probably? I don't know, let's see. Hi, TcV&x. Hi. I have a story to share. I wasn't sure what to title this, but it involves walking away from my sleeping body, astral traveling. This particular thing that happened took place about 11 years ago in 2014. I was attending a Bible college in Minnesota. At this time, it was small and not a big college. Half the students went to basically advanced/deepen their relationship with God before real college, and the other half were actually seminary students. Anyways, my classes were 8 a.m. to noon every day, and only on Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I remember correctly, there was a mandatory chapel, which basically is like a mini church session before lunch with singing and praying and had announcements, etc. This was important to briefly mention because on those days before chapel, I didn't have a class after the first 8 a.m. class, which was only an hour. I always went straight back to my dorm room to sleep before the chapel hour started. There was a time in the middle of the school year that I was really struggling and having a hard time with personal struggles, and I felt like I didn't fit into this place or with those kids. I became depressed and slept a lot and started to miss some classes. It's almost like during that I allowed something sinister or an evil entity to bother me without realizing. When I started to finally feel better and started to try to get my classes and try to do better, this is where the weird stuff started to happen. Like something or someone I couldn't see did not want me attending class or chapel. Here we go with one of the things that happened. I was taking my usual nap before chapel, but this time determined to make it and not skip. I sleep on the top bunk in my dorm. My alarm goes off, I get up, I climb down the ladder, pick out a little jacket, put on my shoes, and head out. Campus isn't that big. Chapel was maybe comparable to a 2 to 3 block walk from my dorm. As I'm walking, I get halfway to the chapel, suddenly realize that something wasn't right. And at the same time, I realized or felt off. I felt my body get sucked backwards, like flying up and then dropping, like that roller coaster feeling, dropping back into my body that was still in my bed. I couldn't open my eyes. I could hear my roommate's faint music and I felt like I was in my bed, but I could not open my eyes. I started to panic. I was going to be late for chapel and get in trouble. I realized that I never got up and never started walking. Somehow it was a dream? This realization made me panic more, but it was so real. I was really halfway there, and I distinctly noticed I had to climb down that ladder, and I got fully ready. It felt like I was being held under in sleep. But at this point, I was awake and aware, but could not move or do anything. I was trying so hard to move my lips, to make some noise, to get my roommates to help, but I couldn't move literally anything. I don't know how long I was pinned like that by something or someone, it felt like, but my best friend that I had made there came barging in the room, making loud enough noises, and I snapped fully awake and opened my eyes. I felt this presence leave as soon as the door opened. I was so relieved that I didn't even care that she didn't knock, and she usually doesn't, but for that flaw, I was so grateful in that moment. Bless her heart, she came to make sure I got to chapel on time. I never told her what happened, or really anyone. I was wondering, what is that called? I don't know the name of it. I was hoping you heard something similar. Would love to hear what you think. Love your videos. Have a great day. So definitely sounded like you were astral traveling. And then when you snapped back to your body, it sounded like you were in a state of sleep paralysis. And perhaps there was a sleep paralysis demon around that was holding you down. And that could have been what you were feeling when you said you felt like a presence in the room. Or if you didn't actually feel a presence, you just felt like something was holding you down. That could have just been the sleep paralysis part. Maybe there wasn't a sleep paralysis demon around. I don't know why. Maybe subconsciously, like you knew you had to get to chapel on time and your soul just went there first, tried to get there, and then you got snapped back to your body like whoop. Either way, very interesting story. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called Lost Time. Hi, TcV&x. Hi. This took place in 2018 when my boyfriend and I at the time lived in southern Mexico in a small resort town for work. My resort was first, and his was about 12 minutes drive from mine. There was a one-way road to take us to the resorts and a separate one-way road from the resort back into the town. The roads were separated by land with trees. So to be clear, both roads were separate and both one way. After work, 6 days a week, I would walk across to the other road so that he could pick me up on his way home from work to go into town with his big, noisy pickup truck. On this particular day, he messaged me and he said he was leaving work and would pick me up in a few minutes. I immediately walked across to the other road to wait for him. It would usually take about 12 minutes for him to get to me, but after 20 minutes, I didn't see him and I saw every car that passed me on that tiny one-way road. I then sent him a message and after no response, I called and still there was no response. I figured I'd just give him a couple more minutes as he could have ended up having to deal with a guest at the hotel before actually leaving. I waited another 20 minutes and as I was about to call again, he called me back. I asked him if everything was okay and told him that I had been waiting for a while, about 40 minutes, and I hadn't heard from him. He said that he was in town. I was confused. I told him I had been waiting and I was 100% sure he didn't pass me. He said he was also confused. He only remembered messaging me to say that he was leaving work to pick me up. Then he drove out of the hotel and the only thing he remembered is waking up in his truck in town. And he had no idea how he got there. We were both in shock and confused and at a loss for an explanation. He then had to drive back to pick me up, and to this day, we still don't know how he got into town as there was absolutely no way his noisy pickup truck had passed me. What do you think? Well, also, if he had passed you, he would have seen you with his eyeballs because he picked you up the same spot like every single day. Okay, it could have been a couple things. It could have been A, some glitch in the matrix, weird timeline jump. Like he just kind of like jumped ahead in the timeline for some reason. I really don't know why that would happen. And you lost the time. B, I mean, less likely, but maybe an alien abduction because that would make some sense too. C, maybe there was a portal of some sort that he like went through and then he like ended up in town 40 minutes down the road. Something weird 100% happened there. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but those are some of my ideas. I'd love to hear what you guys think about this one in the comments. Let us know, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Quantum Immortality, Timeline Jumping, Paranormal. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thank you for giving us the space to learn. We aren't the only ones. Oh, you're so welcome. I have always had abilities. I don't publicize it. I'm surprised I'm emailing this. My abilities change and expand as I grow. I'm almost 60 now and have seen a lot. I have always been able to project myself to other places, no cords. For example, I remember being 3 and trying to tell my mom I was at school. I remember being 5 and projecting myself to my grandparents' house. My grandfather saw me and he told me to go home and all I could do was giggle. I could hear my grandmother talking and he said she won't understand, go home, so I did. Oh, so he understood. Oh my God, that's so cool. As an adult, I projected at will and have used it to check on people. I also have real dreams where I'm suddenly another person and only have a few minutes to figure out clues as to who I am to see if I can intervene or it's info only. I get warnings in dreams as well. I can't see spirits normally, but I have experienced many of them through sound, things moving, lights, electrical things. I also work with energy and can heal people and animals when I'm supposed to. I can feel demons. Some telepathy. I started noticing matrix glitches, I think in 2018. My cousin did as well. A screw that fell and disappeared. A lid that fell when I opened the juice in the car and has never been found in that car. Animals there, then not. All of my abilities were much stronger before my probable quantum immortality jump. I spent a year and a half at my parents' house helping with my mother, and my husband traveled back and forth. She was on hospice for a year and would phase between dimensions, which led to all sorts of freaky and scary encounters. After she died, I went home with plans to start a business and work part-time with my husband delivery driving. I started setting up the space and we had a blast delivering together. 2 weeks in, I was watching a clear channel medium I follow and she suddenly starts channeling and it looks like she's looking right at me, which is impossible, and says there is going to be an accident, which sometimes happens, and it wasn't supposed to be, but God has your back, everything will be okay. I blew it off because I know I'm going to live to be 90 and I am protected. The next day, we ran some errands with my husband driving. On the way home, the wheel went off the road on the passenger side and got caught on the drop-off of the road, and the car flipped. We landed among some trees. We live in a rural area and we're 1 mile from home. I was hanging from my seatbelt and couldn't find my phone. I helped my husband get his seatbelt undone, and he found my phone and realized I was having a hard time breathing and used his legs to support some of the weight. I called 911 and then said I had to go and hung up on them and called my sister-in-law who was going to be passing by the accident and I needed to tell her. I heard a woman yell and ask if I were alive and I said yes and I called for help. My husband was frail, so when they arrived, they decided to remove the windshield the rest of the way and get him out to the ambulance and then come back and cut me free. I argued with the tow truck driver that I wanted my car at home. I had groceries and they were really expensive. The car is totaled and very scary looking. I started not feeling well and got a ride home. I had one cut on my leg, but that was it. I was in bed and suddenly felt like I was dead. I contacted my friends that can talk to dead people and asked if I was alive or dead, and they all said alive, but they didn't explain what I was feeling. I started noticing other things. I didn't have as many abilities. It was super hard to heal myself. My feet went from a size 5.5 to a size 7. That's really weird. I just wasn't as organized. I totally forgot the business and started working at Amazon. My husband was different too. He wasn't as talkative. He asked me what I did with the filing cabinet that he had. He described it, and I told him I have never seen that filing cabinet and told him what I remember, which was different than what we were looking at. He had a prior stroke from pushing a lawnmower out of a muddy area at a neighbor's house on a hot day. I talked to the doctor and the neighbor, and everyone confirmed it, but in his timeline, he had it from high blood sugar. This was a very confusing period of time. I watched the video you had on Instagram reading a story of a woman who had jumped timelines in an accident and realized that that is what happened. Quantum immortality. My husband died 10 months later from natural causes. He has made himself known. He has been seen, he has moved things, tried to open a door but it was locked, touched people, sat on the bed. It has been comforting, so I continue to talk to him. I am now back at my dad's house. I started noticing some odd things about myself. Some days my socks are too big. Same socks I've had for 2 years. I have those little floss brushes everywhere, like purses, car, backpack. I didn't know why. I don't have any gaps in my teeth. I remember yesterday that I did have a gap in my bottom tooth. I woke up yesterday and felt a ridge between my front teeth and my socks fit. Then it hit me, sometimes the ridge is there and sometimes it isn't. So I called my cousin and told her about the freaky differences, and she said it explains why sometimes she has a scar and sometimes she doesn't. We are cycling through timelines. The physical items seem to remain the same, but I need to pay closer attention. In some timelines, I still sew and have energy and write lists, and in other timelines, I scroll and don't remember how to read patterns. I'm going to start taking notes and see if I can match physical attributes with personality attributes. I was curious if anyone else had noticed this happening to them. The end. Oh my goodness. I have not noticed this happening to me, but that is crazy. I can't even imagine cycling through timelines like one time. At one moment you're in one timeline, one moment you're in another timeline. Things are a little bit different. That must feel really weird, really uncomfortable. I don't even know what I would do. I also think that's interesting that your mother, when she was passing away, when she was on hospice, she was phasing between dimensions. So now you're phasing in between dimensions. Does this run in the family? Did your mom also have all those other gifts that you had? The abilities? This is very interesting. I have not personally experienced this. Has anyone else experienced this or have heard about something like this? Please let us know in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called My Attachments and Their Antics. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thanks for giving us all a safe place to tell our stories without judgment or fear. You're welcome. Here goes. I've had a few attachments since I was little. The first one has been with me for as long as I can remember. Never dark or harmful, definitely just a peaceful presence. This attachment is still with me. I'll be 50 this year. In 1993, I got my first apartment. It was a very old, creepy building, looked eerily similar to the Bates Motel, but totally up my alley since I love old architecture and anything creepy, paranormal, etc. The first apartment I moved into in this building was peaceful but falling apart, which leads to the next apartment. The bathroom from upstairs collapsed into my bathroom, and the landlord said he felt horrible and would move me into the larger apartment right next to this one and wouldn't increase my rent. Being 19, I took it. When I got the keys, the only thing in this apartment was this ugly but super comfy looking oversized chair that looked brand new. It became my favorite place to relax very quickly. This is important. I became friendly with one of the guys downstairs. I was a party girl, he was a party dude, but we never partied together. I'm not sure how or why he came up to my apartment. The following events knocked that memory out of my head. He looked like he saw a ghost when he saw that chair. His elevated demeanor disappeared immediately. He screamed, "Get that fucking chair out of this house!" I've never heard him yell, ever. He was a very laid-back pothead, so when he freaked out like that, it kind of jolted me. I asked what his issue was, and he told me everyone that has owned that chair dies in that chair. I thought he was crazy, laughed it off, and kept it moving. A few weeks later, my other neighbor came over to borrow some rolling papers, a normal occurrence between us. I had moved the furniture around and this girl saw that chair and had the same reaction as the guy downstairs, saying she put it in the dumpster months ago when her friend overdosed in it. She also said that she got it from a prior neighbor and another prior neighbor told her to get rid of it. Now I'm kind of really freaked out. I was able to get about 7 years of overdoses in that chair. Now I'm debating on whether to believe the rumors or just brush it off. Get rid of the chair, man. Get rid of it. Later that next night/morning, I overdosed in that chair. Thankfully, my friend had spent the night and was able to get me help. Immediately, I not only took that chair out of the house, but I burned it. That's not the end of it. Since then, I've had something less savory than my peaceful attachment. It started by playing tricks, bangs, lights flickering, but my peaceful spirit would always make me feel safe and comfortable, so I just laughed it off. This went on for 15 to 20 years. Nothing too major, nothing too scary. About 8 years ago, I ended a relationship because it was just so emotionally draining that I was physically weak all the time. About 3 to 4 months after he was completely out of my house, things went from silly tricks to more dark things happening. I'd wake up with bruises and scratches all over, some of them so deep and in places I could never reach myself. My kids have told me I would scream saying no and leave me alone. The dreams and events have become more and more violent since. My peaceful spirit is defeated. About 2 years ago, I saw a psychic. It wasn't a planned thing. She was a covering hairdresser at the salon I went to. As soon as I walked in, she jumped back like she had seen a ghost. I never met her before, so I was confused. She told me to sit down in her chair and approached me very cautiously. She asked me how long it was attached to me. I felt the blood drain from my head and my chest was tight and heavy. We talked for about half an hour, more her talking and me shitting a brick. She explained to me that the trickster was able to grow in strength because I was so weak from that horrible relationship. Stronger so much that my peaceful spirit couldn't help anymore and I needed to get help. I thought I knew so much that all I needed was a little ritual. I saged and salt washed my house, but not myself, not sure what made me skip myself. Shortly after this, we moved out of state. The first few months in this new house were peaceful. I was so relaxed, I was thriving for the first time in a really long time, until doors started slamming, cabinets opened and closing, banging and knocks from my closet, foul odors, but only when I was home alone. The crazy dream started again, except now I can see it. It's so strong now, but I just told it every night that it does not have my permission to touch me or my children and stay away from my pets as well. It did not have permission to enter me or my family, and it was to leave me alone. This worked for the dreams, but not the experiences in the house. A year ago, my blankets started to get ripped off of me. When I didn't give the response it wanted, it started grabbing my feet and pulling me to the bottom of my bed. I was getting scratches and bruises again. A guy I had been dating saw the scratches appearing but couldn't see what was doing it. He begged me to see a priest, but I don't believe in God or organized religion, so my stubborn self declined. About a week after we split up, nothing related to this, my daughter and her friend heard me screaming on the top of my lungs, "No, stop! Get off me! Leave me alone! Let go! Get off me!" They came running and they said they thought it was just a normal night terror since I have those too, until they saw me struggling to get up with my arms at a T to my torso as if being held down, and I could lift my head, but the rest of me looked as if I was pinned down, but they saw nothing. Immediately they started trying to wake me up and free me. My daughter said it took almost 5 minutes to get me to wake up, and when I did, I told her to run. It's still here. The thing in my dream was almost werewolf in build, but much larger, and a humanish-shaped head, but it was a black mist with red glowing eyes. It was using my children in appearance to manipulate me, to hold my arms down, and they kept repeating to stop fighting and let him in. They also had the red glowing eyes. When I was awake enough to know I was home in my room, my daughter kept telling me it was okay, and I kept telling her it was still there and she needed to get her friend and everyone else in the house out. Obviously scared, she grabs my sage and lighter, it's in my bed at all times, and lights it, and that thing was gone. 3 days ago, it came back. Stronger than ever. I was fully awake this time. I had just turned the TV off, but I was still playing games on my phone. In a matter of seconds, there was something so heavy pushing on my chest I couldn't breathe. I was trying to tell it it wasn't welcome and it didn't have my permission to touch me. It grabbed me by the throat and squeezed, and I began to give up. I relaxed for a moment and gave it one last giant push and was able to scream, "Get out!" My throat was so sore from trying to scream and being squeezed that I couldn't scream for help, so I texted my daughter, "Help." She came running and asked what the heck happened to my neck. It was bright red in the shape of a hand, but with the thumb and 2 fingers. I still was struggling to catch my breath, and she ran to the kitchen, grabbed the salt water bottle, I always keep it on hand, and the sage and lighter. We just kept repeating, "You're not welcome here. You do not have permission to touch us. You are not allowed to enter our being. Leave this vessel and leave this home." We saged me, the house, the animals, and everyone who lives in the house while repeating the chant, followed by a salt cleansing of all the walls, windows, sashes, and doorways. I'm seriously considering going to a spiritual advisor to get help. If anything new comes up, you will be the first to know. Scared and still fighting, Carrie. I thought this was going to end. I thought this was a story that was going to end, but it is still going on. My friend, I know you don't believe in organized religion, and neither do I, but I do believe that a priest can possibly help. Someone can possibly help. You need help. You need like professional help. Please get professional help. I want you to be okay. Anybody that knows anyone that can help, or if you think you can help, please let us know in the comments. I really hope that you get help soon, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Cousin Tiffany. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've been following you for a while now. I love watching your videos. I've even gotten my 8-year-old son into them. I recently told him this story, and now a few things have changed for him. But let's get into it, and I apologize for the length ahead of time. Never apologize for the length. I want to start off my story with a little bit of my background. I have had weird experiences, feelings, dreams all my life. I grew up in New York. It was my mom and 3 siblings. We lived in an apartment. We've been there for as long as I can remember, but at this time, I'm about 7 or 8 years old. In our apartment, the kitchen is off to your right as soon as you walk in the door, but there is a wall too immediately to the right after the door, and then there's the kitchen. Keep note of that. I have had many experiences of being in the kitchen with my back facing that opening of the walkway leading to the living room. Standing in that kitchen, I'd always feel as if people were walking back and forth past the kitchen opening to what would be the living room, but anytime I were to peek my head out of curiosity, there was never anything. I don't know if it was just me that felt this way or if it was other people in my family, but we never said anything about it. I'd feel people standing there and would disappear once I turned around. I've always felt as if I wasn't alone, even if I was alone in the house. Fast forward maybe a couple of months later, I had a cousin who passed away in her sleep suddenly. Her name was Tiffany. And after the autopsy and everything was done, we found out that she was sick and she had had seizures. She and I were very close. When my mom and I would go over to my aunt's house, we'd always be together. I would always stay with her and play with her. She was older than me. She was about 15, so she was like a big sister that actually wanted to be with me, LOL. Fast forward to after her passing. One night I fell asleep, or I think I was asleep, but I can almost guarantee that I was fading in and out of sleep. I wake up to her in my bed. And if you can picture someone lying in bed next to you as if they were supposed to be there, hand on her face, laying on her side, and just looking straight at me with a sense of admiration. Remember, I'm about 8, so I'm completely frazzled, especially because I know that she had recently passed and she absolutely couldn't be in my bed, right? So I think that maybe I'm just thinking about her and I rub my eyes and I hope that she was gone. Wrong. And to my surprise, she's still there, and I'm thinking, this cannot be true, can it? So I now put my head under the covers frantically, and I hope that when I open my eyes again, that she is no longer there. But when I open my eyes, she is still there, and at this point, she is now under the covers with me. I bolt from under those covers and run into the bathroom where I think it's safe. I'm petrified because this has scared me half to death, causing me to now have to use the bathroom. So I'm sitting on the toilet and I think that everything is over, and I put my head down to reach for the tissue straight ahead of me, which is in the same direction as the bathroom door. And when I pick my head up from grabbing the tissue, she is standing in the hallway. She has on a nightgown, white with flowers, and she has black curly hair, but her hair is in pin curls. And in that moment, I slammed the bathroom door shut. I do not blame you. I don't know how long I sat in the bathroom before I was able to muster up the energy to swing the door open and run into my mom's room to tell her everything. But when I finally did, she was not there, and I was very grateful. I ran into my mom's room and tried to wake her up and tell her what was going on, but she didn't budge an inch. She was a very heavy sleeper, so that wasn't anything new. But because she did not answer me, I thought of only one thing I could think of. That was to run back into my room and tell my sister that my mom told me to sleep with her. And that night, I faced my sister in bed with my eyes closed, head under the covers, and did not get up until morning. The end. No, that was definitely your cousin Tiffany who was coming to say hi to you, and I guess didn't realize that she was scaring the shit out of you. In that situation, I know that you were only 8 and you would never have known this, but you can tell a spirit like, hey, you're scaring me. Please don't show yourself to me. You're scaring me right now. And they should go away if they're a good, regular old visiting spirit. Did you ever see her again is my question. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Spirit Children. Dear Auntie Matrix, hi! I love listening to your stories and that you give us a place where we all feel free to share our experiences. Yes! This one is somewhat long, but I feel it's worth it. I must disclose that I can see, speak to, and hear spirits. Thank you again for listening. As a single mom who moved frequently, we were always at a new place. So new sounds, new neighbors, and so on. We had moved in after being homeless for a few years. We had very little furniture, and it was a small home, but it was ours. The first few nights were normal and the days were eerily quiet. I was in between jobs and surgery, so some days I was home alone all day. One day I'm sitting in my bed and trying to organize my jewelry, mostly costume jewelry or Mother's Day gifts for my kids. I had my music on and suddenly I heard 2 or 3 little kids playing in the living room. But I'm home alone and my neighbors were all 76 to 80 years old with the exception of one neighbor who had teens, but everyone was at school at this time of day. So I jumped up and checked out the living room and just as I thought, there was no one there. I returned to my room and turned my music back on. Within seconds, I hear the kids playing again. They're laughing and now playing with a ball that was lying on the floor. The home was a single story with a basement. There was no slope on the floor and the ball was going back and forth. I didn't say anything and went back to my room. Yes, I could still hear them and the ball was still rolling around. I had a tiny dog and a house cat and this whole time they were both napping on my bed, but now the dog jumps up and then immediately lays down and kind of whimpers, which is not like him. The cat, who is much larger than the dog, jumps down and ran into the living room thinking the kids were home and ready to play. I followed him and he saw the ball rolling and was about to bat it back like he would with the kids, but the ball stopped and just stayed where it was. The cat was now afraid and ran back into my room. This has all taken place in about a 20-minute span. So I changed my music and cranked it louder and said out loud, if you kids need a safe place to play, you can stay, which I know you're not supposed to talk to them, but I had had enough and just wanted to finish my task. They played for about an hour and then it sounded like the front door opened and closed. I ran out to see who had opened the door and to my surprise, it was still locked. For the next few days, all was quiet, or so I thought. My youngest daughter, who was 10 at the time, came in complaining that her sister was up and playing loudly in the living room. So I got up and I was going to confront my eldest, who was 15 at the time, but to our shock, she was sitting in the corner, holding her knees and silently crying. I quickly made my way to her and embraced her. This entire time, you can hear the kids laughing and playing with the toys. So back in my bedroom, I'm calming down the girls. At the same time, I had to ask the spirit children to be quiet. It was 3 a.m. and I am informed that my girls could hear this every night since we moved in. I had to explain to them that they were just ghosts and nothing to be scared of. The spirit children would come almost daily and occasionally at night for the next several months. I didn't mind the noise during the day, but I could tell that my children were not okay with it. I had a talk with the spirit children and told them not to come back. For about a week, it was quiet. No noises or anything out of the ordinary, but then the first week of Halloween, all heck broke loose. The spirit children were back, but now it was different. They were scarred up and they were crying now. I sent my kids to spend the night with friends and I was determined to help these spirits, so I started doing research. When we first moved to this town, we would walk up to the store and always pass this house. Disclosure, it wasn't there, but I could see it like a spirit. That always made me shiver. My girls could not see the house and the empty lot left no clues, but now the spirit children are showing me what happened. I cannot back any of this up, just my experience. It was back in the 20s or 30s, and this stately house was owned by a man who worked within the church, a woman who was always crying, and 2 kids, a boy and a girl. The father was very strict, and even though it was Halloween, he forbid his children to dress up and participate in the town's festivities. The kids were school-aged, and all their friends were dressed up. The father had left for work, and the kids begged their mom to please let them dress up. She gave in and helped them get dressed up. She left with the children to join the rest of the town, but what she didn't know was that her husband had a change of heart and had purchased costumes for the kids. He got home and no one was there. He was furious that they had disobeyed him and he snapped. This home was a 2-story with a large vaulted ceilings and a large fireplace. The father was so enraged, he threw the costumes into the fireplace and waited in the dark corner waiting for his family to return. As they came in laughing and giggling, they hadn't noticed that their father was home and angry. The mom starts up the stairs carrying her daughter as her son drowsily walks up the stairs. Now the father is really mad and he puts into motion how he lost everything. He locked the front door with the key and threw it in the fireplace, and then he closed the flue and started a fire. He then went upstairs and cut the throats of his wife and children. He then cut his own throat and sat down waiting to die. The son and daughter had survived the slash to their necks, but their mother wasn't as lucky. The boy tried to guide his sister downstairs, but the house was filling with smoke, so he tripped over his father's legs. The kids fell down the stairs, and it was at this point the fire took over the home and everyone was killed. The father and the kids were the only ones left behind, and once they had finished telling me the story, there was a loud thunder crash that brought me out of the trance. Odin, you just scared me. Hi, buddy. I was still standing in front of the empty lot, but I couldn't see the house anymore. The spirit children then took off down the street, and then I saw the father following them. They ended up at my house, and I then spoke with them and the father and told them to move on. The kids did go into the light, and the father tried to stay with me, so I bound him to the house that was gone, and we moved about 5 months later, and neither the kids nor any other spirits came in the home. Thank you again for the platform and taking the time to read my story. That is so crazy. Imagine having these little spirit children in your house playing and stuff. I'm glad that you were able to help those spirits move on, and that's interesting that you had to, the father wouldn't leave, so you bound him to the house. How did you do that? What a crazy backstory for the kids and the family. This was a great story. Thank you so much for sharing. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love hearing all your stories. I have never heard anyone else say something like this has happened to them. I know there has to be others this has happened to. This happened about 2010. I was walking my dog with my mom like we did every evening during the summer. We always walked to the park and to the church next door and then back home. We had done this years prior to this event, and we still walk this way now. This is the only time this has ever happened. We were walking across the back of the park with my dog. The park has a row of trees with fields that continue for a couple of miles. As my mom and I were walking the park nearing the edge of the churchyard, the smell in the air changed. My mom turned to me and asked, "Do you smell that? It smells old-timey." I could smell it. It was a smell that you would expect to smell in an old house. We continued to walk my dog along the tree line that lined the fields behind the church. The smell seemed to grow stronger. On the back of the property, there was an old, dilapidated pavilion. We walked around two sides of it and turned to go around the corner of it to head back to the park. We commented again how old-timey it smelled in the air. Then it was as if we stepped back in time. The scenery changed. The church and pavilion were gone. Around us were women dressed in beautiful fancy dresses and matching hats from the 1800s. They seemed to be having a party outside. There were about 20 women standing in groups of 3 or 4 talking. These women looked as if they were well-to-do. My mom and I had stepped in one of those small groups. I happened to be standing in the circle, and my mom was to the left of me, but somewhat behind me. I was no more than a foot away from each woman on either side. I looked at the woman to the right of me, and she had a blue dress on with a matching hat and her brown hair pinned up. She looked to be in her mid-30s with fair skin and blue eyes. The woman did not know we were there. They kept on talking to each other like nothing unusual was happening. It was like my mom and I were ghosts or something. They didn't realize we were standing next to them. They couldn't even feel our presence. We could see all the women and hear them talking, but couldn't exactly make out what they were saying. If we reached out, we could have touched them. We stayed motionless, just watching and not believing what was happening. Then we both stepped back to try to figure out what was going on. I felt my dog move forward and pull on his leash. When he did that, we were back in our time, behind the church walking. There was no longer the smell of olden times. We were both in shock at what happened. We tried to come up with all kinds of reasons why this happened. We had no explanation for it, and we still talk about it today, and it freaks us out. Okay, this just goes to back up my theory that ghosts that we see in spirits are potentially other people in other timelines, and maybe the timelines are just crossing over. I think in this instance, you guys somehow crossed over into that timeline and you were the ghosts in their timeline. That is my theory. What is yours? Tell me in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing this story. This was awesome. This one is called Did I Banish a Demon? Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love your stories and have been following you since you've only had 50 Glitch in the Matrix stories and binge watched all of them in one night. OG listener. Love it, love it, love it. I know we love the long ones, so here's another one. This happened about 2 or 3 months ago. Let's start by saying my boyfriend and I live in Florida near Orlando, close enough to everything, but not right in the middle of it. Ever since I was younger, I've always been able to sense energies and know if there happen to be any lingering spirits. For example, I grew up in New York with my grandparents, whose house was built in 1920, and I've always sensed things there. Not necessarily malevolent things, but I just knew I never was alone in that house, and I still feel that way 20 years later whenever I visit. But that's a story for another day. The area that we live in Florida has been constantly developing, and all of the neighborhoods are fairly newer. Our house was built in 2017 with only one family living there prior, a pilot and his wife who had a baby, so they decided to move into a different home. We bought the house in 2020, and I've never once had any indication of spirits or anything in this house. That is until about 2 or 3 months ago. Now, let me preface this by saying me and my boyfriend are not religious at all. We don't go to church. We don't partake in religious activities. I wouldn't say I'm an atheist because I definitely believe in a higher being and more so believe that God is universal and doesn't necessarily take one form. And I definitely don't think that one religion is more right than another. I grew up in a Hindu family and my boyfriend grew up in a Christian one, but as I said, this doesn't really affect us in any way because we're just not religious people. This is important to note for later. I usually watch her stories right before bed. My boyfriend has his PC set up in our bedroom, so I wouldn't dare watch unless he's in there with me. And I remember watching a story one night in which we were reminded to use our words. When I was younger, I'd often have nightmares in which I woke up and wasn't able to move or speak, and I'd just keep trying to scream until I was finally able to, at which point I usually woke up. It's very similar to sleep paralysis, but I thankfully have never experienced any sleep paralysis demons. It has been years since I've had any nightmares like that. But anyway, one night I went to bed as usual, but I woke up in a dream that was taking place in my current house, only I didn't know that it was a dream. Now, this is also very unusual for me because when I dream, things are usually very random and they'd be all over the place. I'm usually not able to recognize a specific house or place in my dreams, but this was different. I opened my eyes and I was plain as day in my own bedroom and I immediately felt the energy off. My boyfriend was lying next to me and we have 2 dogs who were also in the room with us. I tossed and turned for a while before I saw our bedroom door opening by itself. And although I didn't actually see any entities, I just knew that this thing was getting closer and closer to us. Without hesitation, I started yelling, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave." One of my dogs jumped into bed with us as he was also clearly scared of this entity. It's interesting to me that I said this automatically since I've always had to fight to say a word in my dreams. I said this a few more times before something in my head told me to say "in the name of Vishnu." As soon as I said that, I opened my eyes for real and everything was calm. My dogs were fine in bed, which calmed me down since I know that they'd also be reacting to any entities that happened to be in my house. I cuddled next to my boyfriend and eventually fell back asleep, not really thinking much of the dream within the next few weeks. However, here is the best part. I kept thinking of this occurrence and I just couldn't understand why I said "in the name of Vishnu." Now, I did grow up in a Hindu household and I would probably be able to tell you that Vishnu was a Hindu deity, but that's about it. For those of you unfamiliar with Hinduism, there are multiple of different deities that are all gods of different things and aspects of life. Common gods are Lord Shiva and Lord Ganesh. If anyone asked me to name a Hindu god, Vishnu certainly wouldn't be the first god that I immediately thought of because, truthfully, I didn't even know what he was the god of. This stuck with me until I finally caved in and Googled it. I found out that Lord Vishnu is the preserver and guardian of men. He protects the order of things, and when necessary, he appears on earth in various incarnations or avatars to fight demons and fierce creatures to maintain cosmic harmony. When I say that I was shook when I read this, I was shook. Since that night, I've had the dream. Everything has been absolutely fine. No weird energy or occurrences. So what do you think happened? Did I banish a demon or evil spirit? Was this just a coincidence? Do you think it was really a dream? Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much for reading my story. Okay, I obviously think it was not a dream, especially because you said that normally you don't know where you are in your dreams and things are all over the place and it's chaotic, but here you knew exactly where you were and it felt like you were exactly there. Because me personally too, that is how I know if I am dreaming or not. If I become lucid in a dream, and if I look around and if I see that something is off, right? Things are off, like this mirror isn't normally here or this isn't normally here. That's how I know. So if you had nothing like that, and when your dreams are normally chaotic in general, that's my clue number 1 that this was not a dream. I think it is very possible that some kind of entity or being came through and you got it to go away. You banished it with your words, which is amazing. Yes, please, friends, remember to use your words. Your words are powerful. I think it's interesting that you talking about Jesus did not work because normally that does work. And I also do think it's crazy that Vishnu is the god of protection, basically. I don't think that's a coincidence either. I don't know where this thing would have come from if you've had no activity in your house and everything's been good and everything's been good since then. I'm not really sure about that. I would love to hear everybody else's thoughts though, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Vibrating Furniture. Hi, Auntie. Hi. When I think of vibrating furniture, I immediately think about Supernatural and Dean with those beds that he loved, where you put the quarters in and they shake. I wanted to start off by saying I love your videos. Thank you. Maybe you can make sense of what has been happening. I haven't told many people about this because it doesn't make much sense. It's kind of hard to describe, and I've never heard of this happening to anyone else. Furniture and other objects like plant pots and knickknacks sometimes shake or vibrate around me. You can't see it vibrating, but you can hear it. Sort of a buzzing/tapping noise. Sometimes it's very quiet and hardly noticeable, and sometimes it sounds like someone or something is violently tapping or shaking the item. I have lived in 15 plus houses and it's happened in each one. For a long time, I thought it was just a normal thing that happened and never mentioned it to anyone until a few years ago. My friend was at my house and asked me what that sound was. That was going to be my first question, was do other people hear it or just you? At that moment, I realized that items randomly shaking/vibrating isn't normal. I told her about how it's happened my whole life, and when I find the item that's vibrating and touch it, it stops. But when I move my hand away, it starts again. When I moved in with my aunt, it started happening at her house a little while after I moved in. Her dining room table started vibrating and she asked me what that noise was. She's more into spirits and stuff, so I told her about it and showed her how it stopped when I touched it. She believed me because there's nothing that would make the table just vibrate like that. There's been times in my life where it happens every day, very loud, and sometimes for an hour or two, and other times where it doesn't happen for months. One time when I was 12, I think I communicated with it. I don't really know what to call it. I was just laying in bed and my dresser was vibrating very loudly, preventing me from going to sleep. After getting up 10 plus times to touch my dresser so it would stop, I was getting very annoyed and just wanted to sleep. I yelled at it to shut up and it stopped for the rest of the night. I've tried Googling it, but I came up with nothing even similar to what I've been experiencing. If it wasn't for my aunt and my friend also hearing it and seeing me putting my hand on it to stop the noise, I would have just thought that I was crazy. It's not one particular item, piece of furniture, or house I've lived in where this has happened. I've never felt threatened or scared when this happens, sometimes just annoyed. I have no idea what this is. A ghost? I've noticed it seems to happen more when I'm alone. Only a few times it has happened in front of other people, and the only two people that have ever been able to hear it is my friend and my aunt. It also happens more when I'm going through stressful times. I'm not looking to try and stop this from happening because it doesn't bother me, but I would like to know how this is happening. I'm not sure if I'll ever know what this weird vibrating is. Okay, immediate thought right in the beginning of the story is it is you. It is your energy. I do not think it is a spirit. I do not think it is a ghost. I think that you need to ground. I think it is your personal energy. And I'm saying that as someone who has had issues with my energy before and knowing other people in my family who have also had issues with their energy. I never made anything vibrate. However, when my energy was out of control for whatever reason, I would break electronics around me. Things wouldn't work. It was happening for a while. That same exact thing has also happened to my sister-in-law. I believe it has to do with your energy. I believe that you need to ground your energy. So try some grounding things. I would try going outside, putting your feet in the grass every day, touching a tree, even get like a grounding mat. Just try some grounding techniques and see if that helps you. The only thing that gave me a little bit of like, maybe this is not is when you said you communicated with it and you told it to stop and then it stopped. But if it's not connected to one particular house, land, piece of furniture, or item, it has to be you. So my only other thought would be something that is attached to you, and perhaps the energy of that thing that is attached to you is what is doing it, which is why you also were able to tell it to stop. Those are my two ideas. I want to hear everyone else's ideas in the comments. Let me know what you think this is, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Ghost, Glitch, or Dream of an Imposter Mother. Hello. Hi. I have a story from when I was 4 to 5 years old. I am now 28. This is kind of long with a few details which are important to set the context since this all happened in a rural area in a non-Western country. To start, I should say my family is Muslim, but I am not religious or spiritual, and this memory has a dreamlike quality to it, and I kind of don't want to believe it's real, hence the title. To give you some context of my family situation, I lived in a joint family in an old ancestral home on the ground floor, let's call this downstairs, and my father's brother and their family lived in the level above us in a newer building, let's call this upstairs. The stairs to the upstairs house starts from the front yard of our house and overlooks a large window in their house. It is very common for both of our families to host guests together in either of our houses, where both my mother and aunt would cook for them. On the day of the incident, there was this family guest upstairs, and my cousins and I were playing downstairs in our front yard in around sunset. Our parents inculcated in us that as soon as we hear the call for the evening prayer, exactly at sunset, we should go inside the house because there's bad spirits about. So when we heard the call, my cousins went upstairs and I went inside my house downstairs. The house was fully empty because everyone was upstairs with the guests, so I went from room to room looking for people. The farthest room of the house was the kitchen, overlooking a sewage/marsh type area, another thing considered unclean/bad in my culture. And in the kitchen, there was my mother cooking a dessert dish. She said that she was making it for me, and I asked her if we were going to eat it here or upstairs, thinking that maybe she had cooked it for the guests. She very sternly, almost angrily said, "Of course not. We're going to have this here now." Now, this did not ring any alarm bells in me because my mother would now and then stop me from spending too much time upstairs, but I did feel it was weird that she was not getting ready for prayer and was instead cooking something to eat here without the guests. I went to the washroom to freshen up, came out and saw my mother was still in the kitchen, figured the dessert is just not ready, and I strolled outside for a little second. This is permissible because the call to prayer was over by now. When I got outside, I heard and then saw my mother calling out for me from the window upstairs. I was paralyzed with indecision of which mother to choose, but I went with the one upstairs just because there's everybody else upstairs. Good choice. She mildly scolded me for being downstairs alone, especially as it was getting dark. I asked her if she was making the specific dessert downstairs just now. She said no, but did not really ask what I meant. Children say a lot of nonsense, I guess, and continued saying I shouldn't be alone in the house and she is late for prayer because she was looking for me, etc. I was too young to fully articulate what I had just seen or press about my concerns. My mother does not remember the incident itself, but she remembers me talking about it over the years since I was a child. I've also had several dreams over the years of an imposter mother in different scenarios from this inexplicable, unresolved trauma, I guess. Obviously, my first idea is that this was a mimic in your house and it was mimicking your mother downstairs. I'm wondering if this also had to do with the reason that they told you needed to go inside the house because there's bad spirits around at a certain time. Maybe some people in the house were aware of the mimic, but they didn't want to tell you because you were a child. They didn't want to scare you. I'm not really sure, but that would freak me out so much. I think about that all the time. If I saw someone that I thought was the person, like if I saw my mother and then my mother came from another location, whoo, that would be so scary. I'm going to go, this wasn't a dream, it was a mimic. And I'm also going to go, I don't know if these dreams are because of that situation and now you think about it so you have some scary dreams of an imposter mother, or if that entity is also visiting you in your dreams sometimes. Not trying to scare you, just giving you my opinion. I want to hear everyone else's opinions in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Bigfoot Sasquatch in Suburban New York. What? Dear Auntie Matrix, hi. I love that you've created a safe space for us to share our weird and hard to grasp stories. I've shared a few things in the comments, but the story I'm about to tell you, I've only spoken aloud with those who were present that day. Oh, I'm excited. Here goes. My longtime boyfriend, who died 2.5 years ago, I'm so sorry for your loss, was an avid geocacher. We spent a lot of our relationship trekking woods, parks, trails, all of rural New York for about a decade. One area we hadn't explored much was only 2 miles from where we lived, ironically, until finally Jack said there was a geocache near this local public golf course that he wanted to check out. On the particular day he decided to go, his teen son was in tow and I had an appointment. We decided I would drop them at the trailhead and come back to meet them after I was done. My appointment was so quick, I don't think I was gone a full 30 minutes, midweek in the afternoon. To give some imagery, this is a typical road leading out of a very, very small colonial-style New York village with one stoplight, but the road runs along I-90 and into a city center in a college town. It's pretty well populated already, and the wild area I'm speaking of is literally surrounded by civilization, so what I'm going to write next is still perplexing to me. With only the trailhead to park on this busy thoroughfare, I stooped and decided to walk a little way till I met up with my boyfriend and his son on the trail. I did not so much as turn the first soft bend when out of the left side of the woods shot a rabbit, and what followed it I can only describe as a Wookiee type being. It was massively tall. I'm 5'3", so basically everything is tall to me, but this appeared bigger than my 6-foot boyfriend. It was covered head to foot in thick hair or fur, and it swung its long arms as if it took long, smooth strides. I stopped, absolutely frozen. I was stunned. I still am just thinking about it, but I didn't want to attract its attention, and I felt like either it didn't know I was there or it was ignoring me. Either way, I wasn't going any further, and I was also suddenly concerned for my boyfriend and his son. This thing just kept a smooth, wide step across the path, across the trail, and into the other side of the woods and disappeared, so I quietly turned back and walked to the car. My anxiety was through the roof. I paced and shook the whole time I waited till I finally saw them coming around the bend towards me. I started jogging towards them and asked them if they were okay. My boyfriend was smiling and laughing as he was loaded his backpack and gear in the car, saying, "Yeah, why?" He saw I was upset, but I wasn't sure what to tell him. I didn't want him to think I was bananas. Before I could even say a word, he said they had seen survey markers and he wondered why, because it's basically a protected wetland inside a small park. My eyes must have been huge because he stopped and said again, "Are you okay?" I said I was, but I'd seen something strange earlier when I'd been on the trail. He seemed surprised I'd gone to the trail at all because the grass was very overgrown and it was cold that day. Not conditions I usually prefer. Anyway, I told him I saw this massive being cross the trail and described it to him. His eyes were huge anyway and clear blue that day. His expression was so serious, I thought maybe they'd seen it too, but no. What they saw while they were looking for the cache was a ton of animals take off from the area, and he said that there was a weird odor and then it got quiet and still. He said it was like somebody pressed pause on the woods and then suddenly it started up again. We discussed Bigfoot and such a bit and then forgot about it, I guess. How do you forget about it? Don't understand. Fast forward about 2 years. We're headed out for the day and decided to go down that road. We hadn't been that way in some time and he had a cache of his own on the thruway. There happens to be a stop there, and this road is the back entrance to the plaza. So, for even more context, the land I'm talking about is between the aforementioned golf course and this travel plaza and between major roads. The entire swath of woods is suddenly gone in a matter of weeks. Did that thing know? What was that thing doing there? Running off the other animals so they wouldn't die? Surveying the loss about to happen? I'm absolutely sure what I saw and what they felt was some kind of Sasquatch or Yeti. What else could it have been? I'm just gobsmacked to this day. I've tried to convince myself it was a shadow or something, but I can't unsee it. I don't know, my gut says whatever it was a man on a mission because he was full throttle on his feet, not missing a beat. My boyfriend is gone now and I've lost all contact with his son. I haven't mentioned it to anyone else for fear of looking batshit, lol. It still creeps into my thoughts from time to time though, and I wonder what exactly this was. I guess I'll never truly be able to know. Thanks for listening and being there for those of us who had these weird experiences in the Matrix. Much love and appreciation. Okay, friend, I don't really know much at all about Bigfoot or Sasquatch or Yetis because we don't normally come across them in our stories. This is, I think, maybe the third story that I've seen with one of these. But what else could it be? You're right. What else could it be? And what do you mean the woods were gone? Like, where did they go? Was there a fire or something? Like, what was in its place? Was it just fields? I'm so interested in this one, and I really don't have that many thoughts about it. Like, I don't have any ideas of, like, what it could be other than what you are saying. I want to hear everyone else's thoughts in the comments. Please let me know what you think. This is so interesting to me. Thank you so much for sharing this awesome story. This one is called Zapped into an Alternate Dimension. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love listening to you tell people's crazy stories and experiences. I have a pretty weird one for you. It's a tad long since multiple weird things happen. This happened sometime between 2011 and 2013. It was cold enough for there to be thick frost on my car window, so I'd say it was either late fall / early winter or late winter / early spring. I lived with my husband, then fiance, in a small college town in Southwest Virginia. I worked at Target and my specific job started at 6 a.m., so I'd leave the apartment around 5:40. It was a normal morning until I went outside to warm up my car to leave. We lived at the back of a large apartment complex which butted up to a cow pasture. My car was parked across from the building facing the pasture, so I had to walk across the parking lot to get it. As I was walking to the car, I noticed that the energy outside felt tense. I looked around for anyone else, thinking that maybe it was my instincts telling me someone was lurking around and there was danger. That wasn't something that typically happened, but my instincts have always been strong and right. I didn't see anyone or anything out of the ordinary, but I kept my guard up since it felt so weird. I unlocked the car, started it, and turned on the heat, closed the door, and went about scraping the frost off the window. I should mention that I always listen to the same radio show in the morning in the car, so that was on while I was scraping. I continued to feel this strong, tense energy behind me by the building, but I had to keep scraping to get to work. I kept my focus on that energy and my ears pricked for anything new. All of a sudden, I felt the biggest rush of adrenaline and staticky energy I have ever felt. I whipped around, completely sure someone was rushing at me, about to murder me, but nothing was there. I was so completely stunned, I felt like I had lightning coursing through my body. I looked all around for anything at all, but nothing. I looked back towards the pasture and I felt like I weirdly understood that the energy had moved through me and away in that direction of the pasture like a shock wave. I was shaking with adrenaline, quickly finishing scraping, and got into the car to leave. Trying to find any explanation of what just happened, I wondered if there had been a massive solar flare. Can solar flares do that? When I got in the car, the guys on the radio show were talking about how their broadcast just went down, but was now back up. Interesting. Maybe it was a solar flare. They went back to their usual shtick as I continued my drive, still totally stunned and my mind reeling to find any logical explanation at all. A few minutes later, the radio guys said that they were getting some texts from listeners saying that the radio had gone staticky and some people could hear a voice in the static. They agreed it was weird and moved the show along. As I pulled into work, I had calmed down a bit but was still feeling very weirded out and still trying to figure it all out. I clocked in, got my equipment, and started going through my tasks for the day. It was definitely hard to concentrate. I decided to start with some tasks in the media section at the back of the store. I noticed as I was walking through the store that the energy was off in here too. That early in the morning is when the trucks arrive with new inventory and the backroom team puts it all into the shelves. So there were something like 25 plus people pushing dollies, opening boxes, and stocking shelves. It's not all that quiet, but as I was walking towards and past where they were stocking, I noticed the sound was not right. It seemed somewhat muted, like there was a muffledness above me. Like the ceiling space above the aisles was blanketed in thick snow and the sound was just being absorbed by it. I tried my hardest to put it in the back of my mind and get on with my day. I made it back to the media section and decided to start my tasks in the book section, specifically children's books. This is where it gets even weirder, and I got even more confused. I was looking through all the books for any that were out of stock, and my eye caught one specific title. This book was called The Berenstain Bears, but I knew the book as The Berenstain Bears. I thought, did they change the name for some reason? I just stood there staring confused at that book, knowing full well that it had always been Berenstain. I had those books growing up and I often watched the cartoon of it. I had to keep going with my tasks and I moved on. The weirdness of the morning faded a bit as the day got busier and it ended up being pretty normal. This was by far the weirdest and most unexplainable thing that has ever happened to me. I think about it from time to time and I can still feel all the intense feelings and energies of that morning. You are the only person I've ever told this to and I'm happy to have finally shared it. Hold the frickin' phone. I got goosebumps when you said the Berenstain Bears, and I looked up immediately at what the year was that you said, and you said it happened between 2011 and 2013. And if you don't know, for anyone that doesn't know, in 2012, CERN turned on the Large Hadron Collider, and people think that we got thrown into another universe or into another dimension or into another timeline, because since then, there have been a lot of things like the Berenstain Bears that we call Mandela effects. And they are called Mandela effects because of Nelson Mandela, because many people, including me, remember him dying in prison in the 1980s, but apparently that didn't happen in this timeline. Also, I also remember the Berenstain Bear books, Berenstain being spelled Berenstein, Berenstain Bears, and now apparently it's the Berenstain Bears, Stain. I remember the first one. There are so many Mandela effects. I could go on about them forever. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Mandela effects and you will see all the crazy stuff that has changed since 2012. I'm wondering where you live in relation to the collider, and I'm wondering if you literally felt us being shot into another timeline. This is crazy. This is a crazy story. What a great story. I can't wait to hear what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing this story. This one is called Dream of the Future, or Was I Really There? Good afternoon, Auntie. Hi. I've been watching your videos since around Glitch in the Matrix Stories part 40 something and had to share this dream or whatever it was with you. OG Glitch, I love you. About 6 months ago, I had just settled down from a pretty normal day of working, coming home to the family dinner, etc. Usually my wife will go to bed around 7:30, 8 p.m. and I will put the kids to bed and stay up, night owl. I'll sometimes hop on some video games and just relax from the day's events. This day, however, I was pretty tired and passed out on the couch watching TV around 9:30 to 9:45 at the latest. What happened next still has me questioning things ever since. I vividly remember waking up from my couch around 5:30 in the morning in my living room and heading to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. Only something seemed off. The pictures my 4-year-old daughter draws for Mommy and I were no longer stuck to the fridge. I always look at them when I walk by. Always. I thought maybe my wife had simply moved them or maybe they were knocked off. I looked for a good 10 minutes and could not find them. I thought maybe I would look better after I wake up from a shower. As I walked down the hallway to our bathroom, I noticed the pictures of me, my wife, and kids are different. Not like crooked or slanted frames or anything. The kids are older. My 4-year-old, my 1-month-old, at the time, now 7 months, my 14-year-old, and my 10-year-old all looked to be about 20 years older. My wife and I had also aged 20 years with more gray in our hair than normal and wrinkles on our faces to match. There were new pictures of my 4-year-old, now looking 20 years older, with 2 kids of her own and a husband. Pictures with those kids sitting in my lap and me reading to them. The hairs on my arms and back of my neck started to stand, and I had this overwhelming feeling come over me. I quickly ran to the bathroom to look at myself in the mirror. To my shock, I was indeed 20 years older. I'm 36 now, so I looked to be around 56 or 57. It was right then that a flood of memories of my kids growing up, birthday parties, graduations, relationships they had, heartbreaks that came rushing into my head. The memory of the picture with my grandkids whose names I remembered, Beckett and Penelope, sitting on my lap and me reading to them. I remembered the story that we read. I remembered the wedding my daughter had. I remembered my 14-year-old flying off to college in Boston. My 10-year-old son breaking his arm during his high school football game, taking him to get the cast off, him moving out. I had memories from all of this and I started to cry. Had this all happened and I somehow woke up missing this? I even had a thought of, do I have dementia and is this what it's like? I was scared. I was sad. I was happy. I went to my bedroom where my wife was still sleeping and I woke her. She said, "Did you pass out on the couch again, babe?" I told her what I had just experienced. She looked concerned and gave me a warm, calming hug. This isn't even the craziest part of the story. Auntie, I spent what seemed like a year in that dream. From that morning when I woke up, I had days, weeks, months with my family and friends. I had seconds, minutes, and hours with the ones I loved. I had new memories that we made together. Going on a family vacation to Washington where my sister and her family live, taking time off for being sick, watching football games, baseball games on TV with my favorite sports teams. I had all these new memories. I was convinced that something had simply happened to me and there was no explanation as to why I somehow forgot for that brief moment. One night in my future, as I've come to call it when retelling the story, I had just finished dinner with my wife. We had ordered some takeout Chinese food and watched a movie together. We both got ready for bed and gave each other a kiss goodnight. When I woke up, you can guess it. I was back on the couch. My TV was on. I looked around before I fully woke up and looked at my phone. It was 2:00 in the morning. I had fallen asleep for about 4.5 hours. I ran to the kitchen and saw the drawings hanging on the fridge. The pictures in the hallway were back to normal. My kids were home sleeping in their rooms. I ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror and I was 36 again. I was sad, but I was happy. I cried. I still have those memories that I made for that whole year, as well as the memories of the 20 years that came before them. I have no idea what happened or how, but I still always check to see if the drawings are on the fridge. Oh my God, wow. There are so many people that have lived other lives in dreams, but the weird part about this one is that you lived your life in your dream, but just your life like 20 years in the future. I have goosebumps, by the way. Ooh. This was definitely not a regular dream. It wasn't just a dream. 100% not. I'm going to say either one, it was you in the future. Like you somehow got like a 1-year premonition of the future and what's going to happen. Or two, you literally lived in a very close alternate timeline. Like you went into there and you stayed there and you lived there for the whole year before you came back here, because that happens to people. I don't know why, but it has happened to people. That is something that has happened. I'm going to say you're going to figure out which one it is as you live your life, because if you remember all of the things that happened in those 20 years, if it was just you seeing the future, those things should start to happen in your timeline. So I would pay attention to that to see if the things that you dreamt are happening. And if they're not, I'm going to say maybe you went into an alternate, very close timeline or dimension and you lived there for a whole year, which I can't even imagine. I can understand why you would be sad and you would be happy. This is so, so crazy. I would love to hear everybody's thoughts in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Glitchy Glitchy. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I have a not so quick little story about my glitch in the Matrix. My house is old, so it's not well insulated, and before my mom moved out of the house that I'm currently living in, she turned off the central heat and AC. During the winter months, my grandfather will get me space heaters for one room in my house that tends to stay super chilly, and then I have a few extras that I have spread out in the living room and in the kitchen just to turn on to warm my feet. So my grandfather got me a really small, hyper tough black heater with one dial missing that he stopped using for his work office. It works great and I tote it around through the house almost everywhere I go because it works so well and super fast. I'm getting ready to take a shower in my bathroom and I'm going to get the heater because it tends to get super cold in my bathroom, and I go upstairs to the place where I normally leave it in the corner with another heater and some boxes I'm used for packing. I go up to the living room to get the heater and I got a little distracted and ended up standing in the kitchen for a while, right at the sink. So I'm standing at the sink for a hot minute and then I realized what I came upstairs for, so I go into the living room to grab the heater. The heater isn't there, which isn't weird because I tend to leave things where I get done using them. It wasn't weird to have used it somewhere else and then forgotten that I put it there. So I go back downstairs because that's the only other room in my house, trying to see if I had already used it to heat up my bedroom or if I had already put it in the bathroom because my memory is really that bad. It's not downstairs. So I go back upstairs, really started looking around, and then I hear something. The little black hyper-tough heater is plugged in my power strip above my sink and running on high. Running on high. So much so that the plug itself and the floor are super, super hot. Now keep in mind where this heater is plugged in. I would have felt it when I was standing at the sink. I would have heard it. I would have felt it, or I would have seen it, because the kitchen sink is the first thing you see when you walk into my kitchen door frame. So freaking out a little bit, I unplug it and I go downstairs to finish my shower. Still thinking about how could I have possibly looked past this thing and not hear it running full blast, I go back upstairs after my shower to call my mom about how bad my memory is and how bad my spatial awareness is. She knows, LOL. And as soon as I go upstairs, I see that black, hyper tough heater in the corner where I thought I had left it in the first place. So now I'm really thinking I'm going crazy because I know I took that heater down there to take a shower with me. It's still there, but now there is a heater in my living room. Black, hyper tough, missing a dial. Before I panic, I call my grandfather and I ask him if he accidentally grabbed me too, or if he knew that Mama had one before she moved out. He said she didn't have one that he knew of and he only got me the one. I sent him a picture of the one in my living room and asked him if this was it, and he said yes. Then I took a picture of the one in my bathroom and he said yes. I told him that those were two separate heaters and he didn't believe me. They have the same scuff on the handle and the exact same dial is missing. Dial that is on there is in the exact same spot, so this thing would be running full blast if it were plugged in. Once again, I call my mom panicking because now I know I'm going crazy, and she tells me that she'll just take the extra heater I found because she needs one for her carport anyway. I told her I just wanted to get it out of my house. So I gave it to my mom and she goes on a little trip, and when she gets home, she texts me that she's using the heater and how well it's working. And the moment I sent the "oh good" text, the heater I have powers off immediately as I pressed send. And now this thing doesn't work. I've tried every plug-in at my house and I've tried extension cords. This heater will not turn on. So I rang my mom because I was honestly having a laugh at this point. This is all just crazy. And I'm telling you, as soon as she answers the phone, she says, "Damn, Caitlin, you gave me the shit heater. It just cut off on me." I didn't even have it in me to tell her that's exactly why I was calling her. So now we both have two copies of the exact same heater and neither of them are functional, and they both went unfunctional at the same moment. Anyway, LOL, that's my story. Love you, girl. Love you too, friends. Oh my God, this was a crazy one. Definitely a glitch in the matrix. I feel like your timelines definitely overlapped with another really close timeline, and that heater was from another timeline and popped up in your kitchen because I guess that you in the other timeline was using the heater in the kitchen, and then you have the two exact same heaters, and that's why they died at the exact same time, because it's the exact same heater just from another timeline. I love stories like this, like so crazy. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Friendly Ghostly Roommate. Hi, Auntie. Hi. I love watching, listening, experiencing all the stories that you read. I have had several paranormal experiences throughout my life, starting when I was a toddler. But today's story is about where I currently live. About a year after moving in, I was asleep on the couch in the living room. I woke up and continued to lay on the couch with my eyes closed, talking myself into getting up and going to bed. Sometimes I lose that argument and fall back asleep. But this one night, while arguing with myself, I felt a hand brush the hair back from my face. I smiled, thinking it was my daughter, who was about 9 or 10 at the time, and opened my eyes to find no one there. After first being a little creeped out by it, I thought it was actually kind of a sweet thing and wasn't really that bothered by it. Fast forward about 2 years, and my daughter was sleeping over at a friend's house. I was asleep in my own bed. It was just me and my daughter that lived there, at least actually living here. So it's just me in my big old bed. I woke up and was planning to get up and use the bathroom when I felt someone get off the other side of the bed, like someone was sitting there while I was sleeping, and now that I woke, they were leaving. I bolted up and turned around, and of course, no one there. Okay, time to establish ground rules. I sat up and said, "Look, I'm fine with you being here, but no bedrooms, no bathrooms, no closets. You can be anywhere else in the house, but I don't want to be uncomfortable in my own home." There have been no other personal boundary incidents since then, but on occasion, other things will happen, and they're actually good things. In the winter, I put a pot of water on the stove under a low flame to put humidity into the house, no humidifier on the furnace, and sometimes I forget the pan is on the stove. Suddenly, there will be knocks coming from my kitchen. I tend to ignore the first couple of knocks, but then they get louder and more obnoxious, so I'll get up and walk into the kitchen and say, What is it? And I'll notice that the pan is about to burn up the last little bit of water, or I'll notice that I left the fridge cracked open, Or I'll notice that the window is open and it's starting to rain in. It's always to get my attention to fix or prevent some problem about to occur. My daughter no longer lives here, but she has said that she would see a shadow figure sometimes dart back around the corner after she'd turned to look, but I have never seen that figure. She has also said that there were times when she was in her bed and she would look towards the door. We always leave our bedroom doors open, and she said that she would saw a shadow figure standing in the doorway, but it would never enter her room. She thinks because I made the no bedrooms announcement. Yes. I don't know who this is that resides here with me, but I'm really fine with and appreciative of my ghostly roommate. Thanks for reading, Auntie. Okay, so that's the kind of ghost I would totally be cool with hanging out with me in my house. I'm proud of you for using your words. Your words are powerful. Friends, always use your words. I'm glad that the ghost listened, and it does seem to be a very helpful ghost. It's just trying to help you out. Does anyone else have a helpful ghost that they have in their house? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called What Happened to My Best Friend. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Boy, do I have a crazy long story for you. I have watched all your content and I absolutely love that I won't be judged because I have been for years. We believe you. That is our motto in this community. From the time I remember to the age of 10, I remember having a best friend named Shelby. I played with her every day, slept over every time we could. We even have been places together. The only difference is that she went to a different school than me, but we lived super close. Well, my great-grandmother passed away sometime in the summer when I was 10. I told Shelby when I get back, we will play and have a sleepover, and she even lent me her favorite sweater. We went to New Mexico for the funeral, and I live in Utah, so it wasn't too far. The night before we were coming back, I talked to my mom about having a sleepover with Shelby, and she even said it was fine. Heading home the next morning, she never brought it up, but I kept thinking about what kind of fun stuff to do. When I got home, I unpacked and showered and told my mom I was going over there. My mom quickly stopped me and asked me, "Who is Shelby?" I looked at my mom and said, "My best friend, of course." My mom gave me the most confused look ever, and she said, "I don't know anyone named Shelby." I looked at her confused and I said, "You told me I could go over there when we got back yesterday." She kind of got upset and said, "I don't know who you're talking about. I need to meet her parents first." I was so confused and didn't know what was going on. I finally got on my bike and told my mom I'm going to the park and I'll be back. I rode my bike all the way over to Shelby's thinking my mom was playing a joke on me or something. Well, it was weird and eerie. When I got over to Shelby's house, it was an off feeling. I ended up knocking on the door despite my weird feeling. Shelby's mom came to the door and she was 100% different from when I saw her 5 days ago. I told her I'm finally back and asked her if Shelby can play and have a sleepover. She looked at me with this confused look and asked me who Shelby was. At this point, I was very upset about the whole situation. I kind of freaked out in a desperate panic, asked, "Why is everyone trying to keep us apart?" She invited me in the house. I knew this lady very well, so I wasn't scared of going inside. She asked me my name and why I thought Shelby lived there. I told her that Shelby lives in this house and has since I remember. I was only gone for 5 days. What happened to her? Shelby's mom explained to me that she doesn't have any kids. I tried to make up an excuse so I could go to her room, so I told her that I needed to use the bathroom. So I went upstairs and I peeked into what I knew was Shelby's room before I left. The only thing in this room was a storage room full of boxes and a treadmill. I started to head back to the front room and started looking at the pictures on the wall, and none of them had Shelby. Shelby's mom asked me for my mom's number so that she could call my mom. I told her that I remember her and my mom talking on the phone before. How does she not have it anymore? Confused and upset, not sure what was going on, I went home. I remember I took a bunch of pictures with Shelby on different holidays. I went through my mom's photo album and the pictures were in there, but Shelby wasn't in any of them. I remember a time I got in a rollerblading accident and Shelby went and got my mom. I still have the scars from the accident. I asked my mom who came and got her when I got in the accident, and she said someone found me and called her. There is no way I remember everything we have been through. I even still have her sweater that she left me. I still don't know what happened, and I know I'm not crazy. 20 years later, I'm still at a loss and don't know what happened to my best friend. I remember asking my mom for weeks straight what happened, and my mom was getting frustrated because she didn't know what I was talking about. She kept saying it was my imaginary friend. It definitely wasn't. I know she was there 1 minute and the next she wasn't. What happened to my friend? Did I skip timelines or what? I'm still freaking out 20 years later, and now I always worry about people disappearing in my life because of the whole situation. Please tell me I'm not crazy. Thank you for reading my very long story. You are not crazy, and we believe you. I would say that Shelby was your imaginary friend, and a lot of the times imaginary friend means spirit friend. However, if like the parents talked and you had been at the house a bunch and like you knew all the things, like that couldn't be it. Like you even went to go up to her room that you've seen before and there was nothing in that room and the neighbor didn't know you now. So it cannot be that you had an imaginary friend. You had a ghost, a spirit imaginary friend. You had to have switched timelines. I don't know why you switched, but it seems like you definitely switched timelines. Is there anything else that is different in this current timeline that you are now in? Did you notice anything else different, or was it just the presence of Shelby, your relationship and her relationship with your mom and that whole situation? Is that the only thing that's different, or is there anything else that you've ever noticed different? It must be an extremely similar timeline if you still have the sweater and if you still have the scars from the accident. Did you ever ask your mom, where did I get this sweater then? Because Shelby gave it to me. That's a question that I have. I would love to hear everybody else's thoughts in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm a big fan of your Glitch in the Matrix stories. I binge watch all of them. LOL. They make me so happy that a lot of us with weird experiences are not alone. Warning, these stories are long. LOL. I just want to share the first story because it's very fresh, like it happened last night fresh, and another one. So the current date is April 14th, 2024. So background, I'm an Indigenous woman. Apart from the Sioux Nation, I will not specify which tribe, and I'm not sure if you know a lot about Indigenous cultures or stories or not, but many Indigenous tribes have stories about star relatives / star people, especially my tribe and my husband's tribe. He's Pueblo from New Mexico. His tribe / nation are descendants of the Anasazi, which are an ancient and advanced civilization that just disappeared out of nowhere about 1,000 years ago, leaving nothing behind. I think they left a few people or groups behind to repopulate, otherwise how would my husband and his tribe / nation be descendants of them? LOL. There's a theory that they were working with an alien civilization and that the alien civilization took them. Not sure if that's true, but it makes sense, especially about the Pueblo's creation story about the first world where they came out of the water being slimy, having tails, and had webbing on their hands, feet, and possibly scales. Because of this, Pueblos can't eat amphibians / reptiles because they are their relatives. After they came out of the water, they cut off their webbing of their feet and hands and removed the slime. Anyways, I think the Anasazi might have been part alien and the Pueblos have alien DNA? Not sure, but it makes a lot of sense, especially when there's so many weird UFO sightings in New Mexico, which is odd and also kind of proves the theory is correct. Also, my husband's grandmother used to work on the tribal council, and she said in some of their private meetings that they did discuss UFOs and aliens. Why? She acted like she wasn't supposed to say anything about it and was whispering. Anyways, back to my story. Story number 1 happened last night. Around 1:30 a.m., I woke up because of bad cramping and I went to go use the bathroom because I had to, and then I went back to bed to go to sleep. I couldn't, obviously, tossing and turning. I decided to go on my phone for 10 to 20 minutes before I tried to go back to sleep. I was trying to doze off, which all of a sudden I see a white orb near my dresser drawers. I felt paralyzed and I also felt that something was outside and I heard a humming, buzzing, or a whooshing noise. I got scared because I knew I was going to get abducted and I wanted to fall asleep before they get me, so I kept my eyes closed, focusing on trying to fall asleep. I took slow breaths for myself to calm down. I swear I felt like I was physically leaving my bed and going who knows where. I was trying to completely ignore it and I was pretending to be asleep and focusing on trying to actually fall asleep. So while I was trying to fall asleep, I saw a doorknob and decided to tell myself, okay, you see that doorknob? Twist it to the left to right, and I saw like colors radiating off of it, like it was outlining my hand and the doorknob, and it was going from radiating black and white to rainbow colors. After I kept twisting the doorknob, I knew 100% I fell asleep. In my dream, I was in third person or out of my body. I saw these doctors, fully covered, like they were about to perform surgery. They have masks on, a hairnet, and blue scrubs or something. At first, all I hear was screaming. I couldn't see everything except like 2 to 3 doctors. My spirit or something, I was floating, was slowly moving from right to left, slowly but surely seeing everything that was happening. I saw that whoever they were, they took my husband and I. They were electrocuting or shocking us. I think I understood what was going on. They were testing our pain receptors, which was why they were shocking us or electrocuting us. Anyways, they were talking amongst each other and I think one laughed or chuckled, which pissed me off like a lot. I was furious and I decided that I wasn't going to tolerate any BS and not feel helpless. So I somehow got full control of my body and like changed. I grew bigger than what I normally am, removed all the cords that were attached to me, and I started attacking each and every doctor and destroying them, if you know what I mean. I think I removed all of them. I bursted out through the one and only door, trying to figure out where I was. Now, after I went out of the door, this is where the dream gets off topic, but I knew I wanted to wake up and was fighting to wake up. Once I finally did, I checked the time and it was around 3:15 a.m. I woke my husband up and told him everything and decided to check my body for anything, and the only thing weird was the back of my head was swollen, like super squishy and puffy. I told my husband to feel it and I'll check on it later in the day when we wake up since I wanted to go back to sleep. I decided to turn on a nightlight, LOL, good idea. Later on in the day, I did check the back of my head and it was no longer swollen. There's no reason for it to be swollen. I never hit my head or anything. I'm not sure why or what they abducted me for. I don't remember anything except when they were about to and in the process of abducting me. I'm thinking of getting a hypnosis session to find out more details on everything. Maybe my memory got wiped, just like how all these other alien abduction stories talk about. Okay, so the humming and the buzzing immediately to me felt like you were astral projecting and not like you were getting abducted. Like it felt like you were, because you said you felt like you were leaving your body as well and like you were in spirit and you were scanning the room. But I don't know if maybe you astral projected out of your body as like a defense mechanism because you were getting abducted. Does that make sense? And you were in astral form seeing what was happening to you and your husband. I don't know why your head was swollen though. That's really, really weird. I wonder if it had to do with the electrocution. I'm honestly not sure. This was really, really crazy. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let's read their second story. Hold on. Story number 2. This happened last year around August or October of 2023, I think. So I've always gone sleep paralysis my entire life. The typical one where there's an evil entity attacking you and all that. Usually when this happens and I'm paralyzed, I feel the negative/evil energy. Also, I can sometimes open my eyes for a quick second, but I see nothing except my room. The reason why I'm saying this is because in the previous story and in this story, this paralysis was completely different. I didn't feel that negative/evil energy and I don't feel like I'm unsafe, not sure why. But anyways, same thing. I was trying to doze off and all of a sudden I got paralysis. I knew it wasn't the normal paralysis I get because I didn't feel unsafe or feel like evil/negative energy and was questioning why. I opened my eyes and saw a super white/bright light and nothing else. I only opened my eyes for about 1 millisecond and in my mind I was like, oh hell no, I'm gonna keep my eyes closed, and I felt like I was on this metal table thingy. At this moment I was out of my body and I saw these 3 to 4 beings I've never seen before in my life. They were very tall and skinny and had elongated heads. They did not look like the Greys, they looked completely different, possibly Arcturians? Not too sure though. Anyways, they had all these wires near me and a screen or something. One of them stabbed a long needle in the back of my head and into my brain. It hurt like hell, like I felt it to the point where my body was twitching. Like if I wasn't paralyzed, I would have definitely reacted, grabbed the needle and removed it. But obviously I couldn't do that and I could just feel the pain and do nothing. Once the needle hit my brain, it felt like I saw all of my memories flash before my eyes. Like, you know when someone is close to death, their life flashes before their eyes? That's what happened, and it seemed like my memories or whatever was on that screen, it looked like they were trying to look for something, like they were looking through my memories. Anyways, after that I was trying to make myself become unparalyzed or open my eyes, and once I finally did, I opened my eyes and sat up. I was in my bed and my immediate reaction was to feel the back of my head, and guess what? There was a sore bump exactly where the needle was. I was freaking out and woke up my husband and told him. Both of these instances rubbed me the wrong way, like, what are you trying to find? Why me? Etc., etc. Okay, so maybe that is why your head was swollen the second time, because it had to do with your head again. Maybe they had that in your head again, because you did say there were wires attached to you and stuff in the first story as well. Also, another thing. So I've been having these weird dreams about the same being for 7 years. This being is reptilian, I think, with scaly white skin and vibrant turquoise eyes. He is very big, but I can't remember what his face looks like. My last dream I had of him was around June/August of last year. He introduced me to another being that looked similar to him, slightly shorter and having brown skin and golden eyes. For some reason, I have this eerie gut feeling that those beings from story number 2 were looking through my memories to see if I know/have anything about whatever that scaly white reptilian being is, but I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I plan to get a hypnosis session to find out the truth and keep you updated if you want. Yes, we want. Also, I'll keep you updated if I have any strange encounters again. Love you, Auntie Matrix. I hope my story gets to you soon, and hopefully I can find people who have weird experiences like me. Okay, that is a very interesting theory that those other aliens were probing you for information about the reptilians that you think you've been seeing in your dreams for 7 years. This is all like super freaking crazy. I cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say in the comments. Have you had any experiences like this? Can you resonate with this person? Do you have any ideas on what's going on here? Please let us know. And thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called, Did My Mom's Reality Shift in 2007? New Mom? Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I was born in 1993. My mother was born in the early 70s. My childhood was very erratic until the summer between the school years of 6th and 7th grade. I appreciate the year I started school because it helps me keep track of time despite the randomness of my childhood. In 2001, I was in the 1st grade. So between 2006 and 2007 was the summer when elementary school and junior high school began. My mother had been incarcerated, jail and prison off and on until right before I ended elementary school and started junior high school in 2007. During the summer, we moved into our first little home together. It was a studio built in the back of someone's garage, one large room and one large bathroom. Our one room consisted of half and half tile and rug floor. On the tile floor side was a countertop to place our 2-burner electric stove with a sink and a refrigerator. The other half was a rug floor to place our TV and lay our blankets on the floor for sleeping. This was our first home and, from what I can remember, my mom's first job as well. I was given my first set of chores and an allowance of $5 per week. It was summer break. One day my mom left work at 7 a.m. I got up around 10 a.m. to fold the blankets, vacuum, sweep, mop, do dishes, and make myself brunch, sausage, and eggs. I felt so grown up cleaning and cooking for the first time on my own. My mother came home for lunch around 12, stayed for about 30 minutes, and then left and went back to work. I didn't expect her to be back home until after 4 p.m. That day, though, close to 1 p.m., she walked back into our studio in a daze. She sat down on our rug floor for a while. At this point in time, I can't remember having a close relationship with my mother whatsoever / at all, so I let her have her space and waited for her to say something while I watched shows in our Comcast on-demand sections. Xfinity, it would be called today. After 20 minutes of her thinking to herself, she started talking about why she came back home. Apparently, on her way back to work, she was passing a busy intersection in the middle of town. She had a green light, and as she was passing through, a red car hit her car, sending our little 2-seater rolling. She said our car rolled and hit a fire hydrant. I knew the intersection and the fire hydrant she was talking about immediately. She told me the fire hydrant went through our windshield and into her face. She described the feeling of the fire hydrant smashing the bones in her face and her teeth being crushed into her skull. She said she blacked out and then came to all of a sudden. She was driving again, 1 block before that intersection. She could see the intersection. She could remember the moment of impact. Immediately, she pulled over. She told me she watched that same red car speed through a red light, her green light. If she had not pulled over, that red car would have crashed into our little car, sending it rolling right into the fire hydrant on that same street sidewalk. In disbelief and confusion, she drove herself back home. Ooh, I have chills. At this moment, our relationship completely shifted. Until then, I felt like an outsider to her life. I just felt like an accessory to her reality. She would acknowledge me once in a while, every couple of years until I was a teenager. However, after that moment, she was my true and loving mother. I became the center of her world, and she became the center of mine. She never got into trouble again, never went back to jail or prison. She worked and reconstructed our reality into a stable one, unconventional at times, but stable. And she did her best for me physically and emotionally from that point on. To this day, she has stayed my biggest cheerleader and inspiration. I brought into this world a grandchild for her, and still she will stand up for me even to her toddler grandchild. She told me there is no love compared to a grandmother and her grandchild. It's different, not comparable to a mother and her child, yet if my toddler yells at me or hits me in her presence, she immediately jumps to defend me. That is my baby. You do not hurt my baby. Your mama is my baby, and you must not hurt her. I love her more than anything in the universe. I do not miss who she was before that day. I have a soft spot for the child that I was before her shift. It was a very interesting, fun, erratic, and traumatizing childhood void of love and compassion. How can you have fun without love and compassion? Cousins, playing, Vegas, amusement parks, water parks, buffets, fast food, holidays, movie theaters, her ex-husband's mistresses, children, aka my little besties. I remember a lot of fun, but I do not remember love or compassion or attention. Children are very resilient. They're tough little suckers. I'm grateful I didn't have to be resilient in my teens and into adulthood. She's a God-fearing woman, and she tries to deny that memory if I bring it up. But she can never deny the memory of the feeling of her teeth being crushed into her skull, and I know it frightens her. It makes her contemplate her God-given reality for a few seconds before she shakes it off, pretending that it didn't happen. But I remember the time before she was my mom, and I'll let her have her peace because she saved me that day. I love my mom. Okay, one of a few things, right? Either number one, your mom had a premonition, like a very vivid premonition, and didn't actually get into the accident. Number two, she did get in the accident and she did die. It's quantum immortality. She hopped into a very similar timeline in which she was able to avoid the accident a few minutes before. In the second theory, it could be a different version from your mom, like a slightly different version of your mom than you had in your reality. Maybe that explains the change. Or in the first theory, maybe having the premonition or even like remembering experiencing that, maybe that just changed her entire view and it was just a huge wake-up call moment. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. It could have been either of those things or something completely different. What do you guys think happens? Let us know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing that story. That was an amazing story and I'm so glad that you guys have such an amazing relationship now. This one is called Time Glitch in the Woods. Hey, Auntie and fellow glitches. Hi. So the story takes place when I was around 9 to 10. We were living in a trailer home that sat on a cleared spot in some woods. You could see the road and everything, but the surroundings were nothing but wood/trees. Standing on the front porch, if you looked left, there was maybe 50 foot of woods between our yard and the next. Then if you look to the right, there was an acre plus of heavily wooded land between our yard and the neighboring hayfield that continues around the back of the property. Plenty of wooded area for us kids to get into and play, but still small enough to stay safe, right? We will see. Now that I've painted the picture, let's get to the story. Reminder, I was maybe 9 to 10 years old. I had my friend, who we will call T, over to stay the weekend at my house. We loved being outside, and of course my mom didn't fight us because that meant that she had some quiet time. It was a safe neighborhood, very rural and quiet. We knew all the neighbors. That day we decided to venture into the woods and act like explorers. We started out going to the left side of the yard, but quickly realized it wasn't dense enough to actually spark our imagination. We could still see our front porch clear as day, and not to mention now we were kind of in our neighbor's yard, so we decided to try the right side of the yard. When we first entered into the trees, it was like the spot that we went to was meant for us. I don't know how to explain it, but thinking about it now, it was like a little opening for a hobbit or something. We walked right into it and instantly T said, "Oh wow, it's like a tree igloo in here." I didn't understand what she meant until I was able to look up and see that we were standing in literally a dome made of vines and tree limbs. It was perfectly rounded. The center of the trees under it had no other vegetation growing, just fallen leaves and a few mushrooms. It felt very odd being in there, like we were being watched and pressured to leave. I told T that it was cool and all, but that wasn't where I wanted our adventures to end. I knew there had to be more things in these woods, so we continued. After exiting that viney igloo, we followed this small four-wheeler trail that I assumed my dad had left from riding there before. It felt like we walked miles, and you know what? Even more miles. Seriously, it felt like we were gone all day. T and I even made the comments that we probably needed to hurry home because it was probably past dinner time. This was before I was allowed to have a phone, so we were just winging it out there with the time. In our adventures, we found an abandoned car with tons of empty, unlabeled bottles and beer bottles. We found weird shapes and fixtures made out of sticks, leaves, and rope, and unfortunately, even found a dead animal's skeleton. We laid flowers for it. All the while of us adventuring in the woods, we never once heard sounds of cars passing on the road. We never heard my dogs barking or my mom calling for us. So she claims. She called us for 20 minutes from the porch. It was honestly kind of spooky. But anyways, like I said, we realized we had been gone for a while, so we needed to get back home. We decided to turn around and try to follow the four-wheeler trail back to an exit. Obviously, it has to exit somewhere if my dad rode in here to make them. We followed them for, again, what felt like forever. I think the sun had even started going down at this point. The mosquitoes weren't out, though, so I could be wrong. But also, how weird to be in the woods and not even get bit by a mosquito. The trail seemed to go on with honestly no end in sight. It made no sense, so I finally told T, "Hey, I don't think we're going the right way. Maybe we should try hollering for my mom and see if we can hear her holler back." So that's what we did. We both just started hollering and screaming, "Mom! Mom, we're lost. Can you holler back? Mom!" But we never heard an answer back. We started freaking out, thinking that we were actually lost. I also couldn't stop thinking about the fact that I was probably going to be in trouble because I honestly knew better than to venture too far. We finally found another trail that had our footprints in it, so we decided to follow it, assuming it would lead us back to the vine igloo. Instead, it led us to the edge of the road by the pasture, which, remind you, we didn't enter there. We entered from my yard, so why are both of our footsteps there? We never even seen that opening, or we would have taken it. Our footsteps led us all the way out until we finally found the road, so we started running for our lives back to my house. We get inside and I'm crying and freaking out, thinking my mom had done called the cops and sent a search party, the whole 9 yards. But instead of finding a freaked out mom, my mom says, "Caitlin, why are you freaking out? What happened?" And I said, Mom, we've been lost all day in the woods. We walked forever and we couldn't find a way out. We even tried hollering for you and we couldn't hear you holler back. We were so scared. She just looked at me kind of blankly, not being a bad mom, but I'm kind of dramatic, so sometimes she has to give me a minute to chill out and rationalize things first, LOL. She said, Caitlin, y'all have only been gone around an hour, 2 tops. It's just past lunchtime, so yeah, y'all should probably just stay in for the day. I had to explain to her that we literally walked 4 hours. I mean, I had blisters on my feet, so I knew that we walked quite a bit. We watched the sun start to go down. We were certain it was time for dinner. There was no way we did all of that in only 2 hours. The sun didn't go down and magically come back out. I understand we were in the woods, so it was darker, but I mean, we almost didn't have skylight to see towards the end before we found the road. T backed me up 100%. She was just as freaked out as me. She had the exact same story as mine and even asked to go home after that. I told my mom about the igloo, the car, the trails, and everything. She didn't seem to be freaked out by it, but we sure were. We just went on about our day after that. Now that I'm older and know more, could that vine igloo have been a portal of some sort? Did us going through there make us experience time differently in those woods? Why was time back to normal when we came out? Why were our footprints on a trail that we didn't walk? I honestly have more questions than I do answers, but nonetheless, it was an interesting experience. I hope everyone enjoyed. If anyone has any answers, please help. Okay, so it could have been a portal and you could have been experiencing time differently. Also, when you said that it was like a little vine igloo and it was like a little place meant for you, but you felt like you shouldn't have been there at the same time, that kind of said to me maybe it was a fae trap. Although I have very limited knowledge on the fae and fae traps, so if you go into a fae trap like that, where do you go? What happens? Because they didn't say that they saw anybody, heard anybody, any weird beings, like no weird happenings. They were just lost in some weird spot. And then they came back and their footprints were leading to a different entrance or different exit, which is like really, really weird. My question is also, did you ever go back and see that tree igloo again, that vine igloo again, or was that not there? Because I wonder if your footprints were actually the way that you really did walk, but you weren't seeing that. You were seeing like the fae trap, or you were seeing the weird portal. Do you know what I mean? I'm honestly really not sure. This is like a really cool story though. I can't wait to hear everybody's thoughts in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Spirit Guide Angel Encounters. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thank you so much for telling our stories. I'm a huge fan. My name is Catherine. I'm a huge believer in angels and spirit guides. I've had several encounters, but could vividly remember 2 of them. My first encounter was when I was about 13 years old. I was a huge fan of the singer Selena, and that was when she had just passed away. I was so devastated because she was set to perform in my hometown and I was going to finally get the chance to meet her VIP, and then she suddenly passed away. My heart was literally torn apart. She was my role model. One night I had a vivid dream with 3 angel beings. I remember them dressed in white and glowy and just beautiful. I remembered them speaking to me telepathically. For some reason I asked how it was in heaven and they told me it was beautiful and that I would be there, but I had to wait. I then asked if Selena the singer was there and they said yes, and they told me, don't worry, you'll be with her soon. I was confused. I then began crying and they handed me a baby that was white complexion and dark hair and blue eyes. They told me I would be with her soon and that I had to be good to her and love her. I woke up crying so much. Come to show, 3 years later, I had a baby girl and she has dark hair, white complexion, and blue eyes. I guess they were telling me I would be with my Selena soon. Oh, I love that they showed you your baby before you had her. Second encounter was I had neck surgery, and one night I was in bed and the weather got really bad and my car was outside of my garage, so I hurried out to move it inside. Yes, with the surgery and all, I was in such a hurry that when I opened my car door, I accidentally hit the side of my head. My husband was working, so I was the only one able to move the car. Anyway, I put my car inside my garage and I went to bed. I began feeling a headache and I started hurting really bad. I began getting scared just having surgery that day. So as I lay down, my head and neck were throbbing so bad it knocked me out. After a while, somehow, I woke up and over my bed, the AC vent was right over me. I saw white little sparks coming in and out from there. I know for a fact I wasn't dreaming and these were bright lights coming down onto me. I could just see them moving onto me and up onto the vent. I could just see them moving onto me and then up into the vent. After that, my pain just went away, just like that. This pain was so intense, I almost had to go to the hospital where for some reason the pain was gone. After that encounter, I see these little sparks sometimes when I feel pain or when I feel sad. I believe these are my spirit guides assisting me and my family because now my kids are seeing them as well. Thank you, Auntie, for taking the time to read my stories. I can definitely say angels are real and spirit guides are here to assist us when we are in need. We just need to open up to them. That is really, really cool. I've never heard of that. Like the light sparks coming like onto you and healing. Someone was definitely helping you. Absolutely helping you out. That's really, really cool. Has anyone else experienced that in particular? Let us know in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Shadow People in My Auntie's Apartment. Hi, Auntie. Hi. This is the long one. Woo! I love watching your videos while cooking, amongst other creepy videos. I've been a long-term lurker to many formats of creepy content, and recently I heard a story about a hybrid creature on your TikTok, which reminded me of my aunt's apartment in Oregon. I thought I'd share my stories. Each one of them are fairly short, so I'll give you a little context. I'm also a terrible storyteller, so please forgive me, LOL. My childhood was very turbulent, and my Auntie Candy took care of my sister and I for a large chunk of my life. As a child, I was very aware of energies and, I think, spirits. The first time I remember seeing or feeling anything was in Candy's hallway. It was kind of T-shaped, with the bathroom and a closet at the top of the T and 2 bedrooms across the T, if that makes sense. I was at the end of the T playing hide and seek with my sister. She had run back into the left side bedroom as I turned around from counting. Straight ahead of me were 2 smaller shaped all black children that ran into the right side bedrooms. I didn't feel anything beforehand, but I remember hearing laughter that wasn't my sister or my auntie. I was scared, not of the shadow children, but of the unknown. What do you mean you weren't scared of the shadow children? Chill. My next memory was of my sister and I playing some kind of game in my auntie's bedroom closet. She had a lot of cool stuff in there. It was one of those closets with the sliding doors. I was on the right side and my sister was on the left with the doors open, just a couple of inches on each side, the doors kind of in the middle. It was dark and I think we had flashlights or something to cast a bit of light within. My sister had left for some reason, leaving me alone in the closet in my aunt's bedroom. I had my head down looking at something in my hands when I heard a noise. It's been like 15 years, so I can't remember exactly what I heard, but it scared me, and as I looked up, I saw this all black thing. It had a bulbous head like the classic depiction of a gray alien. I was so scared that I froze. I remember being absolutely terrified and basically glued to where I sat for a good few minutes just staring at this thing. I finally gathered myself and dipped. I am still scared of open closet doors. Last memory of Auntie Candy's was a white face in a bathroom window on the 3rd-story apartment across the way from my aunt's apartment building. The windows in all the apartments were like 8 to 9 inches across and like 1.5 feet in length. Anyway, I was outside for some reason, and in my aunt's apartment complex, there were concrete paths that led to each apartment building, and there were stairs on the paths to get to the building on higher ground. I was on those stairs leading up to my aunt's path. I remember looking up to a building to my right, and that building had all 3 bedroom windows facing my auntie's building. At the very top bathroom window, a white, featureless face pressed into the screen of the window. Now, when I say featureless, I mean it had a mouth hole, eye holes, and nothing else. It looked like the Phantom of the Opera mask, but with the whole ass face. I could literally see the screen straining to keep it in the window. I ran back inside 3 flights of stairs to tell my aunt, but she never believed me, which is okay. Auntie Candy died in 2012, so I never got to tell her the stories as an adult, but I know you and everyone else here will believe my stories. Yes, we believe you. So you got little shadow people children, then you got some shadow alien looking creature, and then you had some crazy white-faced thing trying to bust out of a bathroom across the way. There was definitely a lot going on at your auntie's apartment. Woo! Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called, I Think I Was the Poltergeist of My Childhood Home. What? Hey, Auntie. Hi. My childhood home was very active with paranormal activity, and I have many stories from water dripping out of the ceiling with no explanation to handprints on the wall to full body apparitions. But let's start with my most confusing situation on how I believe I was the cause of the poltergeist activity that happened during my childhood. Okay, hold on. Because it said I think I was the poltergeist. So do you think you're the poltergeist or you were the cause of the poltergeist activity? We need to keep reading. I'm very interested. We moved into my childhood home when I was in kindergarten. The house always gave off a weird vibe. The setup was strange. Each space was very closed off from one another. When we first moved in, we found an onion in the hole in the basement wall that was wrapped in a sack. Not sure if it was a prank left by previous owners or something used to ward off ghosts, but the spot where we found the onion was a hot spot of a lot of paranormal activity soon to come. I remember once I was roller skating in the garage and wanted to show my mom my cool moves, but she was inside the house. I kept feeling like I was being watched and got creeped out, so I cut my time short and went inside. When I got inside, my mom was yelling at me for pounding on the picture window. She said she would look to see me on my roller skates, but the sun was too bright and she couldn't see anything. Another time, my brother and I were in the kitchen doing homework and my mom was cooking dinner. I remember feeling annoyed because she was cooking his dinner of choice. She walked out of the kitchen to use the bathroom, and when she got back, she started yelling at my brother and I for messing with the stove. I was probably 9 and he was around 14, but neither of us knew how to disassemble the electric stovetop, take out the metal bowls, and then strategically place them all perfectly upside down in a pattern. Of course you didn't know how to do that. What? Convinced it was us, she begrudgingly put it back together, and we were scared as fuck, knowing something crazy went on right behind our backs moments before. As I got to be a preteen, I would get mad and go shut myself in my room, and the phone would ring with an unknown number and no one would be there. It was as if I could think it to happen, and it just would, just to annoy my mom. But only when I was mad or upset. The telltale time that made me think, oh my God, I'm doing this, was when I, once again, was mad. I had a hard traumatic childhood, went to my room to take a nap, and in my dream, I was above our house like a puppet master. It was darkness except for the house and its entire layout. I was striking down lightning from my finger. I began flipping over kitchen chairs and then shaking couches and laughing at how awesome this felt to do. The house was flashing, and then I woke up to my mom rushing into my room, white as a ghost. She went on to tell me how the lights were all flashing on and off. The couch was shaking, and she would run from one room to the next, and each room would have some kind of activity happening. At the time, I was like, whoa, how weird. I just had the exact dream. It wasn't until I was putting the pieces together later on in life while watching Tapp's Ghost Hunters where I learned about living people, mainly young girls, being the root cause of poltergeist activity. My mom got sick and passed away before I got the chance to ask her about all the crazy poltergeist activity she and I experienced living in that house. To this day, I still have vivid dreams being in that house, but it's redone and decorated how the new owners have it, even though I have no idea how it really looks today. But like all my astral traveling experiences that started in my childhood, my spawn point is always in the basement of my childhood home where we found the onion in the wall. I love your videos. My 7-year-old and I are big into all things woo-woo, so your page is perfection. Thank you. Oh my God, this is so crazy. Okay, so I looked it up, and onions and garlic can be things that ward off evil spirits, but I don't understand what's happening now. What do you mean young girls can be the root cause of poltergeist activity? Is there like a poltergeist spirit in the house that kind of attaches themselves to the young girl and then feeds off of her like negative emotions? Because we all know that like spirits and entities and negative energy can feed off of like negative situations or negative relationships or negative things happening in a home. Is it something like that? I don't really fully understand that, but this was really interesting. And if it was a poltergeist being that was attached to you, was it like in your dreams? Like it was like doing what you wanted to do in your dreams? Do you know what I mean? Because in your dream, you're flying above the house and you were zapping things and shaking the couches, and that stuff was happening like in real life. I am so confused. This is really cool, very interesting. I'm interested if anybody has any information about this. If you know what this is, please let us know in the comments. I want to hear all of your comments and all of your thoughts. Thank you so much for sharing this story. It was really, really cool. This one is called Baby Cradle Violently Rocking on Its Own. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I have several stories ranging from paranormal to UFO encounters, and I would absolutely love to share my stories as I feel so seen by you and your community. Yes, we believe you. I'll start with the paranormal today as it's a bit of a 3-parter. There are a series of events that happened to me as a teen in my parents' old house that I cannot explain and still makes me anxious and gives me a pit in my stomach to think about. Although I don't want to think it was a malicious spirit or anything, just shocking to the system to have an encounter. In 2009, I was around 15 years old. I woke up one morning expecting to go take my permit with my dad, who was the only other person in the house with me at the time. I am standing in our living room looking into a big mirror that is over our fireplace fixing my hair. For some context, my mom did daycare for 30 years and kept my brother and my old wooden baby cradle in our living room for the small babies that she was doing daycare for. I was approximately 3 feet away from the wooden baby cradle, and all of a sudden, I hear a huge boom from next to me, and the baby cradle is violently rocking back and forth. I made a surprised noise as it startled me, and I heard my dad start to leave his room to come over and check out what happened. When I tell you the moment I saw him turn the corner to come over from his room, it slowly stopped until it had fully stopped as he entered its sight. I actually didn't really get into details with him. I thought that he would think that I was crazy. When he left the room, I set out to figure out how the loud bang sound or rocking could have happened. The way the baby cradle is made, the whole thing rocks on 2 crescent moon-shaped wood pieces that are the only things to touch the floor. I tried every which way I could to prop the sides up on the nearest wall, but it was too far away from the wall to have been caught, and there were actually no way for it to be able to be propped up, just just based off the shape of the rockers. Nothing else happened that day, but it really freaked me the fuck out. Last year, I went to visit my parents' new house that they moved into after lockdown, and I saw my mom had brought that cradle to the new house. I then asked what the deal was with it. She apparently had made it for my brother in 1993, and since I was a surprise last baby, I used it too. It just unsettles me that something made for the most innocent would be used to bring fear out or an unsettling feeling. In the weeks following, I started hearing my sister or mom's voice calling me and knocking on the door while I showered. It happened about a half a dozen times, and I would hear distinct knocking and a female voice calling me out, and I would go out and check. Sometimes I would be home alone. Other times I'd go in and ask my sister or mom what they needed, and they would be clueless. I stopped getting out of the shower after a while, and I just ignored it. The, to me, scariest thing was the last to happen before all paranormal activity stopped in my life. While I was a teen, I was obsessed with photography, which was just me being a horrible photographer with my crappy old Virgin Mobile prepaid phone. It's 2009, don't judge me, LOL. So one morning, I woke up as normal and decided to go through my phone pictures that I had taken the day before to edit them. As I opened my camera roll, I saw a photo that I never took, have never seen, never saw on the internet, and definitely didn't save. This photo was in the camera roll that was specifically photos I would have had to physically taken, as there were other folders for things like downloads or screenshots. Never one time did this happen before, and I had absolutely zero problems with my phone glitching or not working normally. The photo itself was one of the strangest things I have ever seen. Nothing about it is particularly sinister until everything is put into context. The photo was clearly in someone's backyard. The way the angle was taken from was peculiar. It was as if someone walked off the back deck, knelt down, and took a photo from as low as the grass so you could see partly under the back deck and partly to the left in the background. There were two dogs in the photo. One was in the front by the deck, and right where the dog is sniffing the sunshades over the deck, creating a black abyss. Next to where the first dog is sniffing the ground is a very small man's face, right where the darkness of the shadows begins and enter the deck. Just a face, like a disembodied apparition. In the background of the photo is another dog standing on its hind legs as far as they can reach into the sky, surrounded by orbs of light that clearly were not made by the sun, as the angle was wrong. The dog seemed to be interacting with the orbs of light. Now, after a good look, trying to figure out how this photo could be in my camera roll of photos I specifically had to take, I had a panic attack, which I had never experienced before. The way in which it appeared on my phone and the sheer oddness of the content of the pictures really sent chills down my spine. Who is buried under this random deck? At this time, I was very much opening myself up to spiritual or paranormal experiences, just being a curious teen, and after all this, I became very weary and scared to open that rabbit hole again, and have steered clear of letting those experiences into my life, as if it's a choice, but it's working. I do know the previous house owner's husband died of a heart attack in the living room, which is where the baby cradle incident happened, but the picture or shower stuff just really baffled me. Thanks for letting me share. I watch your content so much and finally decided after a cup of coffee to write down the few paranormal or just unexplainable things that have happened to me. I'll share my UFO story another day, and that will be a long one. LOL. Bye, y'all. Oh, wait, there's a second email. Also, just to add, I sent that photo to some paranormal investigators I found online, but my phone was such low quality, the photo could not be zoomed in without extreme pixelation. They all said it was weird, though. Haha. That photo was unfortunately lost years ago on an old laptop I forgot the password to and gave away, or I'd show some receipts. Sorry, y'all. I'm not even sure how to connect these two things. Like, how to connect. I mean, I guess it was whatever like spirit or entity was in the house that made the baby rocker shake and took the picture, but like, why that picture? What a weird and random picture to get on your phone. I don't understand this at all. It is so weird, but so interesting. Please let me know in the comments your thoughts on this story. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called Unexplainable Mitten Matrix Glitch. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi! The winter of 2000 was a very strange one for me and my family. I have several stories that happened over a short period of time. I will start with the most unexplainable glitch that I've ever experienced. For a time, I was living with my parents in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. However, every weekend we would travel approximately 6 hours south to check on the house that my parents still owned in northeastern Wisconsin. Every weekend? You drove 6 hours every weekend to check on a house? Usually we would get started back pretty late, and we would stop approximately halfway between the house in Wisconsin and our rental in Michigan to fill up on gas, as well as to get a couple of coffees and snacks for the rest of the trip home. My dad had a pair of choppers, what us Wisconsinites call fleece-lined leather mittens. Okay, I was like, what is that? Because they were really bulky, it was hard for him to pump gas wearing them. He would usually take one of the choppers off and place it on the roof of the car, fill up the tank, and then put the chopper back on after replacing the nozzle to the pump. When my mom and I got back out to the car, my dad was searching all around the car looking for his right chopper. He explained to us that he had put it on the top of the car as usual, but once he finished filling up, it it was nowhere to be seen. We all looked under the car, in the back seat, in the driver's seats, and we couldn't find it anywhere. My dad went in and left his phone number and name with the clerk just in case somebody found it. These choppers were hard to find and expensive, so if there was a chance that somebody found it once we had driven off, he hoped we would be able to swing by next weekend to pick it up. We piled back into the car and drove 3 hours we needed to go home. Once we got inside and started unloading our bags, my dad and mom walked into the bedroom at the same time, only to find the right chopper lying neatly in the center of the bed. To this day, we still have no idea how it disappeared 3 hours away and ended up waiting for us to arrive back home. That is a glitch if I ever heard one. How did that mitten? Was there like a portal on the top of the car and it just like zoop to home? How did that happen? How? I need your theories. Please put your theories in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one's called What Got in Bed With Me. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I live in the UK. My husband's best friend owns the Village pub. About 6 months ago, my husband and I planned to watch a movie in bed that night. He asks if it's okay to pop down and see his best friend and have a couple of pints before the movie, and I'm reluctant. Free beer means he never only has a couple. He promises to be home by 10 p.m. and I relent. 11 p.m. rolls around and he's not back, so I go to bed and scroll through social media on my phone. It's important to note I take medication to sleep and it takes an hour to kick in. I didn't take the medication because I'm hoping that he will be back soon and we can still watch the movie. At 1 a.m., he finally comes home and I hear the lounge door open and close and I hear him slowly walking up the stairs. I sleep with earphones and loud music because I have a noisy brain. I am mad now because it's too late to watch the film. I quickly put my earphones in and pretend to sleep. I hear the bedroom door open and close, a cold draft, and then his weight getting onto the bed. He prods me in the back a few times, presumably to see if I'm awake. I ignore him. He rolls over and goes to sleep. I need to pee around 15 minutes later and I need to take my medication to help me sleep. I get up and my husband isn't there. I assume he must have gone back downstairs when I felt him roll over. So I pee, take the medication, and eventually go to sleep. At 3 a.m., I'm woken up by my phone ringing. It's my husband. I answer the phone and he says he's sorry he lost track of time, but could I please let him in? It's raining. He didn't take a key and the door is locked. The door can only be locked with a key and my key is in the door. I go downstairs and see his keys on the side. I don't remember locking the door, but I must have. I'm now absolutely freaking out and he thinks it's because I have to get up and let him in. I explain to him what happened and he tells me I must have dreamt it. I explain that I 100% did not go to sleep because I simply cannot without the medication. I even had timestamps on my social media right up to 1 a.m. I have no idea what walked through the house and got into bed with me. We only have one door into/out of the house and the door cannot be opened if someone leaves the keys in on the other side. The house was originally owned by my husband's grandparents and we bought it when they passed. I'm still freaked out to this day and my husband has a strict curfew. Oh my God, that was not your husband. Do you have a mimic in your house? Did anything like this ever happen again? The weird part is that the door was locked and you don't remember doing that. Like, that's weird. Oh my God, can you imagine just like you hear the person come in, you hear them walk up the stairs, you hear them come in the room, you feel them get into the bed, you feel them touch you, and then you get up and they're not there. What is my cat doing? Ooh, that was such a weird one. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called, Does the Spirit Living at My House Have a Nicotine Addiction? Hi, Auntie. Hi. I'm writing from Drizzly, UK. I followed you for a few years now, and I just love hearing about other people's glitches and experiences. I write to you today with one of my own. Backstory, which may or may not be relevant. I'm a vapor. Please don't judge. I used to smoke cigarettes, but this is part of my journey to be nicotine-free. I've always been open-minded to the unknown, hence being such a fan of yours. I've experienced small things throughout my life which are unexplainable and might write in and tell you more about them. 3 years ago, my partner and I bought our first home together. It's a dream. Everything we wanted. Our bedroom is on the top floor, which consists of a bedroom, a storage area/room, and bathroom. Almost immediately, I could feel a presence on the top floor. It's stronger in the bathroom. However, I don't feel threatened by it or afraid. I just feel it there, mostly at night. I feel it in my bedroom sometimes too, but I wonder if it's the same one. I think this presence is mischievous. It tried to frighten me once by slamming a cupboard next to me that hadn't closed all the way. It worked. It made me jump. I spoke out to the room in a firm and calm voice. If you want to live here with me, you can't do that. Don't try to frighten me or my family and you can stay. It seemed to work, and although I sense him/her at night, there's no funny business. Until recently. I'm guessing my spirit is bored, or like my title says, has a nicotine addiction. I was vaping in bed one night. I put my vape pen down. I was looking at my phone and then I reached for the vape pen and it wasn't there. I looked at my bed and bed covers and nothing. I got out of bed and checked the floor and under the bed again. Again, nothing. I knew I hadn't left the room, but I checked the dressing room and the bathroom anyway. Nothing. Having a dependency on this terrible substance, I started getting frustrated and cross. My partner got out of bed to help me look. We all but stripped the bed and searched the entire top floor for the damn thing, and it was gone. I went to sleep angry and pissed off. How could it go missing when I had it in my hand 5 minutes ago? In the morning, I looked again in the daylight, and it wasn't anywhere to be seen. I had a feeling it was something to do with the spirit living in my house. I was still angry. I went to the bathroom and confronted it. I know how it sounds. I told it they'd crossed the line. I told them that taking my things is not acceptable from anyone in the house, and that includes him/her. I told them they had to leave. I went down to make a cup of tea, and guess what? There it was, next to the kettle, placed upright, which is weird as it's pen-shaped vape. You would lie it down if you were going to put it on a surface. I hadn't been downstairs before I lost it. I can be 100% certain of that. My partner also agreed that I had not. He doesn't feel the spirit, by the way, and he just humors me when I tell him about it. I felt bad for evicting my spirit now that it had turned up, and I had a hit of nicotine, so I went upstairs and offered to let it stay if it would agree not to take my things again. I don't get replies when I speak to the spirit, nothing I can hear anyway, but I can feel agreement, if that makes sense. That brings me to today. I have a new vape pen. In fact, I have 2, as I got one for free. The same thing happened 2 nights ago. The thing went missing and I couldn't find it. I looked again in all the same places, including my handbag. I emptied it completely and it was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't so angry this time as I have reduced my intake and also had the second vape when I needed it. I'm at work now and I reach into my bag for something else and there it was. As if it was always there when I know full well it wasn't there before. There is no possible way that either of the vape pens were misplaced by me. I wouldn't write into you if it could be easily explained away. I didn't confront my spirit this time as I actually didn't think it could be him or her after our chat last time, but I think I should talk to them again tonight. Should I ask him or her to leave again this time or delve deeper to find out why the tricks? Would I be opening a dangerous can of worms by inviting it to communicate with me? Okay, well, your spirit obviously does not have a nicotine addiction. I think that goes without saying. I'm wondering if they're taking it either A, just to annoy you, like just to be annoying, or B, are they taking it like to make you stop? Also, as far as how you told it had to go, like you can't touch my things in the house, and then it went for a little while. I have heard that you can like clear something out of your house and it can like die down, but then it can like slowly kind of get its energy back and like do stuff again, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that's what's happening here. Either way, I mean, you could try to chat with it if you want. I mean, I don't think that it would be dangerous to communicate with it unless you are feeling that. Like go by your energy, right? Go by how you feel. Do you feel scared by this energy? Do you feel threatened or anything like that? Or do you just feel like it's fine and it's just like this annoying spirit that's being annoying? Go by your energy and like how you feel. Do you feel it would be okay to chat with it or not? And make sure you protect yourself if you do, obviously. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie. Hi, I love your content. Thank you. I have a weird one for you. This happened to me about 7 years ago. I'm from a small town in Cheshire, UK, and if you've been to the UK, you know in our little towns we have lots of winding back roads. I was driving down this one road with my friend in the passenger seat. It was raining and there were big trees on either side of the road. To our right was a fairly steep downward slope as this road was on the side of a hill. Even though it was raining, it was still bright. Me and my friend were chatting and singing along with the radio. Up ahead, I see a silver car with headlights on come round a bend about 40 to 50 meters away. Suddenly, the sun goes behind a cloud. It gets really gray outside, and I watch as the silver car seems to lose control and drives off down the steep hill to our right. I start panicking and stop my car. I say to my friend, we need to go out and help that car as the driver will have probably ended up getting injured. My friend looks at me confused and says she didn't see anything. I think, okay, maybe she was on her phone and not paying attention. I explained that there was a car that had driven off the road and she told me that she was looking ahead at the road at that time and she didn't see anything. Me and my friend get out of my car and I run to where I saw the silver car lose control. I start searching for this car and I just can't find it. I run up and down the road looking down the hill and I just can't see it anywhere. My friend is also helping me look and can't see anything. There were lots of trees going down the hill, and at the bottom of the hill is a paddock for sheep. I assumed that the car that lost control would either be stuck on a tree on the hill or in the paddock at the bottom of the hill. I made my way down the hill to the paddock and looked around, and the car is not there either. I walk along the tree line from the paddock looking up the hill this time to see if I can find the car, and it's still not anywhere to be seen. I think at this point, maybe I've just imagined it somehow, especially as my friend didn't see anything. I hear what I thought was my friend shouting at me from the road saying, "We need to go." But as I'm coming back up the hill to the road, I see something shiny in the leaves on the ground. I go pick it up and realize it's a wheel nut from a car. As I'm looking at it in my right hand, a heavy branch from a tree above falls directly on my right hand, causing me to drop the wheel nut. I then look back at the paddock and see every single sheep in the paddock was stood still, facing me and watching me. I then hear crows in the trees above me going mad, like really squawking loudly, and it just sent me feeling uneasy. I hauled ass back up the hill to the car and my friend who sat in the back of my car with the window open having a cigarette. We started to drive off when I noticed that my windshield has about 5 or 6 flies on the inside. The window was open, but what are the chances that 6 would come in all at once? I felt so uneasy. After 10 minutes of driving in silence, we finally got back on the main road, and I say to my friend, "You were right when you told me it was time to go," and tried to make it lighthearted to ease the feeling of dread that I had. She tells me that she didn't tell me it was time to go. She explained that when she saw me go down the hill, she decided to just wait for me in the car. I don't know what the fuck I experienced that day. I'm thinking maybe a time slip, but whatever it was definitely not meant for me. Everything was telling me to leave it alone. The weather, the branch, the crows, the sheep, the flies, and the voice. I have looked online a couple of times since then to try to find out any information about accidents on that road, but every time I do, nothing ever shows up. I did a big sage cleanse of my car and my house and tried to forget about it, but I still can't bring myself to drive down that road again as I'm so scared it will happen again. First, I was thinking maybe you were seeing into a different timeline or a different dimension. However, if you went down there and then you found like a nut from a car, you probably saw something that happened in the past, which is a weird little time slip, a weird little glitch in the Matrix. Right? That's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Where Did I Go That Night? Auntie Matrix, hi from across the ocean. Hi. That's so cool. So I got an old 90s story for you, and I'm counting on you and your followers to unwrap it. I woke up one morning, I was around 12 to 13 years old, after an awkward, crazy dream that went on behind one of my grandma's apartment buildings, but instead of the garage back patio, it was a massive beach. I don't recall the actual dream, it was a long time ago, just the building and the beach. So I wake up, got dressed, grabbed the closest shoes in the room, and put them on, and there was sand inside. Sand! Not a ton, but enough to be noticed and uncomfortable to walk. I shake the sand out and put them on again. So I get on with getting ready for school. I live in a town near the beach, so I didn't even think about it. I took the bus to school and finally started really thinking about what just happened. It's strange that I walked home with so many sand in my shoes because it would be really uncomfortable and I hate sand in my feet, and why wouldn't I clean it? I dreamed about being at a beach, woke up, had sand in my shoes. When was the last time I was at the beach? Months ago. It was winter, school time. When was the last time I wore these shoes? 2 days ago? Yesterday? I wear these shoes all the time. The sand couldn't be there since the last time I was at the beach in the summer months ago. I wear these shoes all the time. I would have noticed it already. No one wears my shoes. I only have a brother and my mom has tiny feet. What the hell just happened? I told my best friend, but she brushed it off as if it was old summer sand. I took that explanation, but inside, I knew and know that it's impossible. I never talked about it again because I can't explain it, so what's the point in thinking about it? But now I'm sad because I forgot the dream itself over time. Throughout my life, I always dreamed a lot, talked during the sleep, woke up hurt with bruises, tired, all the 9-yard stuff. But that morning was the only time I woke up with real physical evidence that I, or my body, was somewhere else during the night. What happened? What did happen? Because if you're astral traveling, right? If you're doing astral projection and you're traveling around while you're sleeping, your soul's traveling around, that's not your physical body that's traveling around. So how did sand get in your shoes if you were traveling around outside your body? That doesn't make any sense. But it has to be something like that because you said that you always talk during your sleep, you dream a lot, you've woken up hurt and with bruises before and tired. So where are you going when you sleep? But how? It's your whole physical body? I don't really know about that. I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is very interesting. I cannot wait to hear what you guys think. Please let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called My Unexplainable 22nd Birthday. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. This is probably my freaky experience ever, which happened on my 22nd birthday. It's a super duper long 3 for 1. Ooh, look at us. Before I begin my story, I do need to give a little bit of background. I had a spirit guide that had been with me since I developed some clairaudience and clairvoyance skills at around age 16. I referred to him as Jeffrey, and he pretty much kept me out of any large trouble. He would hide my car keys, and once I found them, I would realize that we would have been in a car accident if I had left when I needed to. He would make a book drop to remind me of a forgotten term paper. He would make the house phone ring once, 3 times in a row to notify me that I should pay attention to something that had just happened or was about to happen. That's actually so cool. I wish I had a relationship with my spirit guide like that. A little bit about the town I lived in. It is a moderately sized college town that had a history of some pretty famous haunted buildings, and there had also been a pretty large and damaging fire in the 1800s. Okay, so at this time of my birthday, I was still going to college and spending a lot of my extracurricular time with a small group of friends who all shared interest in the metaphysical and especially the paranormal. In fact, the prior semester I had taken a photography course and I had chosen gravestones and beautifully old cemetery by the river to take pictures for my final project. There was an angel statue that I absolutely thought was the most beautiful cemetery statue that I'd ever seen, and it was very old, covered in lichen and discolored from years of soot and rain and weather. I tried my best multiple times to capture the image of this angel statue, yet every time I tried to print the pictures of this angel statue, the face always went black. No tips or tricks that my photography professor or I tried ever worked at lightening the face. My friends had planned to go ghost hunting in that cemetery for the evening of my birthday. It was January, however, for a Wisconsin winter, it had been fairly mild, and we were supposed to have a break in the cold the evening of my birthday. I was geeked at the idea, but now I really wish that I never would have agreed to it. The evening started out quite normal. We ended up ordering a couple of pizzas and ramping ourselves up for going ghost hunting. As we were leaving, the landline rang once, but hung up before anyone could answer it, and we left. Uh-oh. Was that part of the warning from the spirit guide? We went to the cemetery and parked and started walking around and seeing what we could see. So that evening, I was very interested in going back and visiting that angel statue to see if maybe there was some sort of paranormal activity associated with it. We got to that area of the cemetery and nothing really happened. My friends got bored and started kind of wandering off in different directions, but staying within sight of each other. Shortly after that, I heard a little girl giggle. I turned around to see a little blonde girl in late 1800s garb, and as soon as she saw me look at her, she turned away and started skipping off. And I was calling after her, asking her like who she was or, trying to find out where she belonged, and I started to follow her. Huge mistake. I finally caught up with her, and as I came upon her, she turned around and she was giggling, and when I saw her face, her eyes were fully black. I believe that I tried to back away, but that is the last memory I have of being in that cemetery. My friends saw me collapse and they rushed over and realized that I was no longer breathing. They decided to put me in the car and take me to the hospital. They were trying to slap my face to wake me up. This was in the late 90s and not everyone had cell phones, especially broke college students. I did not breathe again until the moment that we exited the main gate of the cemetery and were on the main street heading towards the hospital. I came to pretty quickly after they exited the cemetery, and we went back to their apartment to kind of decompress on what had just happened. A couple of them were insistent that I should still go to the hospital, but I kind of shushed them and I said that I was fine. After that, I was pretty much out of a jovial mood. I decided to walk home as I lived very close by. By the time I had made it home, I was so exhausted I could not even make it up the stairs to my bedroom, so I ended up crashing on the living room couch. My parents spent the time during the week 2 hours away in a different city where my dad was working, and I would take care of the house and live there in exchange for just paying some utility bills. I also need to note that I do not have siblings nor any roommates that lived with me, so no one else was home when I got home because it was the middle of the week. As I fell asleep, I found myself in a nightmare where a very large, dark entity was chasing me through that same cemetery, swinging at me with a meat cleaver. I could feel the cold on my skin. I could see the fog that my breath had made, and I remember the sound of the snow crunching under my boots. I remember running from this entity and running over the ice-covered river, knowing that if I could get to the other side, I would be safe. I kept slipping and tripping, but was still trying to get away from this entity when I heard a terrible crack, and I felt my boot punch through the ice. Almost immediately, I started sinking into the river, and a moment before my head went underwater, I looked up and saw the entity's cleaver swinging down towards my head, and I felt a yank on my ponytail. This is when I woke up. My feet were cold and wet, and my ponytail was lying on the pillow beside me, completely cut off. As I grabbed my ponytail off the pillow, I reached out energetically to Jeffrey and didn't feel him at all. I tried every way I knew to try to reach him, but it felt like there was an impenetrable wall that was between me and his energy. To this day, I have never been able to reach him. He has never made a phone ring or done any other myriad of small things he used to do to make me aware of his presence. I have never felt easy driving past, let alone walking into a cemetery since, and I definitely no longer go looking for ghosts. Thanks for giving us all a platform to share our unexplainable stories for them to be believed. Yes, you're welcome. This was such a good story, so well written. And oh my God, I knew once you said that the face of the angel was black when you were trying to photograph it, I was like, something is off about this angel. 100% there's something evil attached to this statue. And then that little girl, and then everything went black. What happened? What happened? Is something attached to you now? Have you had any nightmares since? Have you had anything bad happen since? I'm wondering if something attached itself to you, followed you home from the cemetery, and that thing is blocking your connection to Jeffrey. and your ponytail was cut off and your feet were wet. What is happening? This was a crazy story. I can't wait to hear everybody's thoughts in the comments. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called A Strange Tale from South Africa. Could it be a glitch in the Matrix? Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I hope this email finds you well. I'm a big fan of your TikTok videos about glitches in the Matrix and all things weird and unexplainable. Your content has been a source of fascination for me, and I couldn't resist sharing my own story with you. Firstly, let me express my admiration for your work all the way from South Africa. Now, about my story. I must issue a trigger warning as it involves some challenging experiences from my past. My childhood was marked by the presence of an abusive father, resulting in frequent bruises and missed school days. Oh my goodness. My tale begins in a small mining company when I was little. And later we moved to a new location, approximately 6 hours and 30 minutes of driving away. It was there that I forged a deep friendship with a childhood bestie. However, at the age of 11 or 12, my parents divorced, and my mother, brother, and I relocated to a place about 5 hours and 30 minutes of driving from my dad's location. A custody battle ensued, leading me back to my dad's house. Due to my father's abuse, I eventually left home, and a social worker placed me in a children's home in the area. Later, I returned to my mother's home. Now, here's where things take a bewildering turn. I've spent years trying to reconnect with people from my past, my childhood best friend, the other children in the home, neighbors, and even a family friend of my dad's. Strangely, none of these individuals seem to exist anymore. I've been searching for months, but there's no trace of them. My mother and brother remember those times, and my mother still has contact with some of her old friends, but everyone I knew seems to have vanished. How is this possible? To add to the mystery, the location of the children's home that I remember is drastically different from what I see on Google Maps. It used to be single-story buildings, but now they appear as double stories. The high school I attended suddenly now has a swimming pool, which was not there during my time. It doesn't make sense, especially considering that South African schools tend to close their pools rather than build new ones. My childhood best friend's family also had an uncommon surname, but even if she married, I can't find anyone with that surname on Facebook. I even dated her brother for a while, and he seems to have disappeared too. It's as if they never existed. Now here's the last part, and perhaps the most perplexing part. When I first returned to my mother's home, there was a sweet blue-eyed blonde girl in my class, but she disappeared from school, and when I asked about her, the other kids acted as if I was crazy because they claimed not to know any child by that name. During my quest for answers, I discovered a woman about 15 years older than me with the exact same name as the missing girl, and she even looks like her, albeit with black hair, but she lives in the location where my dad lived and I lived during my time in the children's home. I went on Google Maps to retrace my childhood memories, and the results were baffling. The first family home we had is situated in a completely different street from what I remember, and the second family home, while in the same location, looks quite different now. Specifically, the second home had a large porch, but according to Google Maps, the porch appears smaller with space only for a love seat. Strangely, when we lived there, we could have comfortably placed 3 love seats. These discrepancies only deepen the mystery of the changes in my past. What adds to the peculiarity of the situation is that my father had always drilled into us the importance of knowing and remembering facts like addresses, locations, names, and directions. He placed a high value on security and made sure that we could escape and remember directions in case of emergencies or kidnappings. With this background, it's even more bewildering that I can't find any trace of the people and places that I remember so vividly. I'm left with a myriad of questions. Could years of abuse have triggered false memories of people and places I once knew? Did I somehow switch lives with someone else? Is it possible that I'm older than I believe? Or, worst of all, am I simply losing my mind? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this bizarre tale. Your perspective on glitches in the Matrix and the unexplainable could shed some light on these perplexing experiences. Okay, first of all, I want to tell you, you are not losing your mind, and we believe you. It sounds to me like something happened in which you switched timelines. There was a glitch in the Matrix and you switched timelines. Now, when you switch, I'm not sure, but I want to say it was after you returned to your mom's home and you met that little girl in the class, because then apparently she was all of a sudden not there anymore and she was older. So I'm going to say maybe something happened in there where you switched. That looks like it might be the source of the switch to me. Why you switched, I'm not really sure. I don't know if something happened in there to cause a quantum immortality event where you died in that timeline and you switched to a very similar near timeline, but not similar enough, obviously, because you're realizing things are different. Or if there's another reason for the switch, another thing triggered it. I also want to ask you, what year was that? What year was that when the blonde-eyed girl was there and then she wasn't there? Was it by any chance 2012? I'm asking that because that's when CERN turned on the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, and we apparently switched timelines and switched into another universe. That's where all the Mandela effects come from. We've talked about this before, but it definitely seems like to me that you switched timelines. I'm wondering, after that happened, right after the blonde girl was all of a sudden not there, you were back at your mom's, did your life get better after that? Like, did you have any more issues after that, or were you good? Did your life seem to be better after that? So maybe you switched into a better timeline to get away from all the abuse and the bad things? I'm not really sure. These are just my theories. I want to hear your theories in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called My Dating App Car Accident Glitch. Hi, TcV&x. Hi. I've been thinking about sharing this story for a while now, so I hope you enjoy it. In 2021, I had this dream one night that I was driving in the passenger seat of someone's car. I couldn't see who was driving, but we were engaged in conversation. It was nighttime, and we were on some sort of back road. Nobody else was on the road. In the dream, me and the stranger pull up to a stop sign. We were still talking and not really paying attention to the road. All of a sudden, a silver car comes barreling straight at us out of nowhere. All you can see is headlights and the sound of their horn beeping frantically to get our attention. I scream as I see the car is going to hit us. The airbag deploys and the car starts smoking. My ears start ringing. I still can't see the driver, but I know that I'm hurt and they are probably hurt or dead. I woke up sweating. I thought it was kind of an odd dream for me, but then just brushed it off as a nightmare. About a month later, I'm on a dating app and I match with this guy. My first thought is, I know him from somewhere, but I cannot place it at all. We hit it off and talked online for a few weeks. He had a really busy school and work schedule, so it was hard to plan a typical date. One night, he messaged me and said he just wanted to finally meet and asked if we could go on a drive after he got out of school around 11 p.m. Even though that probably wasn't a super safe idea, I felt comfortable with him and wanted to finally meet, so I agreed. I told him to come by my house and pick me up. When he arrived at my house, he gets out to open my door and hugs me. As soon as we get in the car, he says, "You look so familiar, but I can't place it." I told him I've been feeling the same way since I saw his picture online. He wasn't familiar with this area, so he asked where we should drive to, and I suggested a back road that leads to a dock and some water. He is driving, and I'm in the passenger seat. As we're talking, we pull up to a stop sign. Again, there's no one on the road. It's around midnight now. All of a sudden, I hear a loud, aggressive honking noise just like my dream, and I look up. The same gray car from my dream appears out of nowhere and is barreling towards us. He is still distracted and talking to me. I realize what is happening and I yell at him to hit the gas and grab the wheel and jerk the car to the left. We narrowly miss the car. Freaked out, we look around to see if the other car is okay, but there is no one there again. It's just us alone on the road. I'm scared now because I realize the dream I had months ago just came true. I don't know how to explain this to him since it is our first hangout and I really liked him. I asked him to just take me home. To this day, I am still convinced that we were seriously injured or died in the dream version. We probably looked familiar to each other because it already happened in another timeline. Yes! I think this was our chance to have a different ending and not get hurt. Another freaky thing to add, when I was checking out his Instagram after the car event happened, I noticed that we both had pictures on our Instagram accounts on 2 separate days showing that we were at the same places on the same days. This was months before we ever met or hung out. One was a restaurant and one was the beach. Mind you, we live about 45 minutes away from each other. The restaurant was like an hour-and-a-half drive from me, so it's not someplace I ever normally visit. So running into each other twice and not even knowing it is super weird. After the car accident, we decided to hang out again and go to a beach by my house. While sitting at the beach, he showed me his arm tattoos. He had a whole ocean animal-themed sleeve with a shark by his shoulder. But a few weeks later, he sent me a picture of himself and the shark tattoo was gone. And it was something else in black and white. He still has the rest of the sleeve. I asked him where the shark tattoo went and if he got a cover-up tattoo. He swears to this day he never had a shark tattoo and doesn't really remember going to the beach with me that day. To be honest, he probably thinks I'm an absolute nutterbutter at this point. We're still friends, but I'm definitely a little freaked out by all of this. I'm just happy I got a second chance that day in the car. Okay, this one is crazy. Okay, that's immediately what I thought, was that you met in another timeline and that your dream was actually a previous timeline that you were just in which you did get in the accident. And then you swapped over, maybe quantum immortality, you swapped over to a new timeline after you both died. But if that's true, did you switch a second time because of the tattoo? And why would you switch a second time? This is also interesting. I love these kind of timeline switch, glitch in the matrix stories. I can't wait to hear everyone's opinions in the comments. Let us know what you think. And thank you so much for sharing this story. This one is called My Baby Disappeared. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. So I was unsure if I should even send this since I still get super freaked out about it, but I figured maybe someone has had a similar experience or can explain why this happened. I've had 4 kids, so I feel like I know what's normal when it comes to kids. After I had my 4th and the 3 others were with my sister, I was at home doing laundry and cleaning the house. The baby was only 2 months at the time and sleeping in his bassinet. I was on my 3rd cup of coffee and decided to go check on him since it had been about 30 minutes since I set him down, and me being paranoid about infant death syndrome and normal mother paranoia, I wanted to make sure that he was okay and still breathing. I go into our bedroom, which is right next to the living room, so there's no way anyone could come to get him without me seeing. I go and check on him and he's gone. Not in the bassinet and nowhere to be found. I start panicking because there's no way that he could have moved or have been moved by anyone since I was the only one home. I started yelling his name and checking everywhere that a baby could be, even though I know it's physically impossible for him to have been moved. As I'm freaking out, I call my husband and I tell him the baby is gone and I can't find him. My husband says he will be home soon and to keep looking. All of a sudden, I hear crying in the bedroom, and as I enter, I see my son in his bassinet crying. I'm hysterical at this point and wondering if I just imagined him being gone or was it just brain fog from having 4 kids, but I specifically remember feeling the bassinet and looking under it and all around it and not finding him anywhere. The craziest part is when I called my husband back to tell him I found the baby, he seemed confused and said that I did call him, but all he could hear was my voice going in and out of service. We live in the country, so we lose service often, and he never said he was coming home and didn't even know our son was missing. Oh my God, I have chills right now. All in all, I still have a feeling of dread that this might happen again, but it hasn't, and I can't come up with a rational explanation as to why or how this happened. Not to make light of this, but I immediately thought about Jack from The Incredibles and how he just like poof disappears and has all those powers. That was like my first thought, and I was like, no, the baby doesn't have powers, Jessica. Or does the baby have powers? This is so weird and crazy, especially because of the husband part. Like, the baby was gone. You called your husband. He was like, oh my God, I'm coming home. Keep looking. But then the baby wasn't gone. And then you did call your husband, but he couldn't hear anything. Like, what? Did the baby like temporarily go into a different dimension or timeline? Were you both there and you were calling from that other? No, that doesn't make any sense. Did you? Oh, wait. Did you somehow bleed into a different timeline for a second? In that timeline, you did not have a baby and you were calling your husband from that timeline, which is why he couldn't hear you and it sounded all weird. That's my best theory right now. I need to hear everyone else's theories in the comments. Please let me know what you think happened here. This was a crazy story. Thank you so much for sharing, and hold on to your baby. As a mom, that's so scary. This one is just called, Have I Got a Story for You? Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. So this story happened when I was about 11 or 12. At the time, my dad had just remarried and I got introduced to a whole new family. My stepmom owned a couple of horses, but they were boarded in a little town about an hour away from where we lived. These people boarded many horses and would often develop close relationships with the people that they offered their services to. One of the families that also had their horses there had this little girl, Summer, who was about my age. One weekend, Summer decided that she wanted to have her birthday party / slumber party at their house, the couple who boarded the horses, and she invited me along with my stepsisters. She also invited a couple of her friends from school. When the night began, we did all the things you'd expect at a slumber party for girls. We had snacks, we laughed, we had cake, and then she opened her presents. One of her other friends had gotten Summer a glow-in-the-dark Ouija board. No! All of us were nervous, but having heard lots of stories from other homeowners about really spooky things that had happened in this house, we figured, screw it, let's do it. But man, were we in for a crazy night. We started off playing with the board like normal and really didn't get anything. We then decided to play the all too popular game, light as a feather, stiff as a board, and while we were doing that, lights started to flicker around the room we were in. Shortly after that, the owners, who also let us in on a little secret that they dabbled in a little bit of witchcraft, they wanted to do a whole seance, and of course, we were all both nervous and excited, so we all agreed. Mind you, as a person in her 30s now, it all seems super weird that these adults were willing to do this with a bunch of children, but hey, those were much different times. Let me paint a picture for you as to what their house looked like. When you walked into the side door, you were immediately met with the kitchen. If you continued straight on, there's a little dining nook to the left, and then straight ahead opened up into a huge living room. To the left is their front door that was never used, and a massive picture window that really had no curtains, so you could see out into the entire field that their house sits on. Their couch sat on the opposite wall right in front of the window. To the right, when you walk into the living room, is a split staircase. If you go down, it leads to the room that we played the games in, along with the bedroom that we were supposed to sleep in that night. If you go upstairs, it leads to the bathrooms and the owner's bedroom. On the handrail to the stairs was horse belts tied onto it as a decoration. That is important later. Now, before I get into the real crazy stuff, these people did not have neighbors. They lived on their own land and they had a lot of it. Their driveway was at least a mile long and you were alerted every time someone came up by their dogs, so it would have been very hard for someone to be sneaking around unheard or unseen. Okay, back to it. Next to the couch on both sides sat end tables and both of them had matching lamps. All of us girls sat on the couch, including the wife of the couple. The husband sat with his back to the big window facing us. He had placed the Ouija board on the coffee table with a blue candle in the middle of it and the planchette on top of the candle. He began by saying a sort of protection prayer and then started calling out to spirits. Okay, at least these people are doing a protection prayer. At that time, they also had 2 of the tall, skinny candles on both tables next to the lamps. Both of those candles blew out almost immediately, and it sounded like the whole room came alive. There was heavy stomping happening above us. The floor under us was shaking with sounds of banging. The front door was rattling, and the bells were going nuts. At that time, the husband hollered out for it to stop, and it did, except it didn't last too long. Both lamps turned on and began flickering, and a small ball rolled from down the hallway like it came from the kitchen and into the living room where we all sat. The front door that had been rattling wasn't like a normal door. It was a double door with iron handles as the doorknob, and it locked by pushing a little mechanism up and over the ceiling. After the lamp stopped flickering, the door began rattling fiercely, and then all of us watched as both locks simultaneously turned and dropped, and the front door opened. There was absolutely nobody there. After this, we all decided to stop, but the rest of the night, little things were still happening. It was the most intense night I've ever witnessed. The next morning, after my oldest stepsister and I packed up all our things, we were the only ones in the house as everyone else was outside at the house barn about 50 feet away from the house. We were just about to go join everyone else and put our things in our parents' car when we heard a very loud scream from a man echo through the house. The moment we heard it, we took off running out to the door, and at that exact moment, their dogs began fighting. It all happened out of nowhere. Needless to say, we never stayed there again, and I wouldn't step foot in that house after that. It was one of the scariest nights of my life. Thanks for reading. I love your Glitch in the Matrix stories. Oh my God, I was like super intense. That was crazy. No wonder you didn't go back there. What was going on in there, man? It's weird that you didn't like experience or feel any crazy energy or any spirits or anything before that. And as soon as they like opened it up, it was just like the whole house went nuts. That's so crazy. It was a great story. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called Possession, Body Hopping, Get Outed, What the Fuck? Hi, Auntie Matrix Girl. Hi. So when I was 20 years old, black female, 3 years into university, I decided to take a gap year break and was swiping on Tinder to find friends to hang out with back in my hometown. I ended up dating this guy who was a producer and a web developer who recently quit from a large tech company and was very wealthy. We quickly became attached and he asked me to move in within a month. This was pre-COVID. It was a different time. Don't judge. Also, yes, he was white. Immediately, he was really invested in my Reiki healing and holistic practices. Bringing me clients and helping his friends/family work through issues and trauma, I began to feel random, unexplainable, intense sensations and heavy energy from around him that lingered in rooms when he left. He began acting strange and more hypersexual than usual, but I brushed it off. One night in bed together, laying down, I was having trouble sleeping, so I decided to read a mindfulness book of some sort that he had on the nightstand, using the moonlight and streetlights outside the window to read. All of a sudden, he sat up slowly, staring straight ahead, like his upper half arose like a zombie from a grave, eyes buck wide open, not blinking, like he was clearly looking at something and I wasn't seeing it. His body was stiff, but his head slowly turned to me, still not blinking. I saw his iris color had disappeared. The thing I loved the most about him that stood out was his powder blue eyes. I wave my hand in front of his face and say, "Are you okay?" No reaction. He lays back down slowly. Again, his movements are eerily slow. I wait until the sun comes up and finally sleep. He tells me he had a strange dream that he was walking around the loft and there were people casually phasing through our walls last night. Right. I told him what he did, and of course he has no recollection of sitting up and scaring the life out of me. 6 months go by of unfortunate, weird events. His family was openly uncomfortable with my race and upset that we were showing up to family events in the group chat, but literally competing to spend time with me and gloating to each other about who was more acquainted with me. Very much get out vibes. Sex became very aggressive and almost hostile, a little odd, but I'm a pain freak, so no red flags still. I was cooking dinner one night and my arm had shooting burning pain and gave out completely while serving hot curry to our guests, burning my feet. Later that night during sex, he said there was a shooting burning pain through his beehole and fell limp mid-action. We got a rescue puppy that same week. His mom came to visit me alone and brought our dog treats and toys, etc. Soon after the dog was hit by a car. After freaking out and randomly running into the street unprovoked, he told his mom what happened, a phone call crying. She says he's a failure and he's obsessed with black girls and is not welcome in her family anymore. His pupils were black again, y'all. Mind you, this is a white man with blue eyes. He threatened to unalive himself and started acting erratic. I grabbed the broom and whacked him over the head. He escaped the loft and ran out into traffic. I called the police. This isn't even the crazy part. What? How is this not the crazy part? He was not high. We did not smoke weed or consume alcohol or anything at all. Hours go by and he returns confused with no memory of me bonking him on the head or freaking out. The next day, his account is down like $200K and all his savings were gone. He spooked because there was no proof of him spending anything, nor did I have or want access to that kind of information. He's crying and I'm like, look, we're going to go out and get you some new clients together and work on building your savings back up. We drive to a local bike shop with no online presence and he gets out and goes to make a marketing development offer. Typically making $20K monthly with these jobs, he'd ask for a $2K down payment. I told him a while ago he was worth $5K upfront because he's great at what he does and the return they see is worth it. I get really overwhelmed thinking that it might not go well, so I start hitting the dashboard and yelling, "Universe, just do this for me and I'll never mock you again. Show me." At the top of my lungs, it was like I had cracked emotionally after so much buildup. I pass out from exhaustion and screaming. At the time, I'm having what seems to me a fever/stress dream. I walk out of my body. I am phasing through the wall of the bike shop and step directly into this man from behind, and I'm seeing my boyfriend through this guy I've never met or seen. Like full avatar mode. I see my skin is white. I have a beard. I'm clearly dreaming, right? Like astral projecting, and I'm aware that I'm dreaming and I can't control my actions. Everything goes black. I wake up to him smiling, shaking me, saying that he got the down payment, but it was super weird, like he was taken over, being controlled by someone else. He said the guy stood there and froze for like 30 seconds, blanked out mid-conversation they were actively engaged in, and suddenly said with no emotion, robot-like, turned his head to him and said, "How much is the down payment?" $5K, and pulls the money from the register without looking down. Maintaining eye contact with super dark pupils, almost black eyes, he says. He showed him the plans for expansion, etc., and his personality completely changed from cool tatted biker dude to a dull, lifeless, dry talking NPC. We stared at each other in silence and awe before pulling off while I processed his experience. He laughed and shrugged and took me to my favorite restaurant and ordered for me. He kept thanking me for coming and motivating him to get back on track immediately. I didn't say anything for the rest of the day because I was confused and creeped out by what he saw. I didn't mention my dream. I just told him that I was drained from the past couple of days and needed to rest now that he was in a better headspace. Since that day, he asked if I can come to every potential client and nap in the car for good luck, and he needed me or else he would fail. Did I freaking possess someone unintentionally? Did the universe scare me into a believer? Or was I Get Outed? Anti-Matrix and community, please help. Okay, first of all, I want to say I've never seen the movie Get Out, so I cannot weigh in on that portion of it or what this might mean as far as that goes. I have no idea. It certainly sounds like you unintentionally possessed somebody, but the weird thing is that the eyes were black, which is normally indicative of a demon, right? And you're not a demon. Are you a demon and you don't know it? But also, this was happening to your boyfriend, the black eyes and the weird stuff that he didn't remember doing before this. So if you unintentionally possessed a person, who unintentionally possessed him, unless someone didn't unintentionally possess, unless that was a demon or an evil entity that possessed him, maybe it took you to possess that person. I literally don't know. This is crazy. I need to hear, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing this crazy story. This one is called System Error. Back in 2018, I was going to college. College in the UK is 2 years of studying after secondary school, usually at age 16 to 18, in a larger town further over from where I lived. It took me 2 buses and a short walk to get onto campus, and the same short walk and 2 buses to get home. The first bus would take me early morning from my village to a bus station where I got the second bus into town and walked onto campus. I'd have classes from 9 a.m. to 3 or sometimes 4 p.m. And then by the time I got home, it would be somewhere between 5 and 6 p.m. This is where the weird matrix glitching situation happened. My alarm on my phone rang and I got up, got washed, dressed, grabbed my class notes, and went to college. It was Thursday, so I had sociology class, a literature class, a secondary catch-up sociology class, lunch, and a spare hour period, and then philosophy. I also stayed back an extra hour to do a coursework class, so my Thursdays were pretty packed, and I tend to get to the bus station on my route home as everyone was leaving work from the nearby retail center, so it was always majorly busy in the bus station and on the buses as well. I have anxiety and a learning disorder, so I'm not great at dealing with people. I always rode the bus with my headphones on and kept my attention out the window to try to keep myself grounded, especially when I knew that the buses would be busy. Thursdays, as I said, were always busy, so I got on the bus from near campus, heading out of town and towards the bus station. I hadn't been paying attention to anyone getting on or off the bus, but I know that it stopped at most, if not all, of the bus stops along the route. It wasn't until the bus started pulling into the bus station that I paused my music and headed to the front doors of the bus to get off. But the doors didn't open. The bus was just sat in the station bay, and I turned around to try to ask the driver what was wrong, but as I turned, I found that there was no bus driver. In actuality, there was no one on the bus at all. I stood for a moment looking around, knowing that it's seconds before I had heard the voices of other people on the bus and no one had been in front of me when I got up to leave the bus, but I was totally alone and it was eerily quiet. In a bit of a panic, but mostly really confused, I managed to manually push the bus doors open and stepped out to find the bus station also totally empty. It was like one of those post-apocalyptic movie scenes. Everything looked like it had this gray hue over it. And although there were no people in the station, there were abandoned buildings like newspapers and bags, push chairs like props on a set just left in their places for actors returning later. Then the bus station to noise started making announcements. Error in the system. Functional halt, subject malfunction, subject conscious, subject reset start. What is happening right now? That freaked me out completely. The bus station doors slammed shut when I ran for them and the whole area seemed like it was shaking. I knew I was being forced to forget that something had gone wrong and I wasn't meant to be seeing any of it. I woke up then, in my bed, completely panicked and terrified. It all felt real. I'm sure it was real. I calmed myself down a bit, but not enough to go back to sleep, so I just stayed in bed processing it all until I absolutely had to get out of bed to answer my alarm. It was Thursday again. And the reason I know it was real is because my class notes for that day were already in my books, including a post-it note from one of my tutors marking down a meeting for the following Monday. I didn't want whatever that reset thing was in my dream to happen again, so I kept quiet. I didn't acknowledge any of it out loud or talk to anyone about it because the whole feeling of knowing someone was coming to get me and that I was being watched to make sure that I didn't malfunction again had me completely freaked out. The day was the same as the dream, but I felt like I had to change it a little, like I had to go out of my way to make sure I mix up the flow somehow so that I didn't end up in that empty bus station. I didn't go to my coursework class and instead opted for emailing my tutor who gave me the appointment time and place from the dream post-it note for the following Monday. I even rang my mom and convinced her to come pick me up and take a drive to our favorite beach just to make sure that I absolutely avoided the bus station. Nothing like that has ever happened again, and I'm always left wondering if it was a surreal dream, an actual system in the Matrix error, or if I ended up in the wrong timeline or universe or something. I have no idea, but it scared me. Obviously, I'm going to tell you that I believe you and that I don't think this was a dream. What was it? I have no idea. It sounded like some weird glitch in the Matrix, and then they reset you. Error in the system, subject malfunction, subject conscious, subject reset start. Like what? This is so crazy. I need to know what you guys think. Please let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing this awesomely weird story. This was a really good one. This one is called Footsteps at 1 a.m. and a Shut-Down Children's Hospital. Hi. So when I was really young, like 4, this super creepy / crazy thing happened to my dad. When my dad tells this story to this day, he will still get chills. My dad used to work at a company in the rural town that we lived in, and it recently came out that where the company was stationed, the building used to be a children's hospital that had been shut down 50-ish years prior to these events and repurposed. And if that's not creepy enough, nobody still alive knows why it shut down. All anyone knows is that over half the children staying there died suddenly. What? Okay, was not expecting that. So my dad was working overtime super late. We're talking like 1 a.m. He's just sitting at his desk and then all of a sudden he starts hearing footsteps, multiple footsteps. They sound like they're coming from the floor above him, but my dad is the only one in this entire building. All the doors are locked, and my dad was the only one with the after hours key code. He kind of brushes it off as he's just super tired, but it happened again. Only this time, it sounded like the footsteps were running, and he heard children laughing. So he grabs the biggest flashlight he can find, a PVC pipe, and goes upstairs to see if he can find anything. As he's climbing the stairs, the lights start flickering. He brushed it off like nothing, thinking that the lights were just old, and continued on. When he reached the next floor, he tried to turn on the lights, only they wouldn't turn on. These lights had worked merely hours before, and the lights in the rest of the building worked. So my dad walked the hallway with the flashlight and found nothing. So he went back downstairs and continued working. About 20-ish minutes later, my dad hears the running again. Only this time the sound was multiplied, like the amount of feet had tripled. And instead of children laughing, it sounded like children sobbing and crying out in fear. Now, my dad is genuinely freaked out at this point, so he calls my mom, and my mom can hear this happening through the phone. As the sound came closer, like they're running towards him only one floor up, my dad basically tried to hide under his desk. As the running footsteps and the crying reached basically right above him, there was a boom, the most blood-curdling screams my dad said he has ever heard in his life, and the sound of manic laughter. When I tell you my dad, a full-grown man who watched horror movies for fun, was so terrified he wet himself, let's just say he never worked overtime that late again. I don't know about you, but I think that whatever happened that made that hospital shut down, the town tried to cover up because there are no records of that hospital closing or why it closed at all anywhere. And I think that my dad had a glimpse of what happened over 50 years ago that night. And get this, the date that this happened to my dad was the exact date that the hospital closed 54 years prior. Oh, that was a good ending story. My chills, I have chills. Clearly, I think the same thing that you did. Something bad happened in that hospital. They were covering it up. If there's no records of why it closed, what unalived all of those children? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Do you have chills like me? Also, let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing this creepy, crazy story. It was a great last story. Hello, Auntie and fellow glitches. Hi. I've been procrastinating writing this story out of fear that it might return. Are you glitches ready? In fall of 2016, I had been going through a lot emotionally after losing my mom/best friend to cancer a few months prior. I had started feeling a darkness around my house and thought it was just me putting that energy out there until stuff started flying across the room in front of our eyes. My husband, being a non-believer, chopped it up to, oh, it just fell somehow on its own. Me, on the other hand, thought, did I create a poltergeist? It wasn't until a few nights later that a chain of events over 3 nights put it all into full perspective. Night number 1. We go to bed as usual when around 3 a.m. my husband and I are startled awake by our son screaming. We rush into his bedroom only to see him huddled in the corner of his bed, shaking and pointing to the opposite side of the room. Something in me told me not to look, so I just held him while reassuring him. It was just a bad dream. And my husband was saying on repeat, calm down, there's nothing there, calm down, there's nothing there. We finally calm him down and all go back to sleep with no other incidents that night. The next morning, I tried asking my son what he was so scared of, but he wouldn't say much other than, it was just a bad dream, so I left it alone. Night number 2. 3 a.m., we are startled awake again by his screaming. This time, I go alone. I still could not bring myself to look that way, so I just said, whatever you are, leave him alone and get the hell out of our house or I will make you leave. I felt it in my gut as those words left my mouth that I had just challenged something evil. When I got back to bed, I tried explaining to my husband how I felt, and as usual, he played it off, this time to normal kid stuff along with mom guilt. I just agreed, I think, to ease my mind. Night 3. I was struggling to fall asleep, worried if I was going to hear my son screaming again. I decided to watch some TV around midnight to help me fall asleep, plus it lighting up my bedroom helped ease the scared part of me from challenging that thing the night before. I slowly drifted off to sleep, and I guess at some point I dropped my arm off the side of the bed, which gave this thing the opportunity to grab me. I wake up to being yanked out of bed, so I scream for my husband to help me. As I'm being used like a tug-of-war rope between this thing and my husband, I finally look to see what it was. I can honestly say I've never felt so terrified in my life. This thing was not human and never has been. It only had what I can describe as rotten flesh, as skin in tethered clothes, black eyes, animal-like teeth, and long, sharp, claw-like nails. After what felt like an eternity, my husband was able to get me back fully onto the bed and jumped up to turn the lights on to see if someone was hiding underneath our bed somehow. He finally sits down with a confused look and asks, "What the hell just happened and what was that thing?" Me, still being in shock, couldn't answer his questions. All I could get out is, "Check on the kids now." I can honestly say in that moment, I don't know what feelings were worse, the experience I just had or knowing that my poor son had already been tortured by this thing for 2 nights prior, all alone. I finally collected my senses and immediately cleansed my house in every way possible, and right after the darkness lifted, along with no more things flying around the house. After a few weeks passed, my husband and I decided to talk about what actually happened that night. He said he heard me yelling and thought that I was rolling off the bed. It wasn't until he grabbed my wrist to pull me back that he realized that something was off. He had moved over just enough to get a better grip and to see what was holding on to, but he ended up seeing what he thought was a shadow of a man half under our bed, pulling me underneath. Instant fear set in, so he grabbed me like a football to get me back into bed again. I was speechless, to say the least. I think mostly because he actually admitted for the first time that he saw something unexplainable and is now a believer-ish. Haha. How can you not be a believer total after that? I did a lot of thinking on how this thing found me/us or even got in my house, because as a witch, my house is spiritually locked down like Fort Knox. The only thing I can think of is that something came home with me when I spent the last 10 full days of my mom's life at the hospice center with her because she was in a coma. The nurse told me normally all the patients pass within 24 to 48 hours of getting admitted, and that my mom was the first to ever make it to 10 days. As you can imagine, out of 30 rooms, I saw a lot, from people dying all alone without family ever coming to families mourning as their loved ones were being wheeled out. Oh my God, you had a legitimate monster under your bed? That is like one of my worst fears, is something grabbing my foot or my arm and dragging me out of my bed. I cannot believe that you experienced that. And I cannot believe that your husband, even after seeing and feeling that happen, is still a believer-ish. What? I have no idea how that thing got to your house. It had to have come home with you. That's the only thing I can think of. Something had to have attached itself to you and come home with you. But sounds like you got it out, and I really, really hope that you did. That was such a scary story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called I Think I Dated Joe Black. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Sorry this might be long, but I keep thinking about it. I am open to ideas. Please let me know. In 2004-2005, I was an exchange student to the US, meaning I came from Europe and went to school in the US for a year in order to improve my English and get to know the culture. As many exchange students do, I lived in a very small community, roughly around 6,000 people. During the first week, I met this boy and his name was Blake. He asked me out to the movies that Friday. He came to my house, picked me up, and we went to the movies and had some fast food with me. That was all very exciting for me. This was my first official date. I didn't live with an exchange family, as many do. However, I lived with a single woman who had a daughter who was older than me and had already gone to college. So the lady I lived with was a bit protective of me being so young and in a foreign country. She obviously interviewed Blake thoroughly and made sure his intentions were right. We were 16 or 17 at the time. My relationship with Blake never progressed to something romantic, but during the time I was on exchange, he became a good friend. He would come pick me up from school and we would hang out. When I didn't know what to do during boring breaks on holidays, he would drag me along to his family or take me out on his farm to go see the animals. When I was homesick, he would sometimes console me. He was just an all-around good guy. Honestly, the kind I wish for my son to have as a friend. When my stay came to an end, I was really sad to leave Blake. Not because I suddenly had to say goodbye to my boyfriend, but because he just became a really good friend. The kind of friend that you wish that you'd have. The day I got my yearbook, he signed it. Unfortunately, we didn't stay in touch much after that due to life circumstances. After I returned home, I became very sick and I was in the hospital for almost a year. Coincidentally, about 5 years ago, I met a girl who, as it turns out, I went to high school with in the US. This could have been my glitch in the Matrix story as well. She was about 2 years younger than me. I'm not quite sure if she was a freshman or sophomore. I was a junior. However, she did grow up and go to college near the town where I used to live and go to school in. Naturally, when we started working together, we started to gossip about the good old times and what everybody became and how things are. Eventually, we wound up on the subject of Blake. I told her about him and I asked her what happened to him. I wondered if he's married and if he has children. She looked at me funny. At first, I couldn't explain the look. She then goes on to tell me that she doesn't know anybody by that name, and I thought maybe I got the name wrong. It's been a long time. I haven't spoke to him in a very long time. Maybe I misremembered his name. I didn't think much of it. Plus, she was younger, so maybe she doesn't know him because it wasn't the same age bracket. I went onto Facebook and LinkedIn. I couldn't find anybody by the name I remembered. Not someone who could have been my classmate or maybe a year or two older by that name. I have to admit that I was stopped before going down the rabbit hole because of something at work. I forgot about that day and my somewhat manic search. Best believe I couldn't stop thinking about it. A few weeks go by and my mom calls and asks me to clear out some boxes. She still keeps some of my stuff at her house in boxes. Guess what I found? My old high school yearbook from the US. Remembering the conversation I had with my coworker, I thought I'd check out Blake's photo and see what his name actually was. I checked the whole yearbook. I couldn't find his photo. Eventually, I even asked my brother, my biological brother, to double check. My brother couldn't find it either. I know Blake had signed my yearbook. I know it had been signed in bright green ink. I remember it so distinctly because at the time he was constantly wearing a t-shirt and the pen color was almost the same color as the words Green Day written on the t-shirt. I thought I was going crazy. I thought maybe I had made it up. I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe somebody else signed the yearbook in this color and I misattributed it. Nobody else signed my yearbook in a green color. Eventually, I called my host family. Now, my former sister, so to speak, had gotten married and the woman I lived with had become a grandma. I still call every year for Christmas and check up on them. I asked the lady that hosted me if she remembered Blake. She did. I asked her if she remembered where he lived. She remembered where he lived because she had picked me up there once. However, my, so to speak, sister inserted herself into the conversation and was a little shook. During college, she had been helping out driving an ice cream truck to make some money. Hence, she knew every edge of this town. The lady I had lived with, her mother, and I described where Blake had lived. My sister said that where we described had been a farm that's run down for years. Again, I thought maybe she just had the time frame wrong. After all, it's been 20 years. Blake could have easily been up and left right out of high school and never returned. His parents were a bit older, I think, but I wasn't great at judging ages at that point in my life. So it could easily be that he left the day he graduated, went somewhere else, and never returned, all while his parents passed. Best believe I was shivering. The human mind plays tricks, I thought, and maybe in her memory it's been ages, but it's only been about 10 years or so. I asked my sister to go there. She eventually drove by there and took some photos and sent them to me. The house, the barn, and everything that's on the farm were all weathered and look like they are falling apart. The photos show an old farmhouse which has not been lived in for many, many years. There is no sign of him ever living. My sister thought maybe she would find some old mail or something. She didn't. This could easily be because he picked it up and left. He was an only child. Again, I Googled him afterwards. I even called the school where we both went and asked if they had that name on their records. Nothing. It drove me crazy for months. Best believe I have so many questions. Why is nobody else remembering him? Why is a lady that I lived with remembering him? Why is he gone from a yearbook? Again, I think if I had the last name wrong, I would have seen a photo and recognized the person in your book. I'm 100% sure his first name was Blake. Even if he went by his middle name for some odd reason, I would have seen his picture in the yearbook. But then again, I couldn't find him in any club, neither FFA or football or art club or whatever else I'm missing. I can't find him in the portrait sections in any class. Who was that person? I don't have very many memories of his parents, but from my European eyes, they had a very large stove in their kitchen. I think it was one of those very expensive ones. Also, the stove was bright red. To me, coming from Europe, this was so distinctly that I remember nothing about their house other than the kitchen. The last name I remembered has come up in the area and it has come up with farming. Because it drove me so crazy, I actually called one of the farms with that last name and asked about the family. None of the people I have called have ever said, oh yeah, that's my uncle or that's my aunt, but they since moved or something along the lines of, we're not related, but they do have the same name. We get the confusion all the time. Nothing like that. About a week ago, I finally got the guts to call someone I have been pointed to in my research. This person is a registered attorney by the same last name, someone who has nothing to do with farming. I called him and I asked if he knows anything about the people. I wound up actually telling him the whole story. He couldn't live the mystery of Blake, but he did tell me that the farm I mentioned hasn't been operated on for 40 years after something dramatic happened in the family. So he doesn't think that the farm was working at the time I would have been living there. I about threw up after hearing that. I went on to ask him if I could have gotten the address wrong because during the conversation, he had told me that he had lived his whole life in this town. I know I went out to the farm so I could essentially pet animals, so if this person doesn't exist, what about the animals? Have I made them up too? Am I psychotic? Even if the person is a fraud, where are the animals? Even if a person had something sinister in mind with me, why would he keep the animals? I mean, this farm that I was on had horses, cows, dogs, chickens. If this person wanted to harm me, why would you keep so many animals? I even went back to Google Earth and tried to find a place. The farm that my sister was on is the only farm that has the buildings that I remember. The attorney was kind enough to check who the deed for the land was signed to. It's the family name that I remembered, but he doesn't remember anybody by the name of Blake. He does remember, and this is where it gets strange, his brother having a brief relationship with a woman that had the same first name as Blake's mother, but the attorney thinks that the relationship never went anywhere. So he doesn't think that his brother had gotten to marry the woman, Blake's potential mother, in a whirlwind romance, and she could have had a kid with another man and went out to use his brother's last name. He can't ask his brother because he passed away from cancer about 5 years ago. That could explain the last name and why no one with that last name knows him. But why isn't anyone remembering him? Why is his picture gone from my 20-year-old printed and signed yearbook? Why is the farm run down? I don't think I went out with a ghost. I don't think I befriended a ghost. Honestly, if you ask me, I think it was some type of guardian angel, because still thinking about him so many years later, his friendship and his kindness have carried me through so many terrible things. Just knowing that someone could care about me that much helped me get through a lot of it. I hope you enjoyed this story. Thank you for reading. I thought there was going to be some point in here where we were going to figure this out, but we never figured it out. None of this makes sense to me. And I would say that maybe because you were in the hospital and you got sick, right? And very sick for like a whole year. So I could call quantum immortality and say that you passed away in the hospital and that you jumped into a very similar timeline. However, if that's the case, why does the mother that you stayed with remember the kid and remember taking you to the house? But no one else remembers. He's not in the yearbook. Is it possible that she jumped timelines with you? Is it possible that you did hang out with a ghost? But then the animals would also have to be spirits too. Oh my goodness. I'm not really sure. This was a very interesting story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Ball of Light on New Year's Eve. Video deletes itself. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm from the Netherlands, so excuse my English. Hello, Netherlands. On New Year's Eve after 12 a.m., I was 14 at the time, I was filming a video. There were a lot of people in our home. I could make videos with my phone. It was my first one that could make videos. On my screen, I saw a ball of light coming through the door. I thought it was just a glitch in the film, so I looked it with my own eyes, and it was there. The party was at my house. I called to the guests and my family and I said, look over there. They all went, wow, what is that? We could not believe it. It was a perfect round ball, really thick in color. The ball moved really fast and after almost 1 minute, it went through the wall and it was gone. I got it on video, I thought. The ball was green, but also pink and purple with all colors of the rainbow. Really beautiful. I looked at the video like 100 times, I think. When I got back to school, I told my friends. They did not believe me. But I had the video. After class, I would show it. So after class, I took my phone. It was a flip phone. I opened it and then it went all by itself. I could not stop the phone. It opens menu. I was pushed the red button, but nothing happened. We saw it scrolling to gallery. I kept pushing the red button and it screamed, no. It scrolled to videos. I was pushing the red button like an idiot now, still screaming, no. And yes, it scrolled to the video of the ball, scrolled to the trash can and asked if it wants to be deleted. I was still pushing the red button and all by itself, it pushed yes. The video was gone. My friends thought nothing of it. They did not believe me in the first place. But my fam and the guests, we have no words. It was really strange and I still don't understand it. You had to navigate through this phone with the arrow buttons. The red button was to abort all. I still can't believe that I have seen something like this happen with my own eyes. This is why I always know there is more to this world and some people don't want us to have proof of that. Okay, when you said that the video deleted itself, I thought you were just going to say you took a video of this thing that you saw and the video is gone and you don't know how it got deleted, but you physically watched it get deleted. You physically watched something pressing the buttons on your phone to delete that video? That is wild. That is wild. What did you see? I wonder what that ball of light was. Was it some sort of alien or some sort of entity or being from another dimension? How did it come and start pushing all the buttons on your phone to delete the video? This is like literally crazy. I need to hear what everyone thinks in the comments. Please let me know. What a great story. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called Creepy Hospital Ghost Whisper. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've been watching your videos on TikTok since you started and I love you. I love you too. Oh, gee. Woo. I got my own story for you and I hope you get to read it. It's a tad bit long, but I know that we love the long ones. LOL. For context, I live in Cape Town, South Africa, and I am currently a medical student. I know med school works differently in the US as you have to do an undergraduate degree first and then get into med school, but here, medicine is an undergraduate degree that you can start straight out of high school, and it only takes 6 years for you to become a doctor. The first 3 years are mainly theory-based with a ton of lectures, practicals, and teachings on clinical skills, but we hardly interact with patients. The last 3 years, however, are what we call clinical years, and that's when we do clinical rotations in various hospitals and clinics around the city, getting trained by doctors, consultants, etc. So we get a lot of clinical practice until we qualify. I hope I explained that well. You did. Anyway, I'm in my 4th year, my first year of clinical practice, and I am currently doing my obstetrics rotation at one of the oldest hospitals in the country. It was built in the 1800s, so you can just imagine there being a number of ghost encounters here. A common one being a ghost nurse dressed in white with white eyes who is seen in the wee hours of the morning helping patients in the wards before disappearing. It's like she doesn't know that she's not alive anymore, so she still clocks in for her night shift, LOL. Oh my goodness, that is so cute, a little helpful nurse ghost. During my rotation, we have 24-hour calls roughly twice a week, and it's usually 2 to 3 students working with the rest of the hospital staff in the labor wards per night. Since it's a teaching hospital, we have a student center with a lounge area, a bathroom, a mini kitchen, and a computer lab for when we need to take a break or do some studying in between monitoring patients and delivering babies. When I was on call 2 weeks ago, I decided to take a break alone in the student center to have something to eat, but I eventually decided to take a nap as it was around 2 a.m. I was just about to fall asleep when I suddenly heard a woman's voice loudly whisper, "Die!" right against my ear. I quickly opened my eyes, heart pounding as I looked around to see no one in the student center with me, but I could still feel the sensation of the whisper in my ear, and it sent chills down my spine. I've never gotten up so fast to go back to the ward, told my best friend, and we both refused to take breaks alone in the student center since. I know I could not have been dreaming because I hadn't even fallen asleep yet, and the sensation and pressure of the whisper against my ear was still there when I opened my eyes, so I am super freaked out. I've never experienced anything strange at that hospital since, but it still scares me thinking about it. Thankfully, I'm continuing the rest of my rotation somewhere else, so I don't have to be back there anytime soon. It might have been one of the ghosts in the hospital, but I hope they all leave me the fuck alone so I can get this degree in peace, since I might be placed at this hospital again for another rotation in the next 2 years before I graduate. I've attached a snap I took of one of the many class photos framed on the walls leading to the student center so you can get a better sense of how creepy and old the hospital is. Okay, and here is the picture. This is one of the old, oh my God, look how old this class is. You can just tell by the quality of the picture and their looks. They're like little uniforms. Oh my God. This picture definitely gives off some vibes, man. I'm going to assume that creepy whisper had to come from a spirit in the hospital. Like, I don't know why it's telling you to die, though. It's like really scary. Ooh, I would not like that. Let me know what you guys thought about this one in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing this creepy story. The title of the story is literally just an alien emoji. Hi, Matrix Mama. Hi, love your page and discussions. Here's one of my stories of encountering aliens. In the late 1980s, I went to this guy's house that my friend knew. There wasn't much furniture to speak of, so we sat in a circle on the floor, crisscross applesauce in his living room. After a bit of banter, small talk, etc., this guy opened up about a book that he was writing exposing the government to these alien projects that he was a part of. Before I get into some of what he said and what I can remember, I want you to know how skeptical I was, so I kept asking him hard questions to try to make him slip up, but he never did. He told us that the government does indeed have UFO spacecrafts along with living aliens. He said that their favorite foods are strawberry yogurt and almonds and some other things that I can't remember. He also told us that Earth made the aliens' skin extremely dry. They would boil children, yes, human kids, and the aliens would use the fat from it as lotion for their skin, which apparently was the only thing that would work. It made me think about all the little kids that go missing and are never found. What? That can't be true. This can't be true. He also told us that only a select few can actually see UFOs. He gave this example. If 25 people standing in a group all together and they're looking up at the exact same spot in the sky, only 5 of those 25 people are able to see the UFO above them. He gave a reason why, but unfortunately, again, I can't quite remember it. Sorry. Oh my God. I need the reasons. That's really weird. Like why? Like why? I need to know why. Another thing was, if you wear a ring or a necklace or any type of metallic jewelry, and it's something that you wear all the time, when you're not wearing it or you forget to put it on or something, does it make you feel a little off or lost or out of sorts? Yes, it does. He said that's because aliens use your jewelry as transmitters and receivers of information, and so the aliens can keep track of you almost like a GPS signal or a Find My Phone app. Again, all the time I am asking him questions, hard questions, and trying to throw him off to see if he's lying, but he never wavered once, ever. We talked to him for hours, and at one point, I swear we were all levitating about an inch off the floor, and this guy's face kept glitching from this human face to that of a gray, large-eyed alien face. The book he was writing, he had hidden under the wood floorboards somewhere in his house. He also had been contacted by numerous government and law enforcement agents threatening him to hand over his book or there would be consequences. Well, about 1 to 2 weeks go by and I went back to that guy's house because I had a lot more questions. But when I got there, the whole house was boarded up. All the windows and all of the doors, and there were bullet holes all over the outside walls of the house. Come to find out later that the SWAT team had come within a week following our visit and unalived him. This was never posted in any newspaper, police blotter, nothing, nowhere. I can't remember what city it was in, but it was in Los Angeles County area in California. Side note, I feel that I have been abducted at least twice, and this guy was able to confirm it. I know there's more, but this is what I can remember for now. It was a long time ago. Thank you, Jessica, for giving us a platform to talk about this crazy kind of stuff. This is all super crazy. The babies thing is really weird. The jewelry thing is very interesting. Strawberry yogurt and almonds. Why did his face keep glitching? Was he actually an alien and he wasn't human and he was just disguised as a human? If that were true, why would an alien be writing a book to expose aliens? I don't know, man. This is really weird and very interesting if this stuff is true. I wish that we had more information. I completely believe, though, that he was unalived because of sharing this information, which is so scary. I need to know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know. And thank you so much for sharing this story. This one is called The Black Dress Glitch and the Receipt. Hello. Hi. These are actually 2 different stories, but it wasn't until I started watching your content that I thought maybe I wasn't crazy and maybe these were glitches or whatever. First, I want to start off by saying that I am a very sensitive person, sensitive to the paranormal. I always know when I'm in a home with spirits in it. I'm afraid to see anything like that, and so usually I'm scared if they are there. I've had so many experiences with the paranormal since I was a child, I'm 47 now, that I could write a book on it. Anyway, for the reason that I emailed, the first one is about a black dress. I bought this dress one summer. It's black, cotton, basic, but it has pockets, and I loved it. I live in Arizona, so anything light and cotton in the summer is a must. I'd wear it around the house, to the store, etc. Nothing fancy, just a black cotton dress. This was the summer of 2021. During the last week of June that year, I was going to be in Boston for a week for work. My best friend and I decided to go to Sedona for the week before I flew out to Boston Sunday night and she flew home to LA on Sunday night. If you're not familiar with Sedona, look it up. Very spiritual place. Maybe that's why this happened. Since I wouldn't be going home before going to the airport from Sedona, I packed a giant suitcase with stuff for Sedona and everything I needed for my time in Boston, including that black dress. I specifically remember putting it in the suitcase and thinking it would be perfect for Monday afternoon in Boston as I didn't have to be at work and I could just walk around the city. It was my first time there. While in Sedona, I picked that dress up in my suitcase a few different times while looking for other articles of clothing. That dress was with me. It was in my suitcase. Fast forward to Monday afternoon. I had taken a red-eye flight Sunday and arrived in Boston around 5 a.m. I was exhausted. I worked for a few hours and then my boss told me to go out and see the city. I get to the hotel, shower, and go to my suitcase to grab the black dress. It's not in there. I have a lot of black clothing and I took each item out one at a time several times and it wasn't there. I even went so far as to taking each item out and speaking out loud what I was holding. So I would say, this is a black shirt, set it aside and grab the next item. It's not in there. I figured I must have accidentally left it in the hotel room in Sedona and was bummed, but honestly, it was like a $15 dress and I could get another one. I don't think anything more of it while I'm in Boston. When I get home, I went and got a new one. I got it at Walmart, LOL, so it was easy to find another. A week or so goes by. I've worn the new dress, thrown it in the laundry, and grabbed the clothes from my suitcase, still no black dress, and the ones from the hamper that need to be washed. Yes, I wait forever to unpack, don't judge. When I'm putting my clothes away, I pick up my new black dress and hang it up. Again, I have so much black clothing, so when I picked up an item towards the end, it could have been anything. I thought maybe it was those overalls that were all the hype at the time or a skirt. Nope. It was my black dress. I remember shaking my head like, what? Because I just put it on a hanger and in the closet. I run to the closet and sure enough, the black dress is there. Now I have 2. I swear to you, I packed it. I grabbed it from my suitcase in Sedona and then it vanished. I cannot explain it to this day. I still have both black dresses. I don't know how, friend, but somehow that black dress glitched right back to your house. That is so crazy. The next story made me cry when it happened. My initial thought was that my stepdad, he passed in 2012, found this so I'd stop losing my mind. Okay, little backstory. I have what I call a chaos book. It's an 8x11 journal that I bought from the drugstore. I started it in 2012, the same month of my stepdad's birthday and a few months before he died. By this time, it was coming up on his birthday and 10 years since he passed. I was finally finishing this chaos book. In this book, I guess you can think of it kind of like a scrapbook, but I'd also write in it. It's a whole chaotic nightmare into my thoughts, my happiness. I glued sentimental things in it, like cards, napkins of places I've been, things of people that have given me, pictures, just whatever. There were no rules to the chaos book. Anyway, I'm finishing the book on my desk and I want to glue in a receipt from a restaurant my now ex-boyfriend and I went to. On the receipt, we were writing little notes to each other, drawing hearts, all sorts of corny shit, and it was a good memory for me, so I kept the receipt and it was in my wallet folded up. Except, it's not there. I look through everything. Not there. I look through other wallets. Not there. This will sound silly, but I was really upset that I couldn't find it. After about 2 hours, no joke, looking for it, I give up. I sit down at my desk to do some work for a while, and after about a minute or two, I notice a pen on top of a piece of paper to my left. I pick up the paper, unfold it, and it's the receipt. I immediately burst into tears. For some reason, I just knew it was my stepdad helping me. I was so close to him. I'm the one who discovered him when he died, and it was a very traumatic experience. I used to dream of him a lot, but that kind of slowed down over the years. It was coming up on his birthday when this happened, and I always think of him a lot around then. I just knew it was him. I've told people that story, and some people tell me the receipt was there the whole time. It wasn't. Or that I forgot that I found it in my wallet and I put it on my desk. Or that I imagined it. Some people believe me and say it was him helping me, saying hello, or even playing a prank on me because that's something that he would do. What do you think? Thanks for listening. Thanks for your content. You're amazing. You're amazing. First of all, I want to say that a chaos book is such a good idea. I have no idea where you got that idea or the name, but that sounds so perfect. Like, what a great little way to keep like thoughts and keepsakes and all those things with like no order to it. So you don't have to feel like pressured to do something a certain way. I really like that. I might start a chaos book. Second of all, I think that if you feel that it was your stepdad, then it was probably your stepdad. You would know best. And it absolutely could have been your stepdad. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your stories. This one is called My Polish Angel. Hi. I absolutely love your videos and how open you are to the strange. I have never told anyone the story except my husband, and I feel that you have built this amazing, comfortable outlet that maybe others could share their stories if similar. Trigger warning though, it does speak on angels and child loss. I have a Polish guardian angel. I see her repeatedly throughout my life. She often comes when traumatic event is taking place, but she always shows up. It started back in about 2006. I worked at a small town grocery store as a cashier. A tiny blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned woman came in my checkout line, maybe 5 kids in tow behind her, all fairly young. It was chaotic, to say the least. She was trying to keep her kids in line, but it was hard to understand because she was not speaking English. Her total came up and she was $5 short. She was embarrassed and trying to communicate with me, and I just covered the difference for her. She grabbed my hand and thanked me over and over. It was a simple thing to me, but I realized it was a very big deal to her. She explained that they had just moved from Poland and she was overwhelmed, and my kindness meant a great deal to her. This is where it gets kind of strange. I didn't see her again for 2 years. In 2008, my then boyfriend, now husband, was in an accident at work. He was taken to a bigger hospital about an hour away. While dealing with his hospital stay, I ran into her at a gas station midway. She was standing behind me in line. I didn't even think to say hi. She felt so familiar, but there's no way that she'd remember me. She did. She asked me if I was okay. I told her vaguely what was going on. She told me not to worry. I had to know it would be okay. In 2010, my husband was in a critical accident. He had a traumatic brain injury and was in a coma. I was in the chapel at the hospital pleading with any powers that be to please save him. She came in. She just put her hand on my shoulder and offered to pray with me. He pulled through 2 weeks later. We went through a lot of rehabilitation, but he made it. Life was good. Things were great. In 2015, we became pregnant for the first time. At our 20-week scan, we found out that our baby had passed. It was one of the hardest times of my life. I took some time off from work, and on my first day back, I stopped to get a coffee, and she was there, just standing behind me in line. When I grabbed my coffee and turned around, she gave me the biggest hug and rubbed my belly. She said, "No baby yet, but it will happen." How did she know? In 2023, I lost my dad. I was making arrangements with family and had to stop at a store to grab some things. I walked and did my shopping, and she just kind of collided with me. We started small talk, and she just knew that something was wrong. Yet again, told me that she would pray for me. I've seen her a few more times in between, and each time it's when something really hard is going on. She always is just there to assure me that everything will be okay and that she will pray for me. The part that's so weird is I never get her name. She's so comforting and always just asks. As soon as I see her, I feel relief, like it will actually be okay because she says so. About 2 weeks ago, I ran into her. I now have 2 kids and things are well. She ran up to me and hugged me and told me how beautiful my boys were and how blessed I am. I couldn't stop thinking, why did I run into her? Nothing is going on. Is she my Polish guardian angel or just a comforting coincidence?
Wow, this was such a good story.
I think she's absolutely either a guardian angel or some sort of guide or someone that's here to help you through this life. I think that's so beautiful and wonderful that she just keeps showing up. And that she makes you feel better.
I do say I would be worried, though, myself, if now I ran into her again, but nothing bad's going on.
Maybe this was kind of like her goodbye, because maybe she got you through all the hard things that were really going to happen in your life. And maybe everything's going to be like good for a really, really long time now. So she just wanted to tell you that she was happy about it for you. I don't know, but I totally believe that she is definitely a guardian angel, a guide, some sort of high dimensional being that is sent here to watch over you. And I love this story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing. This one is called Talking to Dead People. Hello. Hi. Super excited to share this with you. I have many stories, but this is the most amazing one. Not a glitch, but supernatural for sure. When my oldest daughter was just 2 years old, she was already very smart, creative, and had a big imagination. She was my only child at the time. My husband worked a lot as a grocery store manager. He had recently been transferred to a store about 2 hours away from our hometown. We rented a house in a small beach community to be close to his new job. I was familiar with this town because my grandparents had lived there briefly when I was a little girl. I remember visiting them in this town until my grandpa passed away when I was around 13 years old, so of course my husband and daughter never met him. Being 2 hours away from extended family and my husband working all the time left my daughter and I alone together a lot. We were besties. I was a stay-at-home mom and embraced it with all of my heart. We would go out on long walks, play on the beach, go to mommy and me time at the library, play at the park, and most of all, we spent hours playing make-believe with my daughter's dolls, Barbies, Polly Pockets, etc. We would make them talk to each other and create a whole world of make-believe. One day we were sitting on her bedroom floor playing Barbies. I needed to start dinner for her, so I told her she could keep playing and I would get dinner going and we would play again after. I could hear her continuing to play and talk to her Barbie dolls. I was cooking away and listening to her tell her Barbies, "Time for dinner, let's cook." So cute. But soon her make-believe conversation turned into something different. I could hear my daughter answering questions, like I was hearing a one-sided conversation. She was telling someone about her cousin being potty trained. She was talking about her favorite color. She would also be answering yes or no, and then go on about her cousins and what they liked to do or the fun things that she liked. I heard her ask, "What happened? How did you get hurt?" At this point, I was feeling very concerned. I walked into my daughter's room and I asked, "What are you doing? Who are you talking to?" She says, "Papa." My daughter called my dad Papa, so I was like, "Oh, are you pretending Papa G is here?" She says, "No, the Papa who used to live here." I froze. I had chills all over. I said, "In this house?" She said, "No, in Los Osos," the name of the town that we were in. Now remember, she had never met my grandpa. He died when I was little. I had never told her about him or that he previously lived in this town that we are now in. She was only 2. Why would I tell her any of that? Of course, it's possible that she heard me tell my husband about my grandparents living in this town, but I don't think so, and this next part gets even crazier. I said, "My grandpa?" She says, "Yes, he is with a little boy named Johnny who got hurt when he was on his bike." I stood there in shock. I was so scared. I was dizzy and I felt like I was going to faint. Years ago, my older cousin's son, Johnny, was hit by a car when he was 9 and died. This happened several years prior when I was just a teenager. I had never told my daughter about this. My husband and I never talk about this. There is no way on this earth my daughter would have known this. I know for a fact that my daughter was talking to my grandpa, who was also my cousin's grandpa, and my cousin's son. They were together in the afterlife.
Oh my God, this was such a good one. I love that. I love that she was just chatting with your grandpa.
There's no way that she's like making up questions other people are asking her and then answering them at the same time. And there's no way that she would have known that information.
What a beautiful story. I know that it felt really scary and I get that, but what a beautiful story. What a beautiful thing that she was connecting with him and that he was there, that they were both there.
Let me know what you guys think of this in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing this beautiful story. This one is called The Guy from Downstairs.
Hi, Auntie. Hi. Greetings from Bulgaria. Hello, Bulgaria. I love you. I love you too.
My story might be a long one, so grab a drink and get comfortable. When I was about 7, we moved to our brand new home. The old house that was on the lot that we bought, we absolutely tore it down and we built our home from scratch. Everything was great. I had my own room and I was the happiest. Just a quick overview of the house. 2 floors. Second floor was my bedroom, my brother's bedroom, a shared balcony, and a shared bathroom. Everything else was downstairs, including my parents' bedroom, etc. I was about 9 to 10 years old when one night after 10 p.m., I heard my name being called from the bottom of the stairs. Please note the stairs were not straight. They had a curve, which is not allowing me or my brother to see downstairs directly. This is usually how either my mom, dad, or brother were getting my attention rather than going all the way up to tell me something or to simply to tell me to get downstairs for some reason. So I heard my full name, which is very odd to me because everyone was referring to me by my nickname at the time. My first thought was that I was in trouble and that's why they were calling me this way. I responded immediately with yes, but nobody said anything. I heard my name again. I said yes. More annoyed this time, and again, no answer. The calling stopped and I did not bother to go down. The next morning, nobody said anything, and I thought whatever they needed from me was not relevant anymore. It's the next night. Same thing again. We all said goodnight. My brother went out with his friends and I went in my room. I hear the man's voice calling me again, my full name. The previous night, I did not even question who it was, either my dad or my brother. I responded with a yes and nothing. It repeated at least 4 times, which made me so mad that I got up and I opened my door to hear better as usual and yelled, yes? Silence. I closed the door and went to bed. For a second, I thought my bro was playing with me, but he was away. Did not think too much and went to sleep. The next morning, I was waiting for someone to say something. Nothing. I started to question, okay, even if it was my brother, my parents are downstairs and would wake up to tell him to stop. If it was my dad, he would mention something. If it was nobody, my parents should have heard me yelling yes, but nobody said anything. I freaked out, but I tried to brush it off as I was not fully understanding what this might be. I was 10 to 11 years old at the time. The next time this happened, I was terrified because even if the voice sounded familiar, I felt pure danger. It started yelling my name and pausing for my response. I was freaking out. I never responded again. This thing kept happening for at least 2 years. Not every night, but I was feeling like it was testing me if I would do what it wanted me to do. Some nights the calling was going for several hours without stopping. I vividly remember one night I was crying because it wouldn't stop and I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing it and it really stopped. I moved my fingers away, keep calling my name, never giving up for hours. This made me realize that the voice is not in my head because it wouldn't stop if I was covering my ears. Someone was really calling me from downstairs. My whole existence was telling me that this someone wants me to go downstairs and would want to hurt me / push me to fall on the stairs. I did not tell anyone because I was afraid since I'm the only one hearing it so loud and clear. For the whole night long, my parents will think that I'm crazy. This someone was terrorizing me for a little over 2 years before he gave up, which I hope is for good. We lived there for 10 years total, so I hope it was not planning on returning, but I could never know. During this period of time, I started sleepwalking. My brother found me in random places in the house and was walking beside me because when he told my parents, they warned him not to wake me up. He said when he was home, he would be so quiet just to make sure that I am not getting anywhere. And if he hears a noise, he would come and follow along with me to make sure that I was safe. Mind you, we had a balcony, and once he found me there, oh my God. I really believe that since he was always beside me, whoever that was couldn't hurt me. Only once I caught myself sleepwalking. I opened my eyes and saw my reflection in the bathroom mirror and my feet were ice cold. I looked around and thought I came to pee and was so sleepy that I did not remember. I guess my brain was really trying to protect me. I found out something very interesting about the old couple that we bought the house from when I was about 18 years old. We were talking with my mom and she casually decided to tell me that when we bought the house, we had an arrangement with them to let them live for about 5 to 6 months as it was late October and was not a great time to move or do any rebuilding approaching the winter season. When spring rolled around, they were planning to move to the city, several hours away, where the lady had relatives that she wanted to spend her last years with and wanted to be close by. The guy was not very happy and did not want to move, but what can he do? She was calling the shots. It was the day before the official moving day. Their whole life is loaded onto a truck and they are leaving early in the morning. And guess what? The guy died that night. The lady moved alone and the body was transferred as well as she wanted to be close to his grave and to also be buried there. I guess the guy never left our property. My only question was, why hurt me? What would do that? I guess I will never know. And to be honest, I do not want to know. I apologize for the long story. Thank you for making it this far. To this day, I get goosebumps when telling it. It took me a few years after my mom's cute story that she kept for so long to open up and tell my family what was happening to me. I only told my best friend outside my family, so all of you guys should be honored. We are honored and we believe you. So that 100,000 million % sounds like a mimic to me. That 100,000 million % sounds like a mimic. That is like exactly what a mimic will do. You absolutely had a mimic in your house. As far as hurting you, I don't actually know whatever happens with a mimic, right? I hear stories about mimics all the time. People, the mimic, mimicking people's voices, sometimes mimicking their physical appearance, but never have I heard what happens, why do they do it? I've never heard of someone getting hurt by one or killed by one, and maybe that's because they didn't live to tell the tale. I don't know. But that's a great question. Does anybody know? What is the goal? What's a mimic's goal? Is it just to scare you? I'm so sorry that you lived with that for 2 whole years. Oh my God, that must have been absolutely terrible. That was a crazy story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Cat Scratch, Cat Scratch. So a few days ago, I went to go visit my friend who lives in London. I live in a small city, and when I went to see her, we had planned to stay at her friend's house, Lily, for Lily's birthday. There are 4 people at her house: me, my friend, Willow, Lily, and another girl called Summer. We get bored and decide to play some spooky games in Lily's garden. I suggest a game called Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board, where you invite spirits to come and help lift the subject up with just 2 fingers. Summer offers to be the subject and we invite the spirits to come help us. However, forget to say goodbye to the spirits when we are done. I actually did not know that you had to do that with Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board. I didn't know you had to close out the game by saying goodbye. That's good to know. We move on to our next game, Cat Scratch, which is where you read a poem about a dead cat, and when you're done, you're supposed to have a bright red scratch on your back. I have never heard of that one in my life. So Summer again lies on the floor, and when we finish, of course, there is a bright red scratch on Summer's back. Not even a couple seconds after we've checked Summer's back, she receives a call. Someone meows down the phone. Stop it. Crapping our pants, we run upstairs and make Lily's parents promise that they weren't the ones that called. None of Lily's neighbors had Summer's number either, so it could not have been them. When we arrive at Lily's room, we make sure all of the windows and doors are shut. Then the lights start flashing. Lily's light had never had any problems like this before, and none of the other lights in the house were acting like this. Lily's parents and brother even came into the room when the lights were flashing, so they could not have been them turning on and off the electricity. Us thinking it's nothing, we check all the windows and doors again, and there it is, the window wide open. There were even black fingerprints on the window that were never there before. Around 40 minutes later, Willow spots a scratch on my back and Lily's, and we see one on her too. Me and Willow decided we were not going to stay the night there and went back to her house. When I returned home, back in my hometown, I was cleaning out my brother's room and the lights start flashing. I turn it off and on, but it keeps flashing. When I finally say, please leave me alone, the light stops flashing. Okay, and then there's a picture of the phone. This was the number that came when it called and did the meow, was this weird number. Actually, I don't even know if this is weird because this person lives in the UK, it seems like, and I don't live in the UK, I live in the US. So UK friends, is this a normal phone number? And then this is the picture of the fingerprints by the window. Ooh. I have never heard of that game, Cat Scratch. Have you guys? Please let me know because I'm very interested. And I also did not know that you needed to close out and say goodbye to the spirits when you do Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board. But you obviously invited something in and it was definitely messing with you. I think it's actually kind of funny that the phone call was a meow. Someone meowed. I wonder if it was an actual cat from Cat Scratch, which I feel like it probably wasn't, or if it was like a spirit messing with you and saying meow because they were watching you play Cat Scratch. I don't really know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. But thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Catherine the Ghost Clown. And oh my God, there's like immediately pictures of this weird looking clown painting, but not like a clown. It looks like kind of like a sad clownish person. We're going to read the story and then I'll show you. Hi, Auntie. Hi. Watching your videos and hearing other people's stories has encouraged me to share mine. I have very vivid memories of my early childhood up until about the age of 9 when I went through some trauma and seemed to have blocked a few years out. It is quite long and I just hope I was able to make it make sense. My great uncle was a huge part of the first few years of my life. He was very prim and proper, always wore an old newspaper boy style hat and dressed very nicely. He was also hilarious and an amazing cook. He taught me manners and kindness. His lessons have stuck with me my entire life. He lived in a very old house built in 1926. The house was built by the previous owner for his wife, and the couple eventually died in the house. To give a little insight to the environment, my uncle had a collection of porcelain clown dolls. Nope. Immediately nope. Yes, I was terrified of them, as well you should be. Vintage French-style clown paintings, oh, those are probably the pictures that I was just talking about, and was open to having a ghost that lived in the empty upstairs bedroom. The ghost's name was Catherine, and she was usually quiet, but curious. We believe that she was the wife that died in the house. Her bedroom faced the backyard, and it wasn't unusual to be in the swimming pool and look up and see the curtain pushed to the side as if someone was peeking out at us. Her room was also used as the guest bedroom, and anyone that spent the night there, my mom included, would see the rocking chair in the corner slowly rocking in the middle of the night when it was clearly empty and no fans were on. Catherine would occasionally turn lights off and on, and it was common to find random books open around the house. So the ghost was an avid reader then. I was almost 4 years old when my uncle passed. He passed the day after my brother was born. He left the house to my grandma, and she was terrified of the house and Catherine, so she immediately got to work on selling it. The family had to go through his belongings, he did not have children of his own, and sorted through what to keep and what he would have wanted his dear friends to have. At the time, my mom, baby brother, and I lived with my great-grandmother, which was my uncle's sister. She decided she wanted to keep most of his clown collection since he treasured it so much. Why? The very last time I was ever in that house, I was wandering around upstairs alone, just me and my stuffed bunny, and I opened the door to Catherine's room, just a few inches, only for it to immediately slam in my face. Of course, as a 4-year-old, that was scary, and I just had to go tell my mom. I turned to go up the stairs right across from Catherine's room, and I heard the door creak open. When I looked back, I saw long fingers wrapped around the edge of the door, slowly opening it. I immediately noped out of there and started running down the stairs, and I could hear very fast footsteps coming towards me. Time seemed to slow down as I looked back, and I saw Catherine running down the stairs at me on all fours. But she looked very angry and was moving very fast, using her feet to turn the corner of the stairs. Imagine the old lady scene from the movie Legion. I never saw that, so I don't know what that is, but it sounds really scary. I made it about halfway down the stairs before I dropped my beloved bunny. I turned around to grab it, but Catherine was already crouched down, holding it with her extremely long fingers in one hand, and used her other hand to wag her finger at me in a tisk-tisk manner. I didn't look back as I ran down the rest of the stairs, and I found my great-grandmother, and I told her what happened. Of course, she didn't believe me and simply said, "No more scary movies before bed." Finally, I found my grandma and told her what had just happened, and she explained that Catherine must have been upset that I didn't knock on her door before trying to enter, and that I would have to go apologize to her if I wanted my bunny back. But this was something I had to do on my own. I waited until my heart stopped hammering out of my chest before slowly making my way back upstairs. As I got to the halfway point where I dropped my bunny, it wasn't there. I tiptoed up the rest of the stairs and I crept over to Catherine's door, trying to be as quiet as I possibly could. I took a deep breath and I knocked 3 times on the door before saying, "Catherine, I'm sorry I forgot to knock, but I did it this time. Please give my bunny back." I waited a few seconds, terrified of what came next, but all I heard was the click of the door unlocking. I took that as a sign that I could come in, so I slowly opened the door. As I walked inside the room and spotted my bunny in the rocking chair, slowly rocking back and forth, I ran straight to my bunny, grabbed her, and turned to run back out of the room. As I turned to close the door, I saw Catherine sitting in the rocking chair, holding a doll, brushing its hair with a very antique-looking brush. She was no longer angry, nor did she have long fingers. She looked directly at me and smiled. I decided that was enough and quietly closed her door and went back downstairs. I told my grandma I got my bunny back, and she said, "Good job, she must have forgiven you." I remember us pulling out of the driveway, and I could see Catherine looking down at us from the window above the stairs. As we got home to my great-grandmother's house and began unpacking, we discovered an old painting of a lady clown. I was immediately terrified of it and tried telling everyone it looked exactly like Catherine, but they just laughed it off. My great-grandmother decided to hang the painting in my room since the lady was very pretty and it was like painted in light colors. Every night I would take the painting down and hide it in my closet because I couldn't sleep with her looking at me. Every morning I would wake up and the painting was back in its place on the wall. Again, no one believed me about this. Eventually, my mom, brother, and I moved out of the house on our own, and I left the painting behind. I'm 26 now, and ever so often I will have an image in my head of that damn painting, and then I remember Catherine and everything that happened, and it gives me a very intense anxiety attack every single time. I've done my best to find a picture of the painting online, but I cannot find the exact one. I will attach the ones I found that are similar. Please know that the Catherine that I saw was also wearing the same old-timey clown costume, including the tight cap on her head, but she had some golden blonde hair sticking out in the front. I've always wondered if this was a memory or just a nightmare from my childhood that just stuck with me. I would love to hear your thoughts. I know you hate clowns, and I'm sorry, but I just had to share. Thank you for always being all of us glitches' safe space. You are a light in this dark world. Love you, Auntie. Love you too. Well, thank you for remembering that I don't like clowns, but no thank you for sending this story in because it's really scary. I just want to say I believe you. We believe you. I do not think that was a nightmare. I think that actually happened. I 100% believe you. I think it's interesting that her fingers were like long and skinny and creepy looking when she was mad, but when she was not mad, she was like a little more normal, just hanging out. Does anyone else remember this occurrence is my question. Obviously no one else saw it, but people heard you talking about it and they were like, oh no, it's just nothing, no worries. I thought in the beginning that she was just mad because your great uncle that had lived in the house had died, and then they were taking all his stuff and they were moving everything out, and it was like a big change and maybe she wasn't happy about it. But no, she was mad because you didn't knock? That is so weird. So wait, did your great uncle then like never use that room? Like would only go in there to like say hello to Catherine, or didn't go in that room at all? Is that what happened? Did he just like, he was just cool with it? I know you said he was totally cool with having the ghost in the house, but I just figured the ghost was in the house, but he was still using the whole house, but he wasn't using her room. That's like, that's so crazy. I think it would 100% happen though. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing this story even though it was a clown. Hold on, let me show you guys what the pictures look like that they sent, that they said that it was like very similar to this. Okay, so these are the pictures that they sent of what Catherine pretty much looked like, except they said that Catherine had some like blonde curls coming out of the top, but these are so creepy. I don't think these clowns are as creepy as like regular clowns that I would see in the US, like with the red nose and the crazy colored hair and like all the clown makeup. Or maybe they're more creepy. I don't know. I can't really tell. This one is called, Was I Almost Trapped in a Back Room or a Time Loop? Hello from Brazil, Auntie Matrix. Hello. I'm a huge fan of your videos. I have followed and binge watched you since the beginning. Yes, an OG. I love it. In advance, I want to apologize for the English errors. My first language is Portuguese, and when it comes to writing, well, let's say I'm not the best one there is. Haha. Let's get to the story then. Sorry, it is a bit long. This happened a few weeks ago. Me and my company went to a resort in the Brazilian Nordeste. Nordeste? It's a region with beautiful beaches, amazing landscapes, and warm people. Although the state was beautiful, the hotel we stayed in was a bit odd. It was obvious that it had no maintenance for a while, and it was an old hotel, but for me, the weird part was the new building of rooms. Well, my room was in this new building, so I had a lot of time walking around from my room, the last one on the floor, to the rest of the hotel. When I first walked in the hallway to my room, I felt so weird. It was as if I was walking in front of a crowd that was following my steps with judging eyes. I was scared to even look behind me because every time I felt like I was being followed. When my roommate and I got together, this became a joke, and we always talked about it as the scary hallway. So the days went by and I got used to walking in the scary hallway. Every time, same feeling, nothing much. One day, it was the fourth day of the trip, I was walking to my room to put my bikini on and then go back to the pool with my friends. When I got to the second floor, I looked at the hallway and it felt more weird than usual. I think it was because of the time. Nobody was entering or leaving rooms. It was very calm and quiet. When I felt this, I thought, you know what? That's the perfect time to take a picture and show it to my husband, because of course I told him about the scary hallway. I've attached the photo for you guys to see it. Ooh! I think when I did that, I showed that I was uncomfortable, or maybe that I knew that something was different. I don't know. I'm really still trying to figure out what changed that day. Maybe you guys can help me. Anyway, I took the picture and started walking, looking at my phone the whole time, sending the photo and joking with my husband, seeing where I was going to find my friends, texting all the time. But then I realized that none of my messages were being sent. I had no area or Wi-Fi connected to my phone, and I was walking way too long to not be in my room yet. When I took my eyes off the phone, I was still in the beginning of the hallway, the place where I took the picture. I think to myself, maybe I was too distracted with my phone and I never started walking. So I put my phone in my pocket and I went in a straight line to my room. I walked and I walked and I walked, and I can see that I'm moving. The rooms by my side are changing, but I'm not getting any closer to the end of the hallway. Remember, my room was the last one. My goal, it's still there, far away from me. So I start getting scared for real. I look at the rooms by my side and the door is wide open, which is weird because 1, no one leaves a hotel room door open. And number 2, when I first looked at the hallway, there were no open doors. 3, when someone forgets to close the door, the lock starts to beep to tell the person that it's still open, and there was no beep. So I thought, I'm going to close this door. I'm not crazy to continue walking and leave it open. What if something got out of the room to catch me? Yeah, I thought of something to catch me, not someone. When I reached the door, I could take a good look inside. It wasn't like my room. The walls were like a yellow tone and the beds were old and it looked like an abandoned place, like the scene of a horror movie. And this was the captivity. The air was dense. It had a musty smell, like this room was closed with no circulation for years and years. The feeling was awful. All the cells in my body were screaming to get the hell out of there. So I quickly closed the door, and when I looked, there was no room number on it, which is really weird but proved my theory. This was no ordinary room. So I started running towards my room, and the feeling of something following me was 100 times more intense. I was almost able to feel the breathing in my neck. At some point, I reached my room, got in as quickly as I could, and burst into tears the minute I saw that my room was really my room. It was a mix of relief and the terror of getting out of that situation. I took my phone and saw my messages had been sent, but then I started to receive some messages as well, and there it was, my friends texting me, worried sick because I was missing for an entire hour. So I asked some of my male friends to come to my room and then escort me back to the pool. They said that they walked normally to the room, no problems, nothing weird, besides the hallway vibe, which made me think that if there was something on me, or maybe my attitude of taking the picture that got the attention of the something in the hallway. I told them my story, everything that happened. Some of them believed me, but some thought I was just a prank and I wanted to scare them all. I don't blame the guys who don't believe. It's really something that I've never imagined to happen to me. After that day, I never walked alone in that hallway, but I couldn't stop feeling the things in that hallway with more intensity than before. What do you think happened here, Auntie? Thanks for listening and always helping. Okay, let's look at this picture that they had taken of the hallway. This is the picture of the hallway, and it does give off very creepy vibes. For some reason, I was imagining the floor to be carpeted, like a lot of hotels in the US are carpeted. It like literally looks like it just doesn't end, so that their room was all the way at the end down there, but this literally looks like it goes on forever, or like it could give the illusion that it goes on forever. It is not giving me good vibes at all. So normally when there's like a weird time loss like this, or like you think that you're running and you're not actually going anywhere, you're not really moving when you think you're moving, I feel like a lot of stories that I read with that are tied to alien abductions. But in this case, I don't feel like this is an alien abduction case, right? You're like in a literal building. I feel like a lot of those things happen outside, which makes more sense as for an abduction. So I don't know what happened in here. I feel like maybe there was like a portal in this hallway or something that was like messing with the time. And also maybe you were feeling the things that were in the portal on the other side of the portal or something like that. That is like my best guess. This is so crazy, this story. I need to know what everybody thinks. Let me know what you think in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing this crazy story. This one is called Scary Story About an Old Closet. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've been your follower for a while and finally got some story to tell as well. Excuse my English is not my main language. I am from Latvia. Oh my God, we have stories from like literally all over. It's so cool. I have a long story. I hope you don't mind. We never mind the long one. We live in an old house and there was this old creepy wardrobe / closet I didn't like since forever. It was right in front of the hallway when you enter our house. So back in like 2009, I had a dream with my grandmother in it. She recently passed away, telling me that I have to throw it out because it got some weird bad energy living inside of it. The closet? You have to throw the whole closet out? And my friends always said that when they enter my house, they feel spooked. I have a bit of spooky vibes in my house because my grandpa used to make all kinds of art from stones to wood, paintings and everything. We even have a witch engraved in the wall at our attic. I like it though. It's cool and unique. Forward to last year, my parents moved to a new place and me and my family stayed here. The first week, I felt like I've been watched all the time, like I'm on a stage or something when I was in the hallway where the closet is located. That closet for some reason started to give me even more weird feelings than it used to. One evening, me, my husband, and my father were talking about it. Dad said that now his father, the artist grandpa, but I didn't know him at all because he passed before I was born, told him in a dream to throw it out or better burn it. My husband kept laughing it off every time. And then that night, my husband had such bad dreams about that closet that it was full of ghosts and other monsters that were coming after him, like it's a portal letting them all out. He was sweating and literally having a nightmare and all that. He woke up the next day and told me that during the next weekend, we are getting rid of it. It was Monday and I was working from home. We kept some old toys and coats in the closet, and one of the toys started to make a sound. It didn't even have new batteries and it has been broken for a really long time. I took that toy outside of the house and it stopped playing. The day came where we were getting rid of the wardrobe. Then things got weirder. Okay, so I'm going to say that this is like a freestanding closet piece, because if you can like burn it, you have to be able to take it outside and burn it or something, right? It can't be like a closet in the wall. Our neighbor came to help. I was on the phone with a friend and she wanted to come over later, so I wanted to let my husband know that. I hear him in the garage with my neighbor talking. I thought he was looking for some old tools to break the closet. I casually walk in the garage to tell him the news, and he's not there. I literally heard him there, going through stuff. He was outside at our neighbor's backyard. Okay, weird. I shrugged it off like, whatever. Then I was sending another friend a voice message about that we are finally throwing the closet out, and my voice message just stops at 30 seconds, and you can only hear static for another minute. I didn't have any Bluetooth devices or anything my phone could connect to. That was creepy. Then I was like, whoa, this thing doesn't like what we're doing. We finally got rid of the closet and burned it. It didn't want to light up either, but eventually it was gone. And then, laughing emoji face, what's funny? Then my grandma shows up in my dad's dream, angry and annoyed, telling him that she has nowhere to live anymore. Later found out that the closet wasn't new. It was thrifted somewhere back in the 1970s. That's a creepy story. I hope you enjoyed it. Sending love from Latvia. Hold on a second. So your grandma was living in that thing? And then she's like, oh man, I can't live there anymore. You burned it. What? That actually makes it a little bit like less scary, but also like a little bit funny that she showed up in the dream and she was like, excuse me, I was living in that closet. Was there anything of hers in the closet that she could be attached to? Was she just attached to that closet for like no reason? Like, why would she be attached to that closet? That's so weird and kind of funny. I'm glad you burned it though and you got it out of the house just in case. That was a good look. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called, I Don't Know If I Went Back in Time. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love all the stories people send you so that you can share with the rest of us. Now, I wanted to share a story of mine that happened last year on my mom's birthday. My mom's birthday is coming up next year, and I remembered something weird that happened to me. Last year, my mom, sister, my brother-in-law, and I went to a lake to celebrate my mom's birthday by making some barbecue on the barbecue pits that they had for visitors on the site. The lake usually has many visitors, but this day it was only us and a group of kids also celebrating some sort of party behind us. Anyways, the day was normal. We were having a few drinks while eating, and we even took some beers while getting inside of the water, since there were no park rangers either, who usually would tell us that we can't be inside the water with beverages. So as the sun was about to set, I don't know if this has anything to do with what happened after, a wave hit me and dropped me to my knees. I tried standing up and I realized that I didn't have the strength to pull myself up on my feet. At first I laughed about it, but after a minute it felt like I had weights around my entire body, keeping me down and preventing me from standing up. My mom asked me if I was okay, to which I replied, I can't freaking stand up. They noticed the fear I now had on my face, so my brother-in-law decided to help me. He literally carried me and sat me down next to the barbecue pit. After 15 minutes, I started to be able to walk again, and my mom said that we should pack up and leave, so we did just that. I remember the drive back home because it's a 45-minute drive from the lake to our home, and also, even though we were a bit tipsy, except for mom who was driving, I was conscious and I remember everything. Here is where it gets confusing. We arrive home and I start to feel lightheaded, and obviously I thought it was because of the alcohol. In an instant, I'm having the feeling of passing out, almost like tunnel vision, like when someone stands up really fast. And then boom, it felt like that feeling when you were going to fall in your sleep. I remember taking a deep breath and looking around and holy shit, I am still in the lake. My family is staring at me and asked me multiple times if I was okay because of how I reacted. They see me freaking out and they try to calm me down, and I told them, how the fuck am I still here? We literally just left and went home. After I explained what I remembered, my sister told me that after my brother-in-law had carried me, they all sat down next to the barbecue pit, since also the weather was starting to get cold, and that I put my head down. I asked if I fell asleep and was probably dreaming, and my sister replied with, you haven't even slept. All you did was put your head down for about 10 seconds, and then you jumped all freaked out. I then realized I couldn't have possibly been dreaming. The car home and all were real, because how can an hour of my life that I experienced just be a dream? Especially in 10 seconds that I only put my head down. Anyways, I still can't comprehend what exactly went on that day, and of course when I tell the story, everyone automatically thinks it was just the alcohol messing with my mind. Regardless, I stick with my story because I know I wasn't hallucinating or dreaming. Okay, first of all, we believe you. Second of all, I am immediately drawn to quantum immortality. My immediate thought is maybe you got like bit by something in the water that like paralyzed you. Maybe it was poisonous or something. That's why you couldn't walk. And then maybe you started to regain movement a little bit, but then you went home and you said you felt like you were going to pass out. Maybe you actually died.
And then you're thrown into a very close alternate timeline. And in this one, you did not get bit. Wait, but that wouldn't make any sense because when you woke up back at the lake, you were out of the water. You weren't in the water at that point. Oh my goodness. I don't know. This is very interesting. What a weird story. I need to know what you guys think in the comments. Please let me know what you think. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I made the first half of that video like 2 weeks ago and then life got crazy. So we're finishing it now. I just want to let you know that is why I look different. Different shirt, different hair. Okay, let's go. This one is called Flight Issue Premonition and Validation. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm ready to share my story. I stay up into the wee hours of the night watching your TikToks and I love your show and energy. Thank you. I have always had a connection with the other side and I have seen things before they happen or was warned something was going to happen. But like many other people with this gift, I don't often share aloud because who will believe you? LOL. We believe you. Here's the most memorable instance that I can think of where I had a premonition come true, but I bothered to mention to someone else ahead of time. I woke up in a panic one night and immediately had a premonition that something was going to happen to a mother of two on a plane shortly after takeoff. It wasn't a dream, more like I woke up abruptly and that was the first thought that was in my head. I was a mother of two at the time and I am not a fan of flying, so naturally I thought this was an omen. Totally freaked out, woke up my husband at 3 a.m. and I told him we needed to cancel our trip that was coming up in a couple of weeks. I had at least 30 reasons why we shouldn't go and we should just cancel. My husband assured me I just had a bad dream and there was no need to cancel and he went back to sleep. I kept hearing mother of two shortly after takeoff repeatedly over and over like a chant in my head. It haunted me every day up until the trip. On the day of our trip, while riding to the airport, I was still extremely anxious about the flight. I prayed like I have never prayed before just to have a safe flight there and back home. After getting through security and into the terminal, our flight was severely delayed because of an issue. Our gate was still crowded as the flight ahead of us had still not boarded, so we sat in another area to wait for our gate to clear. A few minutes later, a lady came up to us and says, "Did you hear what happened?" I tell her no, and I asked what she was talking about. She said a plane almost crashed or something. They are not giving details, but something happened. We found out after we arrived at our destination that the flight with the issue had a piece break off of the engine and break a window, and a woman was sucked out of the window partially. She was a mother of two traveling on business. This all happened shortly after takeoff. The woman was not traveling to the same place we were. However, the airline grounded all of its flights for a few hours while they sorted out the issue, hence why our gate was still full and the last flight hadn't left yet. I don't know why I had this premonition other than being connected in that we had flights for the same day and we were both mothers of two, but I still remember vividly dreading the days up until the trip. This was on Southwest Airlines, which is also the airline that we flew on April 17th, 2018. I've attached a screenshot from our flight confirmation from that date. If you Google the date and the airline, you will see the incident. It was also reported on national news. Here's a link to about what happened. Okay, so here are her receipts. Here is her ticket. That's right there. And this is the story online. Southwest passenger's death was the first in a U.S. passenger airline accident in more than 9 years. The flight made an emergency landing at Philadelphia International Airport after one of its engines failed in an explosion that sent shrapnel into the cabin. 1 passenger died as a result of the accident and 7 received minor injuries. That is crazy. What a crazy story. I wonder why, though, this person had that premonition specifically, because it had nothing to do with them. Because how would they have stopped that? You know what I mean? Like, they had no idea who the person was. That was very interesting. It's crazy. And I think it's interesting that that's how you get your premonitions. Or maybe this was just how you got this specific premonition, but like you literally heard it as you were waking up, like you heard it, thought in your head, repeat in your head. This is super crazy. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called, Am I Haunted? Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I have so many stories, but this has been by far the most terrifying experience of them all. Back in 2008, I was home alone with my brother. It was late, and I had decided it was time for me to lay down and get ready for bed. I went to my room, shut the door, turned off the lights, and laid down. Now, I'd like to explain that it takes a while for me to get comfy, so I started tossing and turning in bed. Each time I would adjust myself, I would open my eyes briefly. I went to turn after a bit and saw a man staring back at me. He was pale and bald with black eyes and a very sinister smile. I screamed and I leapt from my bed and ran from my room. I ran into my brother, who was 6'3" and over 300 pounds, knocking him to the ground.
I ran outside and sat on the back porch, terrified. My brother came rushing out asking what had happened, and I kept repeating over and over, "There's a man in my room. There's a man in my room." I hadn't noticed my father had pulled up, and he saw my brother and I out in the back, and I just kept repeating, "There's a man in my room. There's a man in my room." My brother goes in to investigate, and when he comes out, he reassures me that there is no one in my room and tells my worried father what had just happened. Both men are very confused, and my dad is trying to calm me down, telling me, "You're just dreaming. You were probably asleep and didn't think that you were." Fast forward a few weeks, and my brother comes to me telling me I noticed something odd. Since our rooms are so close together, sometimes we can hear even the faintest of whispers in each other's rooms. I could hear him staying up late playing World of Warcraft, and he could hear me talking. I was having full conversations with someone or something while I was asleep, but couldn't quite make out everything that I was saying. It was really getting to him, and he talked to me about getting a digital recorder. The first night after charging and setting up the recorder, I went to bed. We woke up the next morning and checked the recorder. It was dead. So we decided to charge it and see if it had gotten anything. We discovered it had only recorded 5 minutes of audio, and then the battery died. We tried this for 3 more nights with the same results. Every morning we would wake up and recorder had died 5 minutes into recording. Then it was weird because after that I couldn't fall asleep without my TV on, and we never tried the recorder again. I still require some sort of ambient noise to sleep at night.
Okay, but what were you saying for the first 5 minutes? Like, was there a conversation for the first 5 minutes?
Fast forward 3 years and my brother and father have passed. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. It's just us girls, my mom, my Chihuahua Rosie, and me. One night, just me and Rosie are lying in bed. My mom was working midnights at the time and would typically get home after 4 a.m. Rosie is sleeping next to me as I'm watching some stupid rom-com because I wouldn't watch anything scary that late by myself. Rosie jerks awake and is staring out my door towards my late brother's room, which is just a black open doorway. She started growling and showing her teeth. Her fur was standing on end along with her spine. This was very out of character for my little Rosie, who never acted like this. Rosie's eyes were locked onto something hiding in the darkness. Her head followed something invisible entering my room from the darkness to stand next to my bed. She then jumped on top of me and began to snap at the air like something was attempting to reach out to me. After about the 5th or 6th snap, she stops but proceeds to growl. She then stares again as if she's following the invisible entity, leaving my room back into the darkness. She then slept at the end of my bed closest to the doorway, refusing to snuggle with me. She would always snuggle with me, which I thought was odd. It's almost as if my dog was protecting me.
Yes, your dog was protecting you.
Fast forward 2 months this time. I'm in my room and it's late at night. I must have dozed off, but I was wide awake all of a sudden. I remember staring out of my bedroom door into my late brother's dark and mostly empty room. For whatever reason, I couldn't look away. A face began to appear in the dark doorway. It floated a few feet from the dark doorway to my room and then disappeared. Less than 30 seconds after the face disappeared, I felt my right foot lift up off the bed. I felt myself being tugged violently out of my bed by my right foot. Oh my God, this is like one of my worst nightmares. I immediately jumped up, breaking whatever's hold on my foot, and ran down the hall for my mother's bedroom. As I ran, I could feel this evil presence surging behind me, breathing down my neck. When I got to my mother's bedroom door, I left one hand on the doorknob and my right hand on the door to shove it open. But as I was trying to open the door, I was shoved so hard into the wall that my shoulder and hand went into the wall next to me so hard that I damaged the drywall. I was able to reach my mom's bedroom to turn on the lights, but she wasn't home. So I ran across the hall into the living room and I sat on the couch with all the lights on, watching my Rosie bark and growl aggressively down the hallway to my bedroom. About 5 minutes later, my mom comes running in the living room. She was home but had been in the basement stocking the wood stove. She had heard all of the commotion upstairs. She asked what happened, but I struggled to explain perfectly what had happened, and I'm still having issues today trying to convey exactly what occurred. Ever since that night, I struggled to sleep in my bedroom, let alone be in there, period. So I started sleeping in the living room until I moved out. I do not blame you. I would have done the same thing. Actually, I think I might have just been sleeping in my mom's bed. I should mention that we were the second family to live in this house. The first was my uncle and his family until they moved to my grandparents' house up the road. So I thought to myself, what could be going on? No one had passed in this house or the animal barn that the house was built upon. My experiences in that house were completely unexplainable and usually chalked up to my imagination or a dream. Maybe I opened myself up or invited something into the house unknowingly. I was the only one in my family that had lived in that house that had these type of experiences. The most anyone else had experienced were shadows walking in front of a bathroom light. Okay, my first thought was that this potentially was something attached to the land itself, because you don't know what happened on that land prior prior to the house even being built. I don't know why you were the only one to experience it. Maybe you were the only one open to that energy, if that makes sense. I'm not sure, but I do not blame you for sleeping on the couch. I would have been sleeping in my mom's bed. And that is terrifying. What a terrifying story. I have chills. I'm assuming because you didn't mention it that it did not follow you to the new place that you live right now. So that's good. Just make sure that you keep your energy clear, clean, cleansed, your house cleansed, blessed, protected. That was a good one. That was a creepy one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called Tanya's Imaginary Friend Story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love your channel and I love hearing people's real life stories. My name is Tanya. My close family members and friends call me Tawn. This is going to be important for later. Okay. My earliest memory is standing in front of a baby gate, pointing at a man at the bottom of the stairs, and his skin melted. He looked like a moving skeleton. My mom told me she remembers I used to always look down the stairs by the baby gate, talking like a baby at nothing. I now know I used to see and speak to spirits like physical people when I was a child. My parents got a mortgage when I was 4 and bought my grandparents' house. They did renovations and extended the house, so we moved in when I was like 5, the year 2000. Before the renovations, I would sleep at my grandparents' house and ask to go play outside, often alone, and I never left the yard. This is when I met Sarah. Sarah told me that she could never leave this yard area and that this was her home. Okay, obviously Sarah is a ghost tied to the land. Sarah wore a white long-sleeve dress and had long, straight hair. I used to ask my grandmother if she had seen Sarah so that we could play together, but my grandmother thought I was talking about her niece, who is 30 years old, named Sarah. Grandma would explain to me that Sarah is home or at work or anywhere but here, which didn't make sense because Sarah couldn't leave. I never questioned it, and I would try to find her on my own. Sarah and I often played hide and seek together. I do have a brother who is 16 months younger than me. He couldn't see Sarah, but I figured he was just being mean because we fought all the time. Being with Sarah made me happy because I couldn't be nice to my brother. I did have real people friends, but they were in the older classes and everyone in my classes were bullying me. I now understand other kids are less fortunate and were jealous or envious that I brought snacks, juice, and boxes, my own lunch boxes, my own money, so I was an easy target for my stuff to get stolen or have it ripped from my hands. That is not an excuse. No one should be bullying you. No one should be bullying anybody. After school, I always asked my mom if I could go to grandma's. I would sew, knit, clean, play Barbies, play tea parties with my friend Sarah, and sometimes grandma. Grandma never told me Sarah didn't exist and just let me have a full-blown, one-sided conversation with Sarah in front of my grandma. Grandma later told me that she believed kids can see beings from the spirit world. Another memory, I remembered that my mom walked in to ask how I was doing, and I told her I was playing with my new friend Sarah, and we were talking about playing Barbies after our tea, which was just orange juice. I saw Sarah lift the tea set, but told me that she couldn't drink the tea and looked sad. I told Sarah I can drink it for her, and she looked happy. I didn't understand what she meant, but I liked how she looked happy. We often played Barbies. I swear this little girl was physically around me. I thought my mom could see her because my mom would open my door and ask me silly questions like, "Are you girls having fun?" The reason I thought she was real was because she would pick things up and move them like she was playing, but when anyone else came around, she would drop it. Like the teacup, she lifted it, but placed it back down when we were alone. The Barbies would move until someone came into my room because Sarah would drop her toy. Sarah would pass me my teddy bears and books so that we could cuddle and read together. My mom would hear me reading and would come into the room to take over and read to us, and I would pass out. Recently, I talked to my mom about this little girl, Sarah, because my mom brought up my imaginary friend, and I felt my eyeballs were going to pop out of my head. I had to ask what she was talking about, and I explained to Mom Sarah was real. She was my friend. She slept beside me for years. She attended birthday parties and everything. I honestly thought she was a person. My mom told me that she didn't want to break my heart by telling me Sarah was not real and acted as if she was there. This reminded me of the time I saw Sarah last. I was 16 and never mentioned it to anyone until my mom mentioned my imaginary friend. I was straightening my hair and our bathroom mirror had 3 skinny mirrors that folds on the sides, and if they lay flat, it was one big mirror. The mirrors reflected the background at different angles, and I saw that same little girl, Sarah, standing in our laundry room through the mirror. My stomach dropped and I instantly turned around because I was freaked out. I haven't seen anything odd like that for many years. It was like Sarah was thanking me one last time because when I fell asleep that night, I heard Sarah's voice saying, "Thank you, Tawn." I found out later through a healer that this little spirit was stuck in the house and she didn't have a childhood, and that when I became a teenager, she was finally at peace because I gave her the childhood that she never had. I often think about her because I didn't know that she was stuck, and I'm happy to know that she's at peace. Thank you for listening. Oh my God, that was such a that was like a heartwarming one. Even though you were chilling with a spirit with a ghost, and that could be construed as scary and creepy, that was a heartwarming one. I love that your grandma knew. I love that your mom just let you have your moment, let you have your friend. My question is, did you notice as you were getting older that Sarah was not aging? Or did her spirit also age with you? The way that her spirit looked, did it also age so that you never actually knew that? I think that's so nice, though, that you gave her a childhood and that you had someone to spend your childhood with. Creepy but sweet. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called I Had a House from Hell. P.S. My wife loves you. Hi, wife. I love you too. So I'll try to make this shorter than the last time I told the story in person 6 months ago, but I remember everything I have seen clear as day. Also, trigger warning is necessary for domestic abuse. So I was 6 years old. I had 3 brothers, one 7 years, R for the name, 2 younger brothers, 2 years, B, and infant, J. My parents and brothers had a good life so far. I have a photographic memory back to when I was 2 years old, so remembering isn't an issue. That is so fascinating to me in general, people with photographic memories. No money problems. My dad was a pro wrestler in Indiana and made good money. That's actually really cool. Life was good until we moved into the house. So me and R shared a bedroom where we had bunk beds, and my parents had my other 2 brothers across from our room, like 3 feet away. Anyway, the first incident was shortly after we moved in. My dad was in the basement, and it was dirt floors with a shutter top door like they use in storm cellars, dirt and a door. The door was a simple wooden door. Nobody could open it. My dad tried using a knife, but the blade broke easily. Then he tried a hammer to break through the door. I heard 2 bangs, and then he came upstairs with the hammer broken. The head snapped off of the handle, not a dent in the door. What? He tried many things, but never budged nor scratched the door. I feel like that thing is like warded with some kind of magic. So 2 months, I believe, after moving in, my brothers were in the dining room playing the PS2 and my mom was cleaning the kitchen. All of a sudden, she yells, "Rick, get some Raid, there's roaches everywhere!" We never had a single roach in our house, yet when we went in before being shoved back out of the kitchen, I saw hundreds of roaches crawling on the counters, in the refrigerator, on the stove, on the floor, near the fridge, and on the door trim kitchen side. Oh my God! My mom told me a year ago that she thought it was something in the kitchen. Wrong. Days later, R pulled the carpet up on the wall corner in the dining room and said, "Dad, we got more roaches." And I swear, as long as I can remember, there were, no exaggeration, hundreds to thousands of roaches climbing on top of each other, filling the floor under our carpets. I remember days where there were few and many where we had hundreds in my bedroom, the dining room, and the kitchen, but never the bathroom, other bedroom, or living room. All the way until we moved. Did we call an exterminator? Then my dad got Rocky. He was a very tiny, energetic dog. We had him 2 days. The second day, my brothers and I were in the dining room getting him riled up. He ran from other rooms back to us until he ran into our room. He never came back. What? We went in my room looking. No open windows in the house. We told my mom and she went to the basement. He wasn't there either. We would have seen him if he ran to either door. You had to go through the fairly empty dining room from our room to get to the front or the back door. My dad came back home later on and we didn't get in trouble. Didn't know why back then, but my mom said it freaked her out. She said the dryer liked to buzz on its own as our dining TV turned on a static channel at night. So a month after Rocky, my parents finally let me and R sleep in our room again. They said it was to spray for the roaches. We didn't know better. When we played hide and seek, we found a brand new gaping hole under our bunk bed leading to the basement. Mind you, it wasn't there when Rocky disappeared or after. Fast forward, my cousin D is staying the night sleeping on our floor. R told me that he and D were both hearing each other's names called from the closet, along with disembodied whispers. My mom told me, however, that I was the one that was standing at the door yelling for her. That's something I didn't remember. Maybe she remembered it wrong? Not sure. But both DR and my mom recollected the same story of whispers. I went in the closet once for hide and seek, and it was so cold. I felt like pressure built up on my shoulder in there. Thought someone found me, but no one was behind me. Just me, alone in my room. Forgot to mention that I've seen my dining room TV turning to other channels on its own. We use that TV a lot. So the worst of it could be dismissed as just an incident, but I know it was the house. My parents never argued, much less fought. They played a lot, but I never witnessed them get serious arguing, much less what happened on this night. We were eating gas station chicken and wedges. My mom was talking to my dad, trying to talk about work. She then playfully threw a potato wedge at him, laughing. That set him off. I won't go into exact detail, but he threw her multiple times and even did so against the door trim to the kitchen, so hard it broke her leg. She smacked my brother for trying to call the cops. Fortunately, they showed up due to us yelling, crying, and begging my dad to stop. He never had any anger or aggression. Anyway, they lied about the incident and the cops left. Since then, they have fought from the age of 6 to 11, where we were then temporarily removed from their custody. Oh my goodness. We didn't understand. They never fought, ever. And then all of this happened. My dad lost his job, and it was like we were cursed to suffer. Financial issues all over and fights until we were removed. I am sorry that you had to go through that. That does make sense, though. If there was some sort of demonic or negative presence or energy in the home, it can affect people that way. I don't know if that is what happened, but if they never fought before, that is my best guess. Sorry, that wasn't everything about the house. Okay, there's more details from before. Before we moved, boxes packed up, my dad was playing with B and lifted him up and down. He lifted him toward the closet door in their bedroom, and B screamed bloody murder. There's a shelf up top the closet. B said there was a black shadow man with red dots for eyes holding his hand out. That's why he screamed. After that, we moved the next day. Then when I was 14, I broke into the house to see it inside once more. Most importantly, I came ready to open the door. When I got through the window, the temp dropped at least 30 degrees. Summer outside, basically winter inside. The house felt so heavy, like I felt impending doom every second I was in there. Of course, I broke in at night. Flashlight, lighter, and Jimmy bar. Not a crowbar, but the same purpose, I believe. The house was being renovated. There were several boxes in the kitchen containing tapes. My dad's old tapes. How do I know this? Twister was one of his favorite movies, and there it was, along with recorded wrestling tapes, both recorded from TV, WWE tapes from 1996, and his old wrestling tapes. Rick Ravage, if anyone wants to look him up in a cage match database. Our stuff stayed there for 8 years in the same boxes that we put them in, meaning others moved shortly after or nobody lived there for 8 years. So I got to the basement, still dirt floors. The space where the door was had a thick 3-inch layer of cement covering it. I couldn't even comprehend how to get through it now. I always speculated a body or many bodies could have been in there, haunting us, causing the roaches. We will never know. Somebody lives there now. Renovations finally finished up. That house broke my family. We went from living a pretty steady life to a life where we all had to grow up a lot faster than we planned, all due to the house from hell. Sorry this was a long one, but it's still burned into my memory to this day. Curses tend not to leave people, and I believe it cursed us all. We are all still suffering financially to this day. It's been 21 years since then, so yeah, it's been a hell of a lot of time since that house scarred our lives. Oh my goodness, I did not even think of that behind that door that you could not get into, maybe there were bodies or something really terrible happened there. This is all so crazy. It's so crazy how like the energy of a home can affect people in such ways like that. I'm so sorry that you went through all of this. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but thank you so much for sharing your story with us. This one is called Glitch, Ghost, or Something in Between. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I recently discovered your page and I have a story of my own to share. Your page has validated my own experience in my own head. My parents purchased me an iPod for Christmas when I was in my teens. I used this iPod literally all day, every day. Music was my escape back then, and it was more important to me than any of my other belongings. I lived at home when they bought it, but a few years later when I moved into my own house, it was still going strong and was still being used daily. One day in 2012, I was listening to my music, going around my day as normal with my earphones in. My door knocked, so I took my earphones out and sat the iPod on my TV unit in my bedroom and went to answer the door. It was my friend. We'll call her Sophie. Sophie came in and we spent a couple of hours just chatting and hanging out. She eventually left to go back home and we said our goodbyes. I went into the kitchen and put the kettle on to make myself a cup of tea and went into my bedroom to get my iPod, but to my shock, it wasn't there. I hunted everywhere. I literally turned my bedroom upside down, even searched in other rooms, even though I am 100% knew I had sat it on my TV unit in my bedroom. After hours of searching and frustration and upset starting to kick in, I called my friend Sophie and asked her if she had seen or touched it. She said she hadn't, and when I told her where it was, she said she hadn't even been in my bedroom. She had gone to the toilet at one point, so I was skeptical. I ended up fully believing that she had stolen my iPod and even accused her of stealing it. I was genuinely upset and couldn't think of any other options, and she had asked to borrow it a few times, and I'd said no because I couldn't be without it. The whole thing blew over. Sophie and I remained friends in the few months after, but I didn't really fully believe that she hadn't taken my iPod. 6 months later, I packed up to move house. The iPod never turned up again. It was not in the house. I went through every item I had when packing as I had a major clear out in preparation for the move. I lived alone, and although I had help on moving day, I was the only person to pack up the house. Fast forward 1 year and some months later, I was settled in my new home for a long time now. One night I stood up from the sofa and headed upstairs to go to bed. As I approached the bottom of the stairs, my jaw dropped. My missing iPod was sitting on the third step from the bottom, in the middle of the step, perfectly placed. I was shook. Chills ran through me. I texted my friends, my family, everyone that knew about the whole iPod scenario and told them, and they all thought that I was lying. How could this iPod be in a whole new house? I also have to add that Sophie and I drifted apart, and although we still talked on occasion, she had never been to my new home. I gave her a massive apology, and she was just as baffled as I was. I have no explanation for what happened. I still talk about it to this day with anyone willing to listen, even though this happened in 2013, because it still bothers me that I don't know how this could have possibly happened. I couldn't sleep for weeks. I still have the iPod in a box in my loft. I've never been able to part with it. Thank you for reading. This has been driving me crazy for 12 years now. That is so crazy. I love these stories, and I love them, like, especially in times like this where you legitimately moved to a different home. It was over a year later, and it just showed up sitting on your steps. How crazy is that? I don't know. I guess it like popped into another timeline when you lost it the last time, and now it just popped back now. I would say maybe like house elves or some sort of like mischievous spirit, but that wouldn't make any sense because you moved, unless it was attached to you, the spirit. I'm not really sure, but like, what a crazy story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. This one is called The Sleep Paralysis Demon. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi! I'm one of your followers from India. Hello, India. And I absolutely am terrified of your content, but I watch it whenever I need to stay awake at night and study. So you're using my videos to help you be scared awake so you can study. That's really funny. So my story is very weird. It's a story about this sleep paralysis demon. A little bit about me. I'm a doctor in training, and when this episode first happened, I was preparing for my medical school entrance examinations back home in India. Disclaimer, I know what hypnopompic and hypnagogic hallucinations are, and no, I'm not a narcoleptic. Wait, I don't know what those two things are. I feel like I know what one of them are. Hold on, we're going to look them. Okay, they're both just sleep-related hallucinations that occur during different stages of sleep. Got it. So hypnagogic hallucinations happen as you are falling asleep, and hypnopompic hallucinations happen as you're waking up. Okay. In case you didn't know, now you know. So back to the story. I was 17 years old, and like any other 17-year-old, I'd gone to bed around like 2 to 3 a.m. at night. I'm not a horror movie fan. The only thing I've ever seen is The Exorcism of Emily Rose, and that too really scared the living shit out of me. Anyway, I did have a few sleep paralysis episodes before this one, but this one kind of stuck. So I'd gone to sleep, wasn't really tired or anything, but when I closed my eyes, I could actually just picture my entire room, which was very strange because I knew my eyes were closed. Didn't give much into it because I've always had dreams every night, like proper feature films, since I was a kid. Anywho, a few minutes/hours later, I was asleep. I was aware of it. I'd also realized that I was now dreaming lucidly. Everything in my room was exactly where it was, apart from my door being shut. I start to hear this low-pitched growl coming from a distance and inching closer every second. I tried to close my eyes shut. Remember, I'm still asleep, just awake in my SP episode. I closed them as hard as I could, and I tried to wake up. The voice grew louder and louder until it stopped. I was kind of relieved because I thought I'd woken up, but boy, was I wrong. Something very gently grabbed both of my legs, started pulling me down. I wasn't struggling. I was paralyzed. I had my eyes shut the entire time as I was pulled to the edge of the bed, and then it happened. Something clawed its hand into my chest. It was so painful. I could feel it. I was wincing with pain. My eyes were closed the entire time. I know I wouldn't be able to handle looking at the thing that was doing this to me. And then something happened that I can never forget. The thing growled in the most terrifying voice I have ever heard, and it did so in my left ear. I also continued to hear other growls from my right ear, which seemed to be only a few inches from me, but not as close as the left one. And I remember it like it was yesterday. It lasted for what seemed like 10 minutes, and then I woke up. I was exactly in the position I slept in, but the only difference, I now had pain in my chest, exactly where I initially felt the thing bury its claws, and I had palpable gooseskin. I was scared. I lay in bed not believing what I just went through. Gathered the courage to pick up my phone, run to my parents' room, and I slept with them for at least 5 to 6 months. Oh my goodness, I do not blame you. I have never, ever, ever been this afraid until recently when I had a very, very similar attack where I got to the thing's face. But that's for another story. Oh! I really hope you share this because one of my friends theorized that it was Cerberus. I didn't believe it at first until I read that he frequents a lot of dreams. And honestly, I don't mind meeting that hell puppy again because I just love dogs. What? You don't mind? It hurt you. But I'd also like to know if anyone else has had similar episodes. Also, my sleep paralysis episodes are crazy. I can have as many as 4 to 5 in a night. Hate myself. Ha ha ha. I have never had any experience like that, but I have read other stories of people experiencing sleep paralysis demons, being held down, being hurt, being physically hurt, scratched, and things like that. So I know there are other people out there. My question is, you said you woke up and you had pain in your chest. Were there any scratches in your chest or was it just the pain? Let me know what you guys think. Let this person know if you have had a similar experience. And thank you so much for sharing this creepy story. Okay, that was technically the last story, but we have a little bonus that I wanted to show you guys. There's no real story with it, but it's a video that someone sent, and I think it's pretty cool. The title of it is My Baby and a Good Spirit, and it just says, so my son was about 2 months old when this started to happen. I would put him in his bouncer, and something would just start bouncing it. He was always asleep and was never moving. This happened a few times, but not all the time. I'll attach the video. Ignore my compression socks. Ha 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 ha. We don't care about your compression socks. No worries. So this is the video they sent and I watched it. I thought it was pretty crazy that the thing is shaking and it's shaking more and more. First I was like, okay, maybe the person like hit it, right? And then it was shaking from that and they took a video. But if that were the case, it wouldn't start off slow. Like it would have started off bigger and gotten slower. But it seems like it starts off like bouncing slowly and then gets larger. The bounces get larger. So it feels like someone is definitely rocking this thing. Hold on, I'm going to play it again. I'm playing it again. So it feels like someone is definitely rocking this thing. And it's not that baby. That baby is dead asleep and it's tiny. I don't even know if that baby can move that thing. So some nice little spirit in the house was just rocking your baby and keeping him asleep. It's so cute. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I have a story that you might like, but I don't know in what category this falls. I've always been a bit skeptical with things like this, but maybe someone can explain to me what that means. I had a big surgery in 2012, and since then, I've been having weird things happening to me. It started with big flashes of light waking me up like fireworks almost every night. It lasted a couple of seconds and disappeared. About 2 years after my first flash, I was sleeping for the first time at my boyfriend's. I was so young, I had to sleep alone in a different room. I woke up in the middle of the night by an old man who looked just like my boyfriend, but with a grin like he was doing a prank or something. I saw his face for like 2 to 3 seconds and then he disappeared. In the morning, I told my boyfriend and his family about my weird awakened dream and we let it go, laughing about it. A couple of months later, we were looking at their family photo albums and I saw the man that I dreamed of. I put dream in quotes because I 100% was awake when I saw him, but I thought I was just coming out of a dream. Turns out, he was my boyfriend's grandfather. After that, about once a month, I see people in my room, like a young girl with a white gown, like an old pajama, or just a silhouette of people I don't know. What is it? I don't really believe in ghosts, or more than that, I'm scared of them. But if you have any plausible theory, I am all ears. Thank you for reading me. This is so crazy that everyone I talked to about this has no answers for me. The end. So it sounds like the surgery that you had maybe opened you up to something because then you started seeing those flashes of light. I'm not sure what those are. And then it took you about 2 years, I guess, to fully open up because that's when you saw your first spirit. Obviously, there's a spirit. So you saw the spirit of your boyfriend's grandfather. And now you're seeing spirits all the time, which is very cool, but also can be very scary. But that's what I think. I think that the surgery maybe opened you up to something. I don't know if maybe you had like a bit of a near-death experience or something like that. And maybe that's what did it. But what do you guys think the flashes of light were? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love your content. So my parents' house was built in the 1600s, and there are a few resident ghosts. It's an old farmhouse, and the hallway is original, and the floor tiles are so worn out. It's very difficult to walk along sometimes. It's in a little road in a town in the Chilterns in Buckinghamshire, England. I hope I am saying all of those things correctly. Anyway, on to my story. This happened about 20 years ago when I was still living at home after finishing university. I was by myself in the house as my folks were on holiday and had been out to the pub, so was a little merry. Does a little merry mean a little drunk? I had got home and gone up to bed. I fell asleep and then I got flicked on the nose. It woke me up.
Weirded out, I tried to go back to sleep and it happened again, and my bedroom door opened. It had a twist handle and would never open by itself. I was feeling a little weirded out, so I decided to go downstairs to get a glass of water. I got downstairs and noticed that I hadn't drawn the curtain across the front door, so I went to go do it. I suddenly felt the need to check if I had locked the door. I hadn't, so I locked it and I drew the curtain across. I was walking down the hall and drunkenly tripped over a tile. I also do it sober. And whilst on the floor, someone tried to open the door. I freaked out and called my then boyfriend. This was 3 a.m. in the morning, as I didn't want to sleep alone. The next morning, I had a scratch on my nose. My nails are short and would not have caused a scratch like that, and a bruised ankle and knee. I still wonder who tried to open that door. Okay, well, clearly the bruised ankle and knee are from you tripping over the tile, but the scratched nose is from something flicking your nose. I'm wondering if this ever happened to you again, or if maybe you going down and closing the door and locking the door and closing the curtain maybe like got it out of the house. I don't really know, but that is so scary to have a scratch on your nose and something was trying to open the door. Maybe it was trying to get back in. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. I got a story for you. It's sad, bizarre, and slightly heartwarming, at least to me. First off, though, trigger warning, death and drunk driving. So in 1999, my dad was driving home from work on Canada Day, around 6 a.m. or so. What is Canada Day, friends? Please tell me in the comments. He worked shift work outside of town and hadn't been home in a while. While driving home, his truck was hit by a drunk driver, and he sadly passed away on the scene. I'm so sorry. He was the vice president of search and rescue, and when his friends and peers all arrived on the scene, they were shocked and devastated. Years later, when my auntie felt I was old enough, she told me the story of how she knew something had happened to him before anyone else. Around the time the accident happened, my auntie woke up from a dream where my dad visited her. He was walking with her and told her that she had to take care of me and he had to go away. She argued with him and said, "Where are you going? What do you mean? I'm coming with you." And he told her, "You can't go where I'm going, but you have to take care of her. Promise me." She woke up her husband at the time, freaked out, crying. She told him something very bad had happened to her little brother. He brushed it off and told her it was just a bad dream and to go back to bed. My auntie finally fell back asleep, and then about 1 to 2 hours later, they were woken up with a phone call that explained what had happened to my father. I'm so sorry for your loss. That was a little bit heartwarming. It's also very sad, but I love that your aunt got a visit from your dad as he was passing away to say like, "Hey, take care of my daughter." That's nice that he wanted to make sure you were taken care of and that she got to experience that. I wonder, has anyone else had any dreams or have visitations from your dad, including you? That actually happens a lot. We have a lot of stories where loved ones are visiting people basically at the time of their deaths to basically say goodbye or tell them something before they go. So beautiful but sad. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Back in 2010, September 10th to 11th to be exact, I was driving home at around 2 to 3 a.m. from my friend's house. This was my senior year of high school. I had the window down, not a care in the world, listening to Hey Soul Sister on the radio. Oh my God, great song. My house was in the suburbs, so I was pulling into my neighborhood. I stopped at the stop sign I had to turn right at to get to the street my street is off of, and 50 feet above the house, on the corner across the street, there were these huge, moving, glowing orbs. I stayed at the stop sign completely confused as to what I was seeing. I was racking my brain like, is this a plane? No, it can't be. Government testing? But I couldn't fathom how what I was seeing could be human-made. The lady's option was UFO, and once I realized, I was horrified and sped 75 miles per hour on a 25 mile per hour road a quarter mile to my house, ran inside and woke up my dad. I forced him to come out into the backyard with me because that's the direction I saw it, and it was gone. Then he was like, "Wait a minute, your sister said she saw something in the sky out the living room window earlier. Why don't you go ask her?" The living room window was in the same direction as where I saw it. I ran to wake her up, and without telling her what I saw, she explained exactly what I saw. She saw these huge orange orbs that were moving in geometric patterns and would sway and get bigger and smaller, and other things would suddenly appear and disappear. When I was at the stop sign, I stared for so long trying to see if there was the body of a plane or something that I wasn't seeing. This was only 50 feet above the house, and there was nothing but the orbs. So that same night, about an hour later, I had the window in my room open, and it was right next to where I sit on my bed, and I heard this completely inhuman sound. Sort of like the sounds the aliens in the movie Signs make. Oh, you mean like with the clicking and stuff? That's really freaky. And I heard it moving in the grass right outside my window. I jumped out of the bed and into the hallway screaming, woke everyone up in the house for the second time that night, and I was on the floor of the hallway bawling my eyes out. I was so terrified. My parents checked my room and looked out into the yard and couldn't see anything, but my sister completely believed me because of what she saw earlier. My parents thought I must have been just jumpy because of what I saw earlier, but I know I wasn't at all. I know what I heard, and it put me straight into fight or flight. I can't even describe the sound, but can still hear it in my head. The next day at school, I told all my friends what I saw, and they were like, "Yeah, okay, Caroline." I did research when I got home later, and it turns out there was actually a name for what I saw. The Tinley Lights. Turns out my town has had millions of sightings of UFOs going back decades. Tinley Park, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. Within that year, 2 separate people I told the story to called me as they were seeing the same thing and couldn't believe it was real. And I found out 2 other people from my class had also experienced around the same area/neighborhood that they also believed was a UFO. Haven't seen anything like it since. And I'm a very skeptical person, so I always question my memory, and I wonder if maybe there was a different explanation. But when I go over it in my head, I know there wasn't. This person has a second story in the same email, but we're going to talk about this one first. We believe you. That is crazy. I actually recently heard some stories about people seeing what they thought were like constellations in the sky, but they were moving and there was actually a UFO. So I don't know if you were seeing like points around, like were they moving at the same time? Like were you seeing like the points around the UFO and the whole thing was moving? Or were these orbs moving independently and they were like something else? Because we've also heard of like alien light orb things. There's like so much crazy shit out there. I don't even know what this is. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but we believe you. And I think something was right outside your window. Okay, let's go to their second story in this email. This story happened in the same house. I woke up one day and went to the living room to watch TV. Had no idea I was home alone. It was cold and rainy, and I was just relaxing in my PJs watching TV when I heard my sister's blood-curdling scream coming from the basement. Her and her boyfriend used to live down there, and it was finished. Okay, I was like, is this like a scary basement? And you're being lured down there, but no, they live down there. Okay. My first thought was that she was being murdered. I ran to the basement door and opened it, and the second I did, I realized right away no one was down there. It went dead silent, and you could just sense when someone was down there. The second I realized they weren't down there, my stomach dropped, and I ran outside in the rain in my socks. My cell phone was in my room upstairs, and this is when I realized no one was home. I stood out there for 15 minutes, watching through my window, waiting for someone or something to pop out, but nothing ever did. So I finally got the courage to run and get my phone and then ran straight back outside. I called my mom and she was 10 minutes away grocery shopping and she said she'd be home ASAP because I refused to go back in alone. She told me my sister and her boyfriend were in Pennsylvania, nowhere near our home. There were no TVs in my house besides the one that I was watching, and this scream was loud and for sure came from the basement. We bought our house new, but my sister and her friends used to play with Ouija boards all the time at the cemetery and in our house. She also has many stories of hearing our voices or her boyfriend's voice call her when no one was there. Her boyfriend also experienced this multiple times in that house. They had actually mentioned it before, but I didn't believe them. I figured since they liked creepy stuff a lot that they were scaring themselves, but I'm 100% sure about what I heard, because otherwise I wouldn't have ran to the basement stairs to help if I had thought it was anything else. Once again, my brain always wants to come up with a rational reason for what I experienced, but I can't think of a single thing in my house it could have been besides a mimic. And my house has hardwood floors, so it echoed a lot, so I know the sound came from inside. Okay, if it sounded like your sister's voice, it had to be a mimic. And 100%, they brought that shit in there by using the Ouija board. Friends,
please don't use a Ouija board unless you know how to use it responsibly and correctly and you know how to cleanse everything and get rid of shit. Don't use a Ouija board. Ouija responsibly. Mimics freak me out so bad. I can't even imagine hearing someone I know's voice. It's not them. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. Hi. This one is definitely really weird and still gets me to this day, but I wanted everyone else's take on it because it still freaks me out. So about 5 years ago, my son was about 4. We lived in a trailer that my children always had a hard time falling asleep in, so they typically slept in my bedroom. This night, though, I wanted some privacy. I had 4 kids by the age of 21 and was beyond exhausted this night. I needed alone time. I decided to give my kids 1 children's melatonin each so they would hopefully be able to fall asleep easier and have a better night's sleep. That backfired. My older 2 ended up not sleeping at all. As a matter of fact, my son laid on his floor with his eyes wide open and told me an entire story a man was telling him. In the story, he gave me very vivid details, but I chalked it up to him being sleepy and his imagination, but I listened anyways. He talked about a man running down the highway while the cops chased him. Then he starts saying what the man was thinking while running. Then he goes, boom, really loud and says, well, he jumped off the bridge and there's blood everywhere, but it's okay now because he got away from his demons. What? I assumed maybe he had seen something on TV. That was weird to me, and he went on with more stories that I didn't listen to as I was now falling asleep. But I wish I would have listened to those too, because the next day I'm driving home and under the interstate was a bunch of police cars and ambulance. Shut up. I drove under to see a man laying on the ground. So I parked and I looked online to see an article about a man running from the cops who jumped off the interstate to get away. Was that a coincidence, or did my child know what was going to happen the next day? Now, I want to mention that my oldest daughter, who was 5 at the time, constantly would wake up and tell us that, quote, the man with no face was watching us sleep and that he wouldn't quit talking. So I'm like, I'm not sure, but that has to be weird, right? Yeah, that's weird. So I would say that your son was having a premonition of what was going to happen. However, he said that someone was telling him the story and he was relaying it. So because he's young, maybe he's misinterpreting it. Does that mean that the ghost of the man was literally there telling him what happened? Why would the ghost of the man be there in his house, like with you guys? I don't know. That doesn't really make any sense. Or was like a man was telling him, was that like him knowing or hearing it the way some people get premonitions and he was just interpreting it a different way? Do you know what I mean? What do you guys think? Let me know what you think about that in the comments. I want to know if this was connected to the melatonin. First, I was like, okay, melatonin can like make people like hallucinate and stuff if you take too much, right? So maybe that's what was happening. But if you went the next day and that actually happened, like that was definitely some sort of premonition or something. Now, your daughter that had the man with no face that wouldn't quit talking, was that only the one night that your son also heard the story, or was it like multiple times? Did it happen multiple times? Has your son ever had any more premonitions? Like crazy shit. I wonder if taking the melatonin opened something up in him and he was able to like have the premonition because he was like more open. I don't know. This is crazy. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love your channel. Thank you. I literally get so hooked on all the stories that I forget to do my chores. LOL. You should watch them while you're doing your chores. Listen while you do your chores. A lot of people do that. I have a story that no one can explain, and my family and I are still baffled that this happened. Sorry, it's a bit of a long one. We love the long ones. Backstory. My dad built a granny flat at the back where he stays because it reminded him of home, the islands. When we had guests, it was always the go-to spot. In order to get to the granny flat, you'd had to walk down the driveway, through the back gate, and past my mom's garden where she had different plants growing on the side. All of our guests favored the mango tree because when it was in season, we always had a lot of mangoes and they were delicious. Important. My dad booked a plane ticket for his sister, Auntie V, and mother, my grandma, to come from overseas for a 3-week holiday. When my dad's brother, Uncle Jay, found out grandma was coming, he came to visit with his wife, Auntie P, and 2 daughters, as they're from a different state. When they visit, they always come in a rental car parked at the front of the house. It's weird if they were to visit without one. Also important. It came to the end of their visit. Uncle Jay and Auntie P returned back home with their girls. Not even a week goes by since they returned home, and there was some family drama that went down with Auntie V and Auntie P over the phone. They're going off at each other. Words were exchanged, and it wasn't long until Auntie P and Uncle J were canceled from our family as they brought too much drama. No one likes Auntie P. Now to the story. A couple of weeks after the drama unfolded, I had a dream. In my dream, I'm assuming it was the afternoon, we were all chilling in the granny flat. In the distance, I can hear Auntie P's voice coming from the top of the driveway. My mom, Auntie V, and Grandma and I all looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what the hell they were doing at our house. Auntie P's voice started to get louder and louder as she came closer to the house and stopped at the mango tree and expressed how beautiful the fruits were, and laughing as she approached the door. She came inside and greeted everyone, and we just looked at her and couldn't believe the audacity of this woman to pick a fight and then come over unannounced and unapologetic, acting like all was right in the world. Not too far behind her was Uncle Jay, who came waddling in and greeted everyone and started talking about their trip. I refused to go say hello to them. Their daughters walked in, eyes glued to their phones, and sat on the couches as if they were trying to avoid the awkwardness in the room. Suddenly, I woke up to my 5:30 a.m. alarm, still annoyed that Auntie P and Uncle Jay came without warning. I got ready for work and walked to the front where all the cars were parked, but I didn't see Auntie P's car. That's when it dawned on me it was just a dream. Mind you, when I woke up, my reality was that Uncle Jay and Auntie P were still there. I was unaware that it was a dream until I didn't see their car. It felt so real. All the emotions, the voices, and everything just seemed so real. So much so that although it would make me late to work, I ran to the back, checked the room where they usually stay in to see if they were there, and they weren't. I went to work confused and told my sister about what had happened because we worked together at the time. A few days went by and I casually told my mom that I had a weird dream that Uncle Jay and Auntie P came over and that it felt so real. Before I went into any details of my dream, I noticed that she was looking at me as if she had seen a ghost. She told me she had a similar dream. And as she was listing everything that happened, we soon realized that our dreams weren't just similar, it was exactly the same. She goes on to explain every single detail, that it felt like it was afternoon, we were all chilling, and she could hear Auntie P's voice in the distance coming up the driveway, making the same remarks about the mango tree, coming in, greeting her, Auntie V and Grandma and Uncle Jay waddling behind her. In her dream, we were all in the same positions like it was in my dream, and her dream was coming from her point of view, and I was sitting exactly where I dreamt I was. Their girls walked in with the same awkwardness I explained earlier. We were all looking at them with the pure disgust as Uncle Jay talked about his trip here. She said when she woke up, she went to the front where the cars were parked, and lo and behold, no car. She's confused and goes back to check the room that they usually stay in, and they weren't there. She stated how real it felt and that it didn't feel like it was a dream. But that's not all, she murmured. Auntie V also had the exact same dream. I looked in horror at Auntie V and asked her about her dream. She describes that it was afternoon, we were all chilling, she hears Auntie P's voice in the distance, making the exact same comments about the mango tree, greeting everyone, and Uncle Jay waddling in behind her, explaining their trip here. Everything, to the last detail, was exactly the same, but from her perspective. She also goes on to say that when she woke up, she's in disbelief that they came over, but soon realizes that it was a dream when she went to the front to see no car. We were sitting at the dining room table trying to make sense of what the frick just happened. Why did we all have the same dream, and why did it feel so real? I noticed that not seeing their car at the front was some sort of a wake-up call, because when we didn't see the car, that's when we all realized that we were dreaming. I don't know if we all dreamt it at the same time, but it's just so freaky. I wonder if my grandma had the same dream and she was in the dream as well, but she had dementia, so there's no telling. The end. Okay, this is really weird. It doesn't sound like a dream. I mean, we know that all dreams, you are astral traveling to different places, right? It feels like to me that you guys were all, for some reason, traveled to the same timeline or place or dimension in which that was happening, because you were all there and you all said it felt like it actually really happened. But why did you all go there? I wonder if this was like some sort of thing from the universe being like, hey, you need to put this shit behind you and just get past it, because all of you were there and they were walking in like nothing happened, all happy dappy to be there. Have you talked to them since? Have you guys like made up since is the question. I don't know, because all three of you were pissed in the dream that these people came walking through the door. So I don't know if you would even want to go there, but I don't know what else it could be other than it was actually something that happened in another timeline and all three of you were there at the same time for some reason. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I stumbled across your videos a few weeks ago and I have been hooked. I cannot stop watching them. I always thought that some of the things I had dreamed or experienced made me very odd, so it has been great seeing all of these stories and realizing that I am not alone. You're not alone, and we believe you. I have one story to share that has stuck with me for decades now, and I still can't wrap my head around how or why I dreamed it. It's a little lengthy, so bear with me. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I began having very odd or unsettling dreams. They were always about a family that I had never met or seen before, but it was always them. They were literally in every dream. Sometimes they would be doing basic things like playing at the beach or in a big, beautiful yard, etc. I was always there, but it was like I was an onlooker, not really present, but just observing them. There was a mother and a father, an older girl, a middle child who was also a girl, and a young boy. There was a dream I had for literally 5 months straight, every single night, that the children were playing in their yard and all of a sudden they were in bed. They woke up and were all excited because they were going to a new cafe that had opened up. This cafe was at a train station. I'm not sure how to explain it really, so I will try to the best of my ability. This cafe had something like an outside eating area or deck with tables and chairs, and the train tracks went through the center. I'm not sure why it was set up like that, but that's what it always looked like. Anyway, there was a small bridge that would rise and lower as trains came and went to allow people to cross from one side to the other. Fast forward in my dream, and the family is there eating at a table and having a great time. I was on the other side of the train tracks. I was sitting at a table and just watching them enjoy each other's company when all of a sudden I got a horrible feeling in my stomach that something bad was going to happen. I tried to move or yell to them, but I couldn't. I was frozen in place, and no matter how much I yelled, nothing came out. A train is coming down the tracks, but the bridge was not rising. The train slammed into the bridge, causing it to derail and go directly towards this family. I then would wake up, and even though I would be awake, I couldn't scream for my parents. I could see my room and hear everything going on around me, such as my ceiling fan or the noise machine, but I could not move or yell. This continued for 5 months straight, every single night. The exact same dream. I had told my mom about it on a number of occasions, and she would tell me that it was a nightmare and that everything was okay. I think I panicked more because we were also a family of 5, mother, father, older sister, me, a middle daughter, and a younger brother, and there was a part of me that felt like I was relaying it to us. She would always calm me down and assure me that everything is okay. That is, until one day I woke up, and when I went to tell my mother about having the dream again, she was reading the paper and stopped me. Oh my God, no. The look on her face was nothing I can ever forget. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and showed me an article about 5 people that died by a train. Oh my God, I have such chills. It was the same people. I had never seen them, never met them, and we didn't even live in the same state. It still haunts me to this day because I feel like I predicted their deaths or saw it before it happened. I never had the dream again, which is why I think is why it has stuck with me even 20 plus years later. It's just so freaky to me, and I have never been able to share it with anyone but my mom. Just felt like maybe this would be the place to share because I still cannot explain it. It's just so scary to me. But anyways, thanks for listening, and I love your videos so much. The end. Oh my God, friend, I was trying to figure out what was going on, but I couldn't. In the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe she's like visiting this other timeline just over and over in her dream. She's just seeing this other timeline because that happens. But why is she seeing this other timeline? I hope it's not going to happen to her and her family. Then I was like, maybe it's a premonition, but I was like, but she's having it for like 5 months straight. I feel like, I don't really know. Then you said that the news article? Oh, chills. Why you had a premonition about those specific people, I don't know. Maybe, have you had any premonitions since or anything like that? Because maybe this was like spirit getting you ready and being like, hey, look, you're having a premonition. Like, this is what can happen so that you be more open to it. But also maybe if you haven't had any more, maybe you having it and finding out that it was a real thing, you really had a premonition of these people dying. Maybe it freaked you out so much that you like closed up a little bit. I don't know. This was such a good one though. Thank you so much for sharing. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Hi. I hope this is a good enough story. Oh, please. They're all good enough stories. I am the oldest of 3 sisters. 2020, I had my son. 2023, both of my sisters had a son each. The boys are born in the same order. Me, the oldest, has the oldest boy. The middle sister has the boy born second. The youngest had the boy born third. My son is now a toddler. He sleeps in his own bed. Sometimes he sleeps with me. Earlier this week, on a night my son slept with me, I woke up from having a horrible nightmare. In the nightmare, my son was beat up badly and hurt. When I woke up, I checked my son and he was fine, sleeping next to me. I called my youngest sister. Her newborn baby was fine. I called my middle sister and her baby had just fell off the bed minutes before I called her and has 2 bumps on his head. The dream felt like a warning wake-up call. This creeped me out. The end. Yes, it sounds like you definitely had a little bit of a premonition. I'm not sure why it showed your son, but it was actually your sister's son. But that is very interesting. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this short little ditty. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi, love your TikToks. Thank you. This happened about 2 weeks ago. I was taking a nap and it seemed like a dream within a dream. I was watching myself exactly how everything currently around me was. Same position, same items around me, same everything. I was sleeping and someone came in the bed beside me. It was literally a big black figure. But for some reason, I could tell the energy was a male energy. They laid beside me in a spooning position. That's interesting, because I was sleeping on my side. Anyway, in the dream, they grabbed my stomach, squeezed on it pretty tight, and breathed really hard on my neck. Usually dreams like this don't bother me. I'm typically able to change the scenery, or if I wake myself up, I just go right back to sleep. But I woke up in sort of a panic and I could still feel the pain in my stomach from where they squeezed it in my dream. The breath that breezed me was still lingering. Not much of a smell, but more as a breeze on the back of my neck, as if it had just happened. I couldn't go back to sleep and I couldn't tell if it was a dream or not because it felt all too real. I do lucid dream every once in a blue, so I'm pretty sure that's what it was. What baffles me is, what does it mean? Why did they squeeze my stomach so tight? And who could it have been? I don't want to say what, suggesting it was anything more than a spirit, but I have not been able to let it go. I literally think about it every day. Hopefully someone can help. Okay, so my first thought was an incubus, which is a male, normally like a male spirit that is seeking to have relations with a female human. A succubus is the opposite. So my first thought was an incubus because of the way you felt a male energy, you were spooned, and then he grabbed your stomach and breathed on your neck. But the fact that it was painful for you, normally in the stories that I read about incubus or a succubus, it's not painful. It's actually mostly pleasurable for the person experiencing it, even though it's weird, but it's not painful. So I don't know if that's what it was. I don't know if it was an incubus or if it was just some spirit, but it was definitely something. I'm glad you haven't experienced it again, but just use your words, man. Use your words and tell whatever it is, you're not welcome here. Get out of my house. Like, tell it and it'll go. It should go. Tell it and be forceful. Oh, that skews me out. I can't even imagine. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Did you think this was an incubus or did you think it was something else? And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Sorry in advance. It's a pretty long story. I love your account and hearing everyone's creepy stories, so I thought I would send through my story because I can't get it off my mind, and I would love your opinion or your followers' opinions on this because I am freaked out. So I lived with my parents until I was 17, and then I moved 400 kilometers away. 250 miles. Sorry, I'm Aussie. Haha. Thank you so much for doing that because I was like, I have no idea what 400 kilometers are to live in the city. I visit home at least once a month to see my family, my dogs and cat and my friends. So a few weeks ago, I went up to see them for the weekend as usual, and I had done for nearly 2 years. When I got to the house, I usually run straight to my dogs and cat to say hi, but this time I was hit with a total shock. When I went into my old room, the cat was laying on the bed, but as I went to look up at her, she lifted her head and my stomach dropped. This was a different cat. Her facial structure, her nose length, head shape, the feeling of her fur, her weight, everything was different. We have had this cat for nearly 8 years, so I am obviously very familiar with her, and I wouldn't suddenly, in 1 month, forget what she looks like. I said to everyone, "Where's the cat? This is not her." to the point where I was heavily breathing, sweating, freaking out because I genuinely believe it's not her. Mom and everyone told me it was her. They hadn't swapped her out, and she looks the same as she always had, and maybe I had just forgotten. But how could I have forgotten what she looks like after 8 years? I started looking through old photos of her from recent to years ago, and all the photos, she looks like the cat she is now. But I swear, I remember the photos vividly looking like something else. In these photos and videos, it's like I'm holding a cat that isn't even mine. I can't believe how even the photos and videos are different. I am completely freaked out, and I don't understand how this has happened. Maybe it's the Mandela effect. I don't know, but please tell me what you think because I am so confused. Friend, it sounds like to me that you switched timelines. Something definitely happened. I mean, we switch timelines like literally all the time with all the choices we make, but for some reason it feels like you really switch timelines. And that this cat is the cat in this timeline that was always your cat, but you remember that it wasn't your cat, that your cat looked like something else. I'm going with that 100%. You switch timelines. Why? I don't know. You definitely switch timelines. So we believe you. I believe you. That was not your cat. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you agree? Timeline switch? Thank you so much for sharing your story. Good morning, Auntie Matrix. Hi from the UK. Hello. Is my glitch a glitch or am I just losing my marbles? So a few weeks back, I was driving home from work and having a good singing session and started to sing along to one of my favorite songs. And then suddenly I was further down the road and the song was close to the beginning again. Having followed your TikTok page for a while, I questioned whether I had glitched in some way, but I just talked myself out of it and thought maybe I just imagined it. Then last week, I was out grabbing food with the bestie and she was like, oh my God, I'm so getting myself booked in to get Freddie Mercury tattoo on my arm. I pulled a face and I was like, you already have that tattoo. He had a yellow jacket on. She was like, no, I don't have it. Maybe you just thought I had it as we've talked about it a lot. We literally went to a tribute the other month and I was like, he's not wearing his yellow jacket. As in referring to her tattoo, Freddie, on her arm, and she nodded. I am so shaken by this. I remember it. I remember it on her arm, his yellow jacket doing his arm up pose. She showed me and I loved it and talked about her next tattoo, which she still has. My partner too was there and was like, nope, she's never had that tattoo. And now I'm questioning, did I glitch into another reality/version that time driving home, or am I just losing my marbles? You are not losing your marbles. We believe you. And I think 100%, again, you switched timelines. You were singing, and then all of a sudden, you were further down the road, and the song was close to the beginning again. You definitely switched timelines. I am thinking perhaps a quantum immortality situation in which you got into a car accident that you don't remember, and you died, and you switched timelines to something very close, but not all the way close because your friend doesn't have a tattoo in this timeline yet. We got people dying and switching timelines all over the place. That is my thought. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Okay, so it's been a few weeks ago now. I had a dream that was so vivid and real feeling. I had a dream I was driving around in a car with no brakes. In my dream, it was my friend Steph and another lady I briefly worked with at the haunted house during haunt season. In the dream, I was in the town I live in. In a few turns, I'm far away in a state that is warm, and we went from being in the car to being inside at a casino. Everyone was wearing gold. I asked to use the restroom. After that, it's really weird. By that time, I realized that I was dreaming. In my dream, I asked what time it was. Don't do it. In my dream, I asked what time it was, and I was completely ignored and got a few dirty looks. I was asked to leave. I go to get back in my car, and they get in with me, but it wasn't the same people from before, and I had no clue who they were. As soon as we do, a dark storm approaches in my dream. The one lady was like, drive faster, we need to get home before the storm hits. So we begin to drive faster, trying to outrun the storm. Now this is where it gets weird. It begins to rain and the sky is lighting up in bright lights. It's like lightning, but super bright. The rain becomes like squared raindrops in my dream and begin to fall up instead of down. Then storm becomes like a tunnel and we begin to move faster in my dream. I'm like, it's okay. It's a dream. It's okay. Well, in my dream, I got the feeling I was getting ready to cross over into a different timeline. Like I knew I was going to glitch out if I hit the end of that tunnel. All I could think about was my children and how I couldn't leave them behind since their dad just passed away earlier this year. I heard a voice say, "Are you sure this is what you want?" I woke up instantly right before I hit the end.
When I woke up, it sent me into the worst sleep paralysis I've ever experienced. It took a few minutes to be able to gain movement. When I looked at the clock, it was 4:43 a.m. I've had lucid dreams before and I've experienced sleep paralysis before, but I really don't ever remember my dreams in full detail. Everything felt so real. Like, would I have jumped timelines if I didn't wake up, or did I jump timelines? Why did I feel so refreshed after I woke up? I keep looking for differences and I really haven't noticed any. It sounds crazy. So sorry it's so long. The end. You're not crazy. We believe you. And the first thing I was going to ask was, have you seen any differences in your current timeline? And you're saying no, that you haven't noticed any differences. So I'm going to go with you didn't actually jump timelines. Maybe you were going to. I think it's interesting because a lot of people who ask what time it is in the dream, normally when you ask what time it is or what date it is in the dream people get pissed. They get mean. The dream gets super scary. But in this case, your dream people didn't get mean or scary. They didn't even respond. They ignored you, but they did ask you to leave. I wonder if you being aware in your dream and telling those dream people like, hey, I know what's going on. Like, what time is it? They were like, we need to show this person that time is not real. But it did turn your dream into this scary thing where you're driving. Now there's square raindrops going upwards and you feel like you're going to go into that tunnel and something bad is going to happen. Like you're going to switch timelines forever. Maybe the dream people did that on purpose, so maybe you wouldn't ask about it again. I have no idea. This whole thing with the dream people and asking the time literally baffles me. I don't understand why they would be so mad. We talk about this all the time on live and people have answers, but I don't accept any of them. I understand the time is just a construct and that we have made in this 3D reality and that outside of our 3D Earth reality, it does not exist. I understand that and understand that they would get frustrated at that fact that, ooh, look, it's the humans again, astral projecting, asking what time it is and not understanding where they are. But why do you get so mad that you need to turn it real scary? Like, I don't understand. I don't think I'll ever understand. But I fully believe you when you say you felt like if you would have went through that tunnel, that you would have been in a different timeline and you would have been stuck there. So I am glad that you were like, I need to get out of this. And you woke up. And I wonder, has this ever happened again to you? This was a crazy one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing. Hi, Tess. Hi. I literally just came across a reel you posted with a girl sitting in her car recounting a dream, and it reminded me of an experience that I had. This was a few months ago, and I remember telling my friends, and it completely freaked them out. So I'm an avid lucid dreamer, and ever since I was aware of myself, I have been having realistic dreams, and I tend to remember most of them, but in a weird deja vu kind of way sometimes. This was like mid-September 2022, and I kept going to sleep and waking up in my own room in my dreams for like a month, and I kept waking up exhausted as hell in the real world, LOL, every morning. It was like I fell asleep and I woke up in the dream, got ready for work, socialized with people that felt familiar and knew me. I cooked, had a boyfriend, went to parties, etc. I would wake up in the real world convinced I had completed tasks that I had actually done in my dream. It was honestly getting harder and harder to separate my dreams from reality. I would ask my friends about things we did or people we met, and they would look at me confused. I was confused. I tried to think of different things before going to bed, but I would end up in the same dream again and again. One night, I went to bed. It was the day before my best friend's birthday. In the dream, I remember my boyfriend making plans for the next day, and I was saying, no, I can't tomorrow, it's Sadie's birthday dinner. And he just stared at me, face blank. This dream boyfriend had no idea who I was talking about. Of course. The night of my best friend's birthday, when I went to sleep and I was in the same dream again, I was in bed, but I couldn't move my arms or legs. Everything looked hazy and I felt disoriented. My eyelids felt heavy. I turned my head to see the boyfriend standing in the corner of my room by the door, looking at me. There was a woman in a coat and a man in a suit with their backs turned to me. Woman was saying to my boyfriend, "We're done. She shouldn't come back anymore." Then I felt like I was being sucked into nowhere, just blackness and really fast. I jumped out of bed, my mouth was dry and my head was pounding. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. Wild. But it gets creepier. I'm sorry. Did you say it gets creepier? Months went by and I never had that kind of dream again. Things kind of went back to my normal lucid dreaming. I was in the city with a friend checking out museums one Friday in January. We were about to cross the street when I saw the woman and the man from my dream. They stared at me. with recognition, like they knew me. And they exchanged comments while still looking at me. We crossed the street and I looked back and they were gone. I asked my friend if she saw them and she said no one was standing where I pointed out. That same day at the museum, I saw the boyfriend from my dreams. I watched this person that I basically spent a month with walk right by me. I felt like I was losing my mind. What? Okay. Crazy enough, you were clearly astral traveling to like another dimension and timeline place and living another life in there. Like so many people have had this happen to them. That's clearly what was happening. The fact that it was so realistic that you were having trouble deciphering like what was real and what was not, like what was in the dream reality and what was in this reality is crazy to me. Like that's really crazy. But I think it's very interesting that like when you kind of like made a mistake in the dream reality, the next time you went in there, it was like, nope, we're done. We're done with her being in this reality with us. But the fact that you saw the man and the woman who clearly recognized you and were talking about you outside of that dream reality, like in this reality, and then you saw the boyfriend that didn't notice you. It's weird that the boyfriend didn't recognize you from your dreams, but that the man and the woman recognized you and were talking about you. Why are they watching you? What is going on? Are you maybe supposed to like meet that guy and be with that guy in this reality or something? It gave me the vibes of the Adjustment Bureau. You know how they're like watching and they're helping little things to happen to push people in the correct directions. It gave me like Adjustment Bureau vibes. But I don't know. I don't really know what my take is on this. This is kind of a crazy one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing this crazy story. Hi. First of all, I just want to say how much I love your post and I've been a longtime fan. Oh. I grew up in a haunted house, so I have several scary stories, but one that stands out the most is this one. When I was little, I used to sleepwalk a lot, almost every night, and I would wake up in different rooms of the house or right next to the French doors leading to the backyard. This night, I woke up outside. To set the scene, you have to understand what our yard looked like. I grew up in Tucson, Arizona, and my parents moved out to, at the time of a very rural area. We had neighbors, but not close. My parents owned an acre lot. We lived in a 3-bedroom brick house that was set up towards the front of the property with a major portion of the acre being the back and side yard. My grandparents also lived on the property in 4-car garage that was converted into a 1-bedroom house. Halfway between my house and my grandparents' house, my grandpa built my sisters and I a little blue playhouse. My grandparents' house was all the way at the back of the property. We also had other structures on the property that he built to include tool sheds and animal pens, which filled up the east side of our property, leaving the west side for a garden, and then a wash that ran right through the property, and the remaining area was desert. This happened the summer before I turned 8. In Tucson, we get monsoon season, which is basically every afternoon thunderstorms roll in and it rains. This year, we had a particularly wet season. Our wash ran multiple times that summer, bringing out the river toads. I don't know if you know the Colorado river toad sounds like, but they are very loud. And when you have a bunch of them, it's a chorus outside. So it was just like any other summer night. Storms rolled in around dinner and lasted into the evening. My parents had a set bedtime even in the summer, so we were all in bed by 8. I woke up pounding on my grandparents' door. I was soaking wet, and the sound of the toads is what brought me fully awake. I was so confused as to how I got there. I remember thinking that I didn't want to run back through ring to my house, so I continued to knock, hoping to wake up my grandma. Just as I remembered that they were out of town visiting relatives, I heard 2 distinct voices. First, one female, "Should we let her in?" Second one male, "No, she will be missed." When I tell you that I hightailed it out of there, I ran back to my house and straight to my parents' bedroom, soaking wet and muddy, and sat by their sliding glass door watching the backyard until morning. My mom says that I, of course, dreamed the whole thing, except there were muddy footprints all through the back of the house and down the hall to their room, which she was not pleased about. To this day, whenever I hear those toads, it brings me back to this night, waking up on the porch alone in the dark, soaking wet and muddy. The end. Oh my God, those were not your grandparents? What was that? Who was that? And what do you mean she will be missed? Like if you went into the house, if they let you into the house, you wouldn't come out? Is that what they meant? Is that what you guys think that meant? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thanks for your content. I'm writing this email in response to the video of the woman who dreamed she was pregnant, had the baby, and lived life for another 20 years. A similar thing happened to me, or is happening. When I was 6, I fell asleep one night and I dreamed that I woke up and had breakfast, got dressed, and went to first grade. I had a regular day and kept thinking that it was so funny to have such a normal dream. When I went to bed that night, I fell asleep like normal and woke up, and it was the next day, and life just kept marching on. I never woke up from that first dream. I remember sharing it with a few friends during sleepovers, but no one had ever experienced anything like that. Eventually, somewhere in my teenage years, I decided it was just a weird developmental brain thing and I dismissed it. It's been 37 years since that dream. I have several degrees, I'm married, and I have 2 little kids. I wonder sometimes if on my deathbed, I'll close my eyes and wake up a 6-year-old ready to go to first grade. This is the first time that I've ever heard of anything similar to what happened to me. I guess my rational parenting brain thinks it's just a funny thing that my 6-year-old self experienced, but wasn't real. But I do wonder. Unrelated, but I also have a very clear memory of dragging a step stool over to a mirror and stretching up on my tippy toes to see my face, looking at my brown eyes and thinking, oh my gosh, last time I didn't have brown eyes. That was several years before this dream. I guess I was 2 or 3. The end. Wait, so when you were 2 or 3, you remember looking at yourself and being like, I didn't have brown eyes last time. And then after that, a few years later, you had this dream that you never woke up from. So the unrelated sounds like you were remembering yourself from a past life. As far as the dream thing goes, I don't know. If you feel like you never woke up from that dream, it is possible that you are in one of those super long dreams where you're like literally living another life right now in a different timeline or a different dimension. I hope for your sake that you don't wake up and go back to when you were 6, because that would be crazy. We've had several people, as you know, because that's why you sent the story, and we've had several people who have had this happen, and I cannot even imagine what that would be like to live an entire life and then go back and start again. Like all of that was not real. I feel like it is always real. It's just not in this dimension or timeline. You know what I mean? You're in a different one for a while and then you come back to this one because the timelines are all happening at the same time, right? Because time isn't actually linear or actually really even a thing. We just experience time in the 3D. But it's interesting that your consciousness remembers that and remembers moving to your dream and then never waking up. I cross my fingers for you on that, friend. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Dear Auntie Matrix, hi! Love your story so much. I'm really hoping that your viewers can help me. As my subject line shows, I think I witnessed my aunt passing in my dream while I slept. For background, I have always been a vivid dreamer, which is really interesting because I have aphantasia. If you don't know what it is, it's when you cannot visualize anything in the brain, which for me happens while I'm awake, but apparently isn't the case while asleep. I have always been very intense, vivid dreamer, and since far back as I can remember, like little, 6 or 7 years old, I have been able to lucid dream without being trained or coached in how to do this. Occasionally, I have some deja vu dreams, but that's an email for another time. Anyway, several months ago on a Friday night into a Saturday morning, I had this terrifying dream where I assumed I was in my body and I was dying. I remember having the thoughts, I can't open my eyes, I want to open them, but I can't. In this dream, I knew I was dying and just kept saying to myself how I couldn't wake myself up even though I wanted to. It progressively got more desperate and sad and grief-stricken the closer to the morning wake up that I got. Since I can lucid dream, I remember trying to shift into that and wake myself up physically. It just didn't work. I just kept remarking about how I could not open my eyes or how I couldn't wake up. I remember experiencing some anxiety related to this and thinking about only my daughter, which I remember thinking was weird because I didn't think about my husband, whom I also love very much. I remember feeling like my face was smushed hard against the surface somehow and just feeling like pressure pushing up against the left side of my face. Anyway, my husband woke me up by kissing me before he went to work, and I remember jolting awake and saying to him, I just had this awful nightmare where I died and I couldn't wake myself up. My husband even remarked that that was scary and I had never had a dream like that, and I agreed. I was so rattled that I didn't go back to sleep, and I just waited for my daughter to wake up several hours later. I remember feeling so unsettled for the remainder of the weekend and just having this general sense of foreboding and uncertainty. The following Tuesday, 4 days later, my mom called me to tell me that my aunt had passed away and it most likely happened Friday night into Saturday early morning because she had gone food shopping on Friday and the bags of food were still on her floor and not put away. No one had found her for 4 days. The ME had said that the COD is undetermined. However, it looks like she just collapsed to the floor. She was also found face down and was unconscious and slowly passed away, meaning the incident occurred Friday late evening after returning from the grocery store, but probably passed away sometime Saturday morning. When my mom explained all of this to me, I had goosebumps and my hair on my body stood straight up. I was hit with the nightmare I had and immediately felt this sense of familiarity. I think the nightmare/dream I had about not being able to open my eyes was my aunt channeling into me somehow, and I experienced her unconscious, yet somewhat conscious thoughts. I think she had some sort of stroke or cardiac episode and passed out and was trying to wake herself up and couldn't, and that is what I was sensing. It also makes sense that she only thought about her daughter because she doesn't have a husband and she loves her daughter so much, just like I love mine. I don't know. It's been about 5 months now and I have not been able to shake this dream. The timelines line up so perfectly. It makes me so sad that my aunt was alone and was trying so hard to come back and not die. The desperation and sadness was so consuming. I think about it often and I have found nothing online about this phenomenon. So if you or your TikTok followers know anything, then I would be interested to learn and know more. Anyway, I just wanted to share it because I can't share it with anyone else because it definitely sounds like a wild theory, but also I don't know anyone who would believe me other than my husband. Thanks so much. Wow, this one was crazy. I wonder if your aunt was trying to communicate, like your aunt's soul was trying to communicate with you to be like, hey, I'm dying, I need help. Or maybe you guys just have some kind of connection, or maybe you just have the ability to see these things happening since you are so good at lucid dreaming, which I think is crazy because during the day you can't visualize anything, but at night you can lucid dream like a champion. I wonder, has anything like this ever happened to you again that you know about? Or maybe is stuff happening to you? Like, are you, when you're lucid dreaming, are you dreaming of other people's lives and other people's things that are happening, but like through you, just like happened with your aunt? I don't know. These are just some of my theories. I would love to hear what you guys think in the comments. Let me know. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hey there, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I would just like to say that I absolutely love everything about you, from your energy and your amazing videos to your content that constantly keeps me on the edge of my seat. Thank you so much. For a little bit of context, I grew up in a haunted home with a neighbor that was possessed. So when it comes to things like paranormal activity and other things, I'm prone to believe them. Also, I have so many crazy and wild stories that happened in that particular apartment that I grew up in. My family and I no longer reside there. From knowing there were what some call demons roaming around our home to my oldest sister's imaginary friend not exactly being imaginary and constantly trying to hurt me. Anyway, compared to that, this story may seem trivial, but what happened to me really shook me to my core because I haven't experienced anything like this for a couple of years now. Recently, well, more like last month now, I went to pick up some essentials I needed at Walmart with my sister because I was too tired to drive and had a lot going on in life, so I was severely sleep deprived and did not trust myself anywhere near the steering wheel. So after our trip, my sister was going to drop me off at home and then head to the gym. However, she had to make a pit stop at a family friend's house for a bit to help her with something, and because I really wasn't in the mood to socialize, I ended up waiting for her in the car because she said it wouldn't take long. Me, running on less than 30 minutes of sleep that day, decided to take a nap while she handled her business. Important note to add, I had put my seat all the way back, or at least as much as I could, in the passenger seat, and took a quick note of the time on my phone, but had accidentally taken a screenshot of my lock screen with the time being 8:18 p.m. At some point while I was sleeping, I started to have this dream where I realized I was going to die. And for some reason, I was completely okay with it and had accepted the fact that it was my time to go. Nonetheless, for some reason, it felt like my brain was rejecting this notion, rejecting the idea of death, and I started to tell myself to wake up. Also, when I, for some godforsaken reason, accepted that I was going to die, something was preventing me from breathing properly, like my airway was closed. Then when I started to accept the wriggle out of the grasp of whatever was covering my mouth, the grip tightened, and I found myself fighting what was covering my mouth. As the voice in my head started to get louder to wake up, I tried harder until my head was practically screaming at me to wake up. I felt myself shaking violently, and my body felt like it was on fire. To be honest, I have no recollection of ever breaking free of what was preventing me from breathing, but I did eventually wake up after what felt like hours of fighting for my life.
I felt like something or someone was trying to end my life. I was scared shitless, and as soon as I sprung up on my seat, I started praising the Lord and casting protection all over me. I'm a practicing Muslim woman. When I woke up, I was panting so much and my body was aching terribly, like to the point where it felt like there was a heavy presence on it, and that presence had just left, but because they were there for so long, the pain was still there. Also, it was pitch black outside, and something felt off even after I had managed to calm myself down and gather my thoughts. I'm a very logical person, but I'm also a firm believer that one should always rely on instincts and gut feelings, especially with my upbringing. Now, remember the time I had mentioned earlier? Well, according to my sister's clock on her car and my phone, because in the midst of me calming myself down, she had returned to the car, the time was 8:18 p.m., which makes no sense because my sister had left and told me that she was only gone for like 20 minutes. So, of course, I went to check my camera roll for the screenshot I had taken, and sure enough, it was there. How is that possible, though? My sister said that she had been gone for at least 20 minutes, and I had fallen asleep as soon as I put my seat back, which was right when my sister got out of the car to enter her friend's house. I didn't tell her exactly what happened because in my family, we believe that nightmares should not be shared, just in case they accidentally get manifested, which is possible, by the way. So I told her I had a nightmare, and she just said go home and sleep it off. But at that point, my adrenaline was still rushing, and I really did not feel like going back to sleep after that. Furthermore, I forgot to mention this, but because of all of the negative energy in my childhood home and the presence of what we call jinn in Arabic or a jinn in literal English and or demon, there was a particular feeling I would get when I felt like I was not alone, like my guard was up and I had to proceed with caution. I got that same feeling that night when I tried to take a nap, except this time I didn't exactly see anything. So what are your thoughts? Do you think I was killed in an alternate dimension and brought to another one, or that I managed to survive something that was literally trying to take my life? This has been on my mind a lot lately for some reason, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to read this. The end. My first thought was a sleep paralysis demon. Even though you weren't in sleep paralysis, you were in a dream, but I feel like if you would have woken up from that dream, you would have been in sleep paralysis, and maybe that demon or entity or whatever it was would have been on top of you trying to harm you. It's very possible that you talking about you growing up where your neighbor was possessed and you having demons in the house and all the bad things that something attached itself to you or something was around you, like 100%. But the thing that makes it weird to me is the fact that you fell asleep and it was 8:18, and when you woke up after that whole ordeal, it was dark out, your sister had been gone for 20 minutes, and it was still 8:18. That is what makes me feel like maybe you did die and switch timelines because of the time. Because otherwise, what would have happened? You didn't fall asleep for 1 second and all of a sudden it was dark and your sister was gone for 20. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Another time loss scenario is always alien abduction, but that didn't sound like alien abduction, although I don't know personally. But from all the stories that I've read, that didn't sound like an alien abduction thing. So I'm going to go with something on a live Jew. You switched timelines, and the new timeline you went in was like a little bit back, a little bit more. I'm wondering if you've noticed anything different around you now since that happened. What do you guys think? Let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. My name is Christy, and I have a lot of experiences with the paranormal. I grew up in a very old haunted farmhouse that was literally the only house on our road, and my husband and I used to go ghost hunting with all the gadgets that real ghost hunters use, so I don't usually startle easily. In 2006, my father passed away in a car accident on his way home from helping with the Hurricane Katrina relief. I'm so sorry. At 1 a.m. that night, I heard my dad say my name very loudly. I thought he was actually in the house and had woke up my mom over it. The next night, my grandpa calls to tell us the news that my dad had passed the night before around 1 a.m., the same time I heard him say my name. My mom was shocked that I woke her up over thinking he was here. Then on December 22nd, 2021, my husband had a terrible accident involving a pew-pew, and I came home from work that night and found him passed away within minutes of him last texting me. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. That man was my true soulmate, and we both knew from day one that we were meant to be together. Anyway, his funeral was on New Year's Eve of 2022. I hadn't been able to eat or sleep or even leave my house from the pain and grief I was experiencing, so finally, when all of my friends and relatives left,
I was so exhausted, I started nodding off to sleep sitting up on my couch. Right away after nodding off, I saw my husband, plain as day, right in my face, like face to face, and felt him grab my face with both hands on each cheek, and he said, "I love you." And then he slowly disappeared. It was so real that it actually scared me awake, and I even screamed. I could swear it was really him. Come to find out, a few days later, I was talking to my father-in-law, who told me that same exact night, he was laying in bed about to go to sleep, and he felt a person sit down on the corner of his bed, and then he saw his son sitting there, plain as day, like a whole live human would be, just smiling to him, and then he disappeared. I still to this day can remember in great detail how his hands felt on my face and how real that experience was to me. Has anyone else experienced this, and can it actually be real, or could it have just been a very realistic dream? Curious to see if others have experienced this, but it was very real to me. I felt in my heart that he was truly okay, and he wanted us to know. Yes, 1000%. I feel like he visited you, and also your dad visited you. That actually happens a lot. That actually happened to one of my relatives, where someone passed away that was very close to them. And in the moment, basically, almost in the moments that they were passing, they visited them. Their soul, their spirit visited. So that does happen a lot. Your dad was coming to say goodbye, and it sounds like your husband was also coming to say goodbye and letting you know that he was okay. I 100% fully believe that those were two visitations from the people that you loved after their deaths. And although your deaths are so sad, I'm so sorry for your losses, it's also really beautiful that they came to visit you. And it's really nice that you got to experience that, even though it did seem scary. And I completely understand, because I would be scared too. But it is really nice that he came to visit you, and so did your dad. Let me know who else has experienced this in the comments. I know there's a lot of you out there. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've experienced paranormal things for as long as I can remember. My earliest memory was when I was 6 years old. We moved into a new house, and we had plenty of room to play. My older sister and I decided to play in the apple orchard that we were told not to. Our friends lived just on the other side of the orchard, and walking around took nearly an hour. However, walking through the orchard on the path only took 2 to 3 minutes. So we frequently sprinted through the orchard back and forth, including our friends also using the orchard so that we could have more playtime. This was 1980 and times were different. Our mom would send us out and never check on us. So one day we were headed home after a day of playing with our friends. We were in the center of the orchard, and up ahead, I spotted a cat that resembled one of our cats that had died recently. I called out to the cat, but it didn't move, as if it didn't hear me. We continued to walk, and since we were walking through, it took us a bit longer than usual. Suddenly, the cat looked at us and took off running. I should say that this is a dense orchard, and we were not using the path, so getting lost was easy to do, but we were tired and didn't feel like running. Suddenly, we hear a pack of dogs barking behind us. We held hands and started sprinting, but we couldn't see our house yet, so we kind of stopped for a minute to get our bearings. Suddenly, the cat appeared next to me, almost touching me. He looked at me and meowed loudly, then took off in the other direction. The dogs were close, and they were nearly upon us. We again started running. These 5 dogs were known for attacking anyone that trespassed in the orchard, so we were in danger. Then the cat appeared directly between us and the dogs. The dogs turned their attention to the cat, and we finally made it home. I ran to the fence edge on our side and started calling for the cat. They were about 20 feet away, and the dogs were just about to catch it, and the cat disappeared, like vanished completely. The dogs were whining and pacing, sniffing the ground and confused as to where the cat went. I ran inside and collapsed into my mom's arms, unable to speak yet as I was out of breath. Finally, my sister came in and told my mom that a ghost cat saved us. This became a normal thing after that. The cat would appear at the school bus stop before and after school. I should say this was a house cat who never went outside, so it being in these places was weird. He stopped coming around when I turned 8. My next big experience was when I was 13 and it was Christmas time. My mom was disabled and never worked. Her and my stepdad were getting divorced, and he had cut off all support. Mom cried as my 2 younger siblings wouldn't understand if we just didn't have Christmas. She was gifted some money for Christmas dinner, and myself and my older sister were instructed to stay in the car. A man approached our car and asked if my name was Michelle, and I said yes. I didn't know this man, and neither did my sister. He said he was instructed to give me a bag. This was a large outdoor garbage bag, and it was full. He said to wait until we got home to open the bag. My mom came out, and she was crying, saying she didn't have any money for gifts for anyone. I told her, "This man gave me this bag. It's in the back." She was mad that I talked to a stranger, and more than that, I accepted the bag, but she put the groceries in the car and we went home. After getting home, there was a huge refrigerator box filled with gifts on the front porch with an oil painting. The man in the painting was the patron saint of children. It was the same man that gave me the bag. Okay, that's weird, but the man was wearing the same clothes as the painting, same everything. In the bag was tagged gifts for all 4 of us kids, correct sizes, and all the items on our list to Santa. Back then, we wrote a letter to Santa and dropped it off at the post office, so our mom never saw them. To this day, I'm 49 now, and I know that that man was the saint in the photo. Thank you for listening. I have many more stories if you'd like to hear them. The end. Okay, the first story with the cat, clearly that cat was some sort of protector for you. I don't know if it was actually the ghost of your cat or if it was just a being that was like a protector type being and it showed itself to you in the shape of that cat, in the form of that cat, so that you would not be afraid of it. But it was definitely watching over you and it obviously helped you with the dogs. I wonder if it helped you any other times after that until it went away when you turned 8. And second of all, the one with the saint, I was like, oh, it's probably just like somebody that knew about the family and they helped out. But if it was the same man from the painting of the saint, it's actually really, really cool. Let me know what you guys think about these stories in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. Hello. Hi. Just wanted to let you know a story from Limerick in Ireland. When I was about 18, my boyfriend and I lived with my parents while I was in college. My parents always left the window open in the main bathroom, which is on the 2nd floor. My boyfriend used to work late into the night and would finish around 1 or 2 a.m. When he would come home, he would set the house alarm. On the night that this happened, my mother, who was a very light sleeper, could hear the alarm being turned off about an hour after my boyfriend had turned it on. She got up and checked the log on the alarm and saw that it had been turned off. She checked on us and we were asleep. She woke my dad and they checked the house, but there was no one there. In the morning, they could see a muddy shoe print on the top of the toilet, and the handle of the toilet was broken. What? They checked the alarm again and could see when my boyfriend had turned it on and when it was turned off. The next night, the same thing happened again. My mother could hear the alarm being turned off. We were all woken up and checked the whole house, but could not find anyone. The next day, my boyfriend checked the attic and found an unusual leather hat. It did not belong to anyone in the family, so we just left it up there. The alarm log was checked again, and you could see it had been turned off at the same time my mother had heard it being turned off. Let me stress, no one knew our alarm code. It was fairly new, and my sister hadn't even been told the alarm code yet. Nothing ever happened since, but we have always kept the bathroom window closed. My boyfriend, who is now my husband, and I bought my parents' house in 2019, and my parents still live with us. We now have a 3-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy. My little girl has always talked to herself ever since she started babbling. Recently, I have been listening to her, and it's like she's talking to someone, not just herself. She will wake up in the middle of the night and have full-blown conversations, but she's always looking in the corner of the room the camera doesn't show. I have asked her, and she said she's talking to the man in the weird hat. I got very upset about this, but my 3-year-old comforted me and said, "Don't worry, Mommy, he's very nice." My husband has been in our attic numerous times since then, and there is no sign of the hat. The end. Okay, so the hat disappeared, but clearly this spirit that's doing this stuff is the man, I guess, that lived in this house that owned that hat. I wonder where the hat went. I'm glad he's nice and he's a good spirit. That's a good thing. If it was a spirit of the man in the house, why would it be coming in the bathroom window? The coming in the bathroom window and having like a broken toilet seat and a muddy footprint and setting the alarm off? Like that sounds like a person. Like a person was coming in your bathroom window, but it's on the second. You said it was on the 2nd story, right? So how was that possible? Because like why would a spirit who's attached to the house be coming in through the window, setting off the alarm and leaving muddy footprints and breaking things? I'm so confused by this. I don't know what is going on. Clearly there's a spirit there that your daughter is definitely talking to and it's attached to that hat. But as far as the other part, like I'm really confused. I don't know what's going on. Please let me know what you guys think is going on in the comment section. Thank you so much for sharing your story. This was wild. Hi, Auntie. Hi. So when my friend and I had this experience, we were about 7 years old. My friend lives just over the street, so we could basically have a sleepover every weekend. So we were sleeping over at her house.
In my friend's house, her parents had one floor and she and her brother had one floor. My friend has a very loud front door, which is very important for afterwards. And so my friend had this really stupid baby iPad that were like for little children to play with stupid games, and we wanted to try to stay up all night because we had nothing better to do. About 1 o'clock in the morning, we were playing on that iPad when we suddenly heard the front door, which wasn't really strange because there were also other people living in the house. We just thought maybe someone was out late and just came home. Now we didn't think much of it, so we just kept playing on the iPad. We didn't hear footsteps until suddenly, steps were in the apartment that we were in. We thought maybe her parents were coming to see if we were already asleep, so we quickly put the iPad away and pretended like we were sleeping. The footsteps didn't go on much longer, only about a minute, and then nothing. After some more minutes, we thought that they had gone, but suddenly we heard footsteps under our bed. And the strangest thing was our door was closed, and it was like an old wooden door, so we would have heard if our door had opened. The door of the apartment didn't open too, so us two little girls were scared to death. We just pretended that we were sleeping, and in the moment, we still just thought it was her parents, but that very quickly changed when we started to hear voices. He was one male voice that was somehow mad and disappointed at a woman with a gentle voice, and that moment we both just pretended to sleep and didn't react to anything. Also, we were like in a bunk bed, both on the top because we wanted to sleep together, and the footsteps were right under us. After a few minutes, about 5, the noise had stopped. We still just lay there doing nothing for about 15 more minutes. After that, we turned around and asked each other what we had heard because we thought maybe we just made that up in our heads, but we both heard the same thing, the same male voice, the same gentle female voice, and the footsteps. I told that story to my mom and she believed me because she had experienced some weird stuff too. I have no idea what that could have been. That's why I wanted to ask you. Maybe you know what was under our bed that day? I hope you do. Bye! Bye! First of all, I want to say kudos to your mom for believing you because a lot of times, especially when you're little, moms will be like, no, it's nothing. That didn't happen. You were dreaming. But your mom was like, no, because she had experiences also, which makes me believe you 100% had some spirits walking around in your room. Did it ever happen again is my question. Now, I don't know, but for some reason, I feel like maybe that was a residual haunting and it was just those two people, maybe they had lived in the house a long time ago and they were just kind of going through whatever had happened in their real life because they didn't seem to be trying to talk to you. They didn't seem to be trying to get to you at all. So I feel like it was just kind of like a residual haunting situation. I'm not really sure. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hello. Hi. A month or so ago, we went to a wedding on top of a mountain in another state, my home state. We just moved. In order to get to this wedding, we had to travel an hour up this 4-wheel drive rocky trail. Since a lot of the guests were not familiar with driving this kind of trail, there were buses rented to drive us for safety. There were 4 buses for all the guests. I grew up 4-wheeling these mountains, and I was used to how intense the terrain could be. Going up was no big deal, and I was very entertained by everyone freaking out and had a good laugh. I may add that this trail had several areas where it was cliffside and pretty sketch, but no big deal for me. I felt safe. The wedding was great, and it was beautiful. We all had a great time under the full harvest moon. We boarded the bus again to go back to the hotel when the wedding was over at around 10:30 p.m. We got on the second bus down the mountain. The wedding party was still in the venue for the most part when our bus started to leave. They were on the 3rd bus down. There was one way in and one way out and no way to pass. This will be important to remember. As we were going down, I suddenly got terrified. I felt like something was going to go horribly wrong, and going down was a lot more intense. I closed my eyes and used the seatbelt the whole way. I was terrified, but eventually we did make it down the mountain. Dropped guests off at a first hotel and proceeded to ours. Here is where it gets weird. The 3rd bus that wasn't even loaded when we left the venue had already unloaded their passengers when we got to our stop. Here's the kicker. That bus was delayed twice by one of our friends, so they had to have left a good 15 minutes after us. They made the exact same stops and went to the exact same path that we did. There was no way they passed us because cliffside 4-wheel drive trail, you go single file because there is room for one single car. We made no other stops and we were delayed by one person getting off in the very beginning. I have no idea what happened on that mountain, but I was the only one who thought it was very strange. There is no way that bus should have made it down the mountain and unloaded before us, especially
knowing my friend delayed it twice. Also, we've had some strange things disappearing and then reappearing in the last month. My sense of time is wonky, and I was always good with time. It's just weird now, and I can't shake the feeling that something happened to us that day. So both the buses made the same stops to the hotels too. Like you had to stop at one hotel and then the second hotel. And that bus also had to stop at the one hotel and then the second hotel. Because logically, that's the only thing I could think of is that the second bus didn't stop at the second hotel, but they were delayed. So then to me, either the second bus went through a portal, but couldn't be because you would have went through the same portal. Or B, your bus fell off the mountain and you died, quantum immortality, and you came back into a different timeline in which that bus was in front of you. Those are my thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I just started watching you a few weeks ago and I wanted to submit a story of my own because why not? It's definitely not the creepiest one you've heard, but it freaks me out to this day, even though it was 10 to 12 years ago. As a kid, I had weird experiences. For starters, I had an imaginary friend. Her name was Fluffy. That's a funny name for an imaginary friend. At first, she was an innocent friend. I saw her as a mouse, but I would be able to pick out her eye color, hair color, and the color of her clothes. She was a big part of my life, too. I made my mom set out a plate and silverware for her at dinner. Over time, my descriptions of her got more malicious. At one point, I described her with red eyes. This could have just been me making stuff up, but I'm not sure. Like any imaginary friend, she just went away after some time. The little kid me did have some experiences that made Fluffy seem even scarier. At one point, I woke up to see a shadow figure, I believe it to be a woman, standing right next to me. The one significant feature I recall is that she had red eyes. I didn't tell my parents about it at the time, so I don't know if I'm remembering something that didn't happen. I was only 3 to 5 years old, but this is a vivid memory that I have. Another experience I had was in the bathtub as a kid. This was around the same time, and my mom was giving me a bath. She left the room to get me clothes or something and heard me talking. When she came back and asked me who I was talking to, I didn't give a clear answer. Not super creepy from an outside perspective, and I didn't have any other scary experiences, although I always have a fear that I'm being watched. I've had some others, but I don't question those, as I think it's my grandpa that died when my mom was 7. My mom and grandma also have had non-malicious experiences. It'd be nice to get some answers. I love your fan base and your videos. Thanks. So I'm not sure on this one, right? First of all, I want to know if this mouse that you were describing, if Fluffy, when you saw her as a mouse, was she a giant mouse, like a human-sized mouse? Or was she like a tiny little mouse? And if you started seeing her with red eyes, I mean, it's very possible that it was not a good entity that was pretending to be your imaginary friend. But I don't know why it would just go away. In the bath, you could have been talking to it. You could have been talking to anything, honestly, any different spirit or anything. Maybe you were talking to your grandpa in the bathtub. I wonder if the shadow figure was Fluffy watching you while you slept. But again, I wonder why they went away. Imaginary friends are rarely ever imaginary friends. I need to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I wanted to tell you a story of how a ghost that once haunted my house ended up protecting me on a ghost tour from a dark entity. In the year 2000, I began to have an encounter with a spirit we call Ben. He suddenly started showing up at the house one summer. Friends and family would catch a glimpse of him at times without me even telling them we had a ghost. He seemed to be lost, but always protected me, as you'll see in the following story. Every time I went to a psychic, they would tell me that he was there and protecting me without me even mentioning him. Psychics always described him as about 16 with dark hair, a big facial scar, and had died in a car crash. Fast forward to 2009, I landed a job as a tour guide for a ghost tour in Tasmania, Australia. There was a funeral home from the late 1800s as part of the tour. I hated it in there and would turn on all the lights to set up before the tour. I had never seen it myself, but 8 years as a tour guide, I can tell you that tourists always mention the same thing in the same place: a dark, scary entity in the hallway of the funeral home. In the last 4 years of the tour, I was allowed to take my well-behaved dog on the tour as he helped calm frightened tourists and made me feel safe walking home at night. I never took my dog into the funeral home to set up. I just left him outside the door and would only take him in when I was doing an actual tour. One night, for some reason, I took him inside the funeral home. I let him sit in the main room that faced the hallway whilst I set up the other room for the tour. He was a calm dog that never barked. As I was setting up,
I heard him growl, and then I heard him barking. I ran around the corner to find him lunging at the entrance to the hall, teeth showing and all of his hair on end. He let out a massive yelp and raced out the door. Nothing was physically there that he could have been attacking. After this, I left him outside the door whilst we did the tour. One day, a medium from America called Marika was on the tour. We were in the exact same room. My dog had gone crazy. I jokingly said, "Marika, you're a medium. Do you see any ghosts down here?" I did not know this woman at all, and she looked me straight in the eye, and she said, "Yes, your friend, Ben, who died in a car crash, is here. He comes on the tour every night with you." I froze, and I still get goosebumps now thinking about it. I remember being puzzled and said, "Why would he come on the tour every night?" The medium pointed at the hallway and said, "He's protecting you from what's in that hallway. Why your dog won't enter here." I looked at her and said, "Marika, what's in the hallway?" And she said, "I don't want to talk about it here. We need to go." Everyone on the tour heard this. When we got outside, I told them about Ben and about the dog and what had happened in that room. Later on, the psychic told me in the hallway was a dark entity that wasn't human. It confirmed what people had been saying for years. I've had many ghost encounters in my life, but this stood out to me for making me feel both scared, amazed, and protected, all at the same time. Thank you so much for reading my story. I wonder who Ben is to you. I wonder if Ben is a spirit guide. I wonder if Ben is an angel. I feel like maybe he's a guide that's protecting you. I think that's so awesome that he followed you everywhere and he even came to the funeral home to work with you to make sure that you were protected from this crazy thing. And your dog, man, ooh, animals do not lie. Dogs do not lie. If your dog's freaking out, like there is something to freak out about. And to hear that psychic validate everything that had happened to you without you telling her must have felt so good, but also really terrifying. This is a great story. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Has anyone else ever called themselves? I was standing in my kitchen nearly 10 years ago. I was getting a glass of water for a friend of mine who was visiting for a few hours. My husband, our friend, and I were talking about the local spring water that we loved and enjoyed very much. Just then, my house phone began to ring. I grabbed it off the counter to answer the call and noticed the caller ID said it was my own phone number calling me. We only had the one phone line for that number. How could this be? When I grabbed the phone to answer it, the ringing stopped. I answered the phone and said hello many times. I couldn't hear anything on the other end of the line, nothing. I looked at the time and it was 3:33 p.m. We were all amazed and curious as to what happened. We tried to explain it away, but the time had stuck in my head as a marker of significance. At this time in my life, I was seeing synchronized number sequences every day. Could it be a sign from myself from another timeline or a sign from the universe? What do you think? Till this day, I still wonder what happened and how it was possible for me to call myself that day. P.S. attached is a screenshot of the post I made several years back. Strangest thing just happened. My house phone just rang, and when I looked at the caller ID, it was a call from myself, from the number that was being called. It only rang a couple of times, and when I grabbed the phone to answer it, the ringing stopped. The call registered at 3:33. Interesting. What does this mean? Any suggestions or any explanations? I have not personally had that experience. I feel like other people have had that experience. I feel like I have heard in the stories I've gone through of some people going through that experience before, having their own self call them. I definitely feel like if it was at 3:33 p.m., it was significant. I'm wondering, what were you doing at the time, or what were you thinking about? Because whenever you're seeing synchronized numbers, angel numbers like that, always pay attention to what you're thinking about or what you're doing in the moment that you're seeing it, because it's normally a confirmation of some sort of something that's going on. I know that's very specific, but I can't tell you what it was because I don't know what you were doing or thinking in that moment. If it was your number calling you, it very well could have been you from another timeline, or maybe even like your higher self in some way, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I found it fitting to finally email you after having fallen asleep on all of your videos because I love the weird dreams. And while listening, I kept telling myself that you must hear my story, which happened in a dream when I was around 9 or 10. I don't remember much of this dream beyond the 10-minute window, in dream time, if that makes sense, that this happened. All I remember, and crystal clear at that, was being me, same age in life,
but being in a dimly lit but pretty busy / loud cabin. So lots of people in my dream. Anyways, I was walking along the bottom part of a large fireplace in the cabin, trying to show off or something, and I lost my balance and fell. As I fell, the left side of my face scraped all along the bottom of the mantle of this stone-laid fireplace. I think rough outer edges of rock, mountain style, and I blacked out. In this dream, I awoke moments later, feeling the warm blood on my face from where it scraped the rocks, and I cried and begged for my mom. She must have been close because she ran into the cabin and carried me out. I assumed to take care of me? I don't know because that's where the dream ended. The next morning, I awoke, and the left side of my face felt raw and painful. I went to check it out in the bathroom mirror, and I saw what looked like massive road burn down that side of my entire face. I was bandaged up where I could be and covered in antibacterial cream everywhere else. I called my mom and asked what happened, and she said around 2 or 3 a.m., she heard a loud thump from my room and ran in scared to see what happened. She found me rolled out of bed and bleeding on the left side of my face. She said she carried me to the bathroom and cleaned up / bandaged my face and then put me back in bed. She said I didn't wake up at all. The thing is, there was not a single thing in my room back then that would have caused that kind of damage to my face, no matter how hard I would have to fall out of the bed. The wounds didn't make sense for just rolling out of bed. It creeped me and my mom out so much, but she never did believe the dream I had. She thinks I made it up. But I didn't. I am a very vivid dreamer, and the dream feels like an actual memory. And I don't know if this constitutes a glitch in the matrix per se, but whatever happened to me in that dream physically manifested on me in real life with no explanation. And I mean, it will just always be so weird. So when we're dreaming, we're astral traveling to like all different places a lot of the time, right? And I've heard both that when you're astral traveling, I've heard that A, you can't hurt your physical body because it's not your physical body that's traveling around. But I've heard B, that sometimes damage done while in another dimension, while you're traveling or timeline or whatever you want to call it, can cause actual damage to your body. I'm not sure which is true, but it does sound like you were traveling to another timeline or dimension in your dreams, and that happened and it physically manifested on your physical body, which is just crazy. I'm sorry that your mom didn't believe your dream, but we believe you. What have you guys heard about this? Let me know if you think that this can happen or not, or if it was something else that was going on here. Let me know what you think in the comments, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Love your content. This is technically 2 stories that happened over the course of 5 months at 2 different group homes. You can call me Sunny. Hello, Sunny. I worked as a living caretaker at 2 different group homes, both in Arizona, before I officially realized it was not for me. Story number 1. The first group home I was in, I was the only caretaker. At night, when I was up in my room, I could hear dragging footsteps coming toward my door. But when I would open the door, nothing. I finally got scared enough to not sleep in there anymore and decided to sleep in the room with one of the residents that needed the most attention. One night, I was walking through the house doing my rounds, and I heard a blood-curdling scream from outside. I took a look out the window to see if I could see anything, but no one was there. I ignored it. But then I heard it again. One of the more able-bodied residents heard it too, and she walked around with me to look. She wanted to go outside and look, but I refused to let her open the door. I told her to go to bed, and I did the same. Then I heard the scream again from inside the house. It sounded like it was right outside the bedroom door. Both of us opened our doors at the same time, and all she could ask was, "You heard it too?" I made sure the residents were well and went back to the bedroom. I left 2 days later. Other things happened in that house, but mostly involved a dementia resident. I think she was being haunted by her past. Oh! Story number 2. When I left that group home, I went directly to another one. This home was definitely better. I had coworkers and help. There would be random occurrences when we would see things out of the corner of our eyes, or a few times when I felt a random grip on my butt. What? A ghost are grabbing your behind? I ended up leaving after a few months because of management, but my last night there is where it gets truly spooky. I was walking through the house cleaning and doing laundry for all the residents. One of the residents was in the hospital, and I was particularly getting his room in order for when he got back. Another caretaker and I were in his room, taking all the clothes out of his drawers to wash them. I took the drawers out of the dresser and I shook them out on the floor, and my coworker went behind me and wiped them with the disinfectant. This is important. There was a glow stick that I bought for the resident that kept moving places in his room. And if that wasn't strange enough, I kept feeling touches on me. Like the feeling of getting your arms or back touched while having a conversation, or that feeling that someone is standing too close. I felt breathing on me, and at one point I swear I got licked. Oh my God, ew. Like I felt the warmth and wetness of a tongue on my arm. The clothes were in the dryer and I decided that I would put them away the next morning, and I went to bed. I fell asleep on the couch right outside the bedroom door where we were cleaning. The next morning, I made breakfast like I typically would, and I folded all the clothes to put them in their proper spots. I opened the top drawer of the dresser that my coworker and I had cleaned out the night before, and there was a rotten tooth in the middle of the drawer. I got goosebumps. I was so creeped out, my skin was crawling. I called my coworker to show her, and she asked me how it got there. We were both dumbfounded. When the manager came, I showed her the tooth and told her the story, and she insisted that it was the resident in the hospital trying to say goodbye. I left that day and never looked back. I think spirits and things of that sort follow me. I always have strange things happen to or around me. Those were definitely two of the strangest, creepiest things I have ever experienced. So when you were saying group homes, the first thing I was thinking of is like group homes that like children who need to be adopted are in. But then you're talking about elderly people, so I wonder if you mean like an old folks home or a nursing home. That's the word I'm looking for, a nursing home. And absolutely, there is so much activity that goes on in those places, especially because a lot of people pass there. The first one with the screaming, that's terrifying. The second one where someone like literally licked you, ew. And your coworker thought that the tooth was like a goodbye present? Does that mean that that person passed that was supposed to come back from the hospital? I would hope you wouldn't leave a tooth and lick your arm as a goodbye present. That's like real creepy. I don't know, but whew, this story gave me chills a little bit. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Since I was about 17 years old, I'm now 27, I've experienced what I can best describe as sleep paralysis on a somewhat regular basis. However, what I experience doesn't match what sleep paralysis is defined as when I research the phenomenon. What happens to me feels more like being stuck between being asleep and awake. To keep it brief, it feels like my body is fighting to keep me asleep, meaning I can't move or speak, and when I try to open my eyes, I can't keep them open for a long time before I fall back asleep again. In these moments of fighting sleep, I will experience, hear, and feel things happening around me that aren't actually happening. For example, I will hear my husband come into the room and lay down in the bed, but when I finally wake up, he's not even home. Or the scariest example is that I once heard my roommate screaming bloody murder when she wasn't in our apartment. I could talk about these crazy experiences all day, but I really wanted to tell you about the event that started it all. Like I mentioned, I was about 17 when I experienced my first sleep paralysis episode, but it was not like any of the others. To start, my childhood home was set up where my room was at the end of a short hallway. The main living space in the house was pretty much a straight shot from my door, but you couldn't see the living room couch from inside my room. On this night, I had been asleep in my room for a couple of hours and my mom was awake watching TV in the living room. I woke up around 11 p.m. to see a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. In a sleepy daze, I thought it was one of my friends, who had a similar body shape, messing with me, and sat up a bit to say something. At that moment, the figure fell like a tree being chopped down heavy onto my legs. Still thinking this was my friend, I giggled and pushed it off and said something like, "Stop messing around," friend's name. As I was laying back down, that's when it hit me that I was alone in my room and there was no way that could have been my friend. Right then, I felt something grab a hold of me, like a body wrapping around mine to keep me down. I couldn't open my eyes back up or move. I got the urge to scream for my mom to the living room, but I couldn't. And right then, a deep voice, I can still hear it to this day, spoke directly in my right ear. It said phrases like, "You can't call for her," and "Your mom can't help you," over and over in my ears as it held me down. Trying to get out of its grip, I knew I had to make myself move, so I started wiggling my fingers in hopes to trigger the other muscles in my arms to move. The wiggling moved up my arm until about my elbow when, all of a sudden, I was released. I shot up out of bed and I ran to my mom in the living room. I was sobbing so hard I couldn't tell her what happened for several minutes.
After that night, I didn't sleep in my room for a very, very long time, and my friends would come over and say that they would see something out of the corner of their eye moving in my bedroom at night. I didn't sleep in my room again until my friends and I cleansed my room, but that's a story for another time. I used to experience sleep paralysis a lot when I was younger. I haven't in a long time, but I've never experienced a sleep paralysis demon that I can remember. Maybe I just blocked it out. But oh my God, having something holding you down and whispering in your ear that someone can't help you is terrifying. Do you still experience sleep paralysis now? Who else here has had sleep paralysis demons holding them down? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your spooky story. Hey, Tessica. Hi. Remember when I had that dream about you and you stabbed me? Oh my God, I do. This person wrote to me and told me that they had a dream that I stabbed them. Okay. Well, things have gotten more intense since then. I still get lucid dreams fairly often, and I still ask for the time, and I still get paralysis after, like a punishment. The last time I had men chasing me and shouting, "Stop!" before I woke up in paralysis. That was a few months ago, though, and I haven't had one since, until tonight. I just woke up and my heart is still beating so fast. So in the dream, I was with these 3 girls whom I have never seen before in real life. We were just having a conversation, and they asked if I would like to go to a bar with them. We started running between wooden houses and left the one girl behind. We ran into a warehouse where people were working with machinery and sparks were flying everywhere. Supposedly one of the girls' mother's job. We kept running, and as I was running, I realized that I'm dreaming. They go through an exit door and I lose them. I then go into one of those wooden houses and I see this guy I am talking to in real life. As I'm talking to him, I ask him my favorite question, "What time is it?" He says that he doesn't know and he asks me the same. I look around and nothing happens. I look at his face and it starts to misshapen. So I start asking different questions like, "What day is today? What did you do yesterday?" And he's like, "I don't know." Then I see the same men who chased me in white suits come through the doors and the walls. Had to be like 6 of them. One says, "We told you to stop before." And I start running back into the warehouse while trying to wake myself up. I do, and of course, in paralysis. This time, though, it felt much longer, maybe 30 minutes, and I felt something pull my hair. Kind of want to talk to these men, though. Should I try? What is wrong with you, friends? If you keep asking what the time is and you keep getting chased and scared the shit out of and then held down in sleep paralysis, why do you keep doing it? Although, you know what? Keep doing it. Keep doing it. You should talk to them because I want to know what they say. This whole thing intrigues me so much, and I just really want to know. I really want to know. So yeah, go. You know what? If you're brave like this, go get some more information and please pass that on. Who else has asked the time in a dream and had a scary ass experience? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love the stories. Keep them coming. I've got one myself too, although hearing all the other very weird and unexplainable stories, mine seems to be not all that strange, although it scared the crap out of me back then. This is not a glitch in the Matrix story, but more of a Hat Man one. This happened about 30 years ago, but I never forgot because of the uneasy feeling that house gave me. I used to live together with my then boyfriend in his rather old apartment. Think wooden floors, no central heating, individual gas heaters in every room, crappy electricity, etc. Entering the apartment, second floor, turning right, there was a living room, front of the apartment. To the left from the front door and down the hallway on the right-hand side, there was a room where we did our laundry. This was adjacent to the living room and had double doors to the living room. On the left-hand side of the hallway, there was the kitchen, which had a window looking out on the wall of the apartment next door. Further down the hall was a landing with a bathroom on the right and 2 bedrooms at the back of the apartment. The left one was the biggest one and was the one we used to sleep in. The other room was smaller and was more storage room rather than a guest bedroom or something like that. I had always had the feeling that there was something off in this apartment, but I can't describe what it was. It was just an uneasy feeling. One night, I was sleeping in our bedroom when all of a sudden, the window opened by itself and the curtains were blown straight into the room. And I mean horizontally, which is strange because we had wooden blinds on the outside of those windows. I felt the wind, wasn't stormy or anything, more like a breeze, but that didn't correspond with the way the curtain was positioned, so a bit strange. From my bed, I looked back at the window and there was the Hat Man at the end of my bed. All black, long coat, face also black, and he wore a wide-brimmed hat. He looked more like a shadow than anything else. The room was also fully lit at that point, although I did not switch on any lights. I assumed I had a bad dream, gathered my blanket and sheets, and went back to sleep. Didn't think anything more of it. A few days later, I had an actual nightmare where I walked past the double doors of my living room, the ones leading to the washroom. In real life, this was not possible because there was a couch there, so that's how I knew I was dreaming. So I walked past those doors when all of a sudden, one of the doors opened a bit and a hand reached out real quick and grabbed my ankle. Scared the crap out of me. Woke up with the same uneasy feeling I always had inside that house. But this time, I knew I was dreaming. When the Hat Man came, I wasn't so sure. Not much later, I moved out because my boyfriend and I broke up, and I never ever had dreams like that again. But was I dreaming when I saw the Hat Man, or was there really something off in that apartment? I will never know, I guess, but I do not know any other house I have ever lived in felt this off, and I moved a lot in my life. Thinking about that place can still give me the chills. Friend, always trust your gut and your instinct and your intuition. If you felt something was off in that apartment, then something was probably off in that apartment. And yes, I believe that you did actually see the Hat Man. I don't know how you just gathered up your blankets and went back to sleep, though. Who else here has seen the Hat Man? I know there's a lot of you. Let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hey, Auntie. Hi. I wanted to share a wild experience I had about 10 years ago when I was a freshman in college. I was living in the dorms with a roommate I didn't know very well. We had one large room that we shared, so the room was split in half, a bed on each side, desks on each side, etc. In the middle of the room was my large futon that was the focal point. The room was overall well kept and tidy. So one night, I go to bed like normal. After a while, I wake up sitting on the futon. Something feels odd, and I notice that everything is in slow motion. My body feels light, but it takes forever for me to move my hand in front of my face to take a look at it. I slowly look to my right, and I see my roommate is asleep in her bed. Slowly, my head turns to the left, and I see my own body sleeping in my bed. I come to realize this must be a dream, but it was so vivid and realistic. I remember it in perfect detail to this day, down to the specks of dust floating in slow motion in the air and the bluish light coming from a light outside. I'm just sitting there, cross-legged, and overcome with this sense of peace and contentment. Suddenly, in a blink, I'm no longer sitting on the futon. I am floating in the furthest corner of the room near the door. I still see our sleeping bodies in the bed unmoving. Out of nowhere, two beings appear in the room. I can only describe these two beings as looking like firefighters, but they weren't human. They wore these big, heavy jackets or suits that covered their entire bodies, sort of like a firefighter would, but they didn't exactly have heads. They had some sort of head-like appendage, but it wasn't sitting on top of a neck on their shoulders like a human's head would. It was sunken into their body, so they were almost square. They had arms and legs, and they stood upright. They definitely had equipment with them, but it was equipment I had never seen before and couldn't understand. They had this authoritative air about them. They had a task, and it was urgent. They didn't speak to each other, but they were in communication somehow. I wasn't afraid of them, but I knew if they saw me, they would kill me. I just knew it. So I floated into the corner and I watched, but I did not make a sound. The beings moved through our room. They opened drawers, took out papers, opened and closed laptops. One stopped at my sleeping body and touched my hair. The other stopped to look at my roommate. They weren't interested in us at all, but they felt something for us. Was it pity, disgust, or a brief appreciation? I have no idea, but they were gentle and acknowledged our presence in a different way than they handed objects in the room. They moved through the room and looked through our closets and drawers, but they definitely had paid more attention to the desks at the other side of the room. I don't remember how or when they left. All I remember is they never did see me floating and watching them. That was the extent of the dream. I woke up to my roommate feeling very frustrated. "Did you go through my stuff last night?" she asked me. I looked around. Her desk had clearly been rifled through. So had her clothes and her makeup. I looked at my desk. Papers were taken out of drawers, pictures taken off the wall. The chair was pulled out from the desk and left askew. Someone had been in our room that night. What were they looking for? First of all, why do they not have heads? This gave me vibes of like the characters from Monsters, Inc., like from the CDA. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's what I was picturing when you were explaining that they were kind of square and their heads were kind of sunken down and they were wearing like a full body suit kind of situation. They were definitely there. First of all, you were astral projecting. You obviously were 100% were astral projecting. I think that's interesting. Has anyone else that's astral projected ever been moving like everything was in super slow motion? I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's a reason for that to happen when you're astral projecting, but you were definitely astral projecting and you were watching something look for something. I really want to know what they were looking for. Is your friend like an alien or something? Or did she steal something from an alien? These are wild guesses, but I really don't know. What do you guys think? Please let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing this really cool story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I love your channel and have watched literally every video you have on Facebook. Woo! I have had a plethora of crazy and odd experiences, but I've only ever seen one UFO, so I figured I'd start there. One day in the middle of summer 2019, I had just left my house to go into town. I live in northern Michigan and my town is built around a lake. My town is a huge tourist spot in the summer, and at the time I lived on the main road that connected the west side of town to the east side. So that road was always extremely busy in summer. Sometimes you had to sit there for a good 10 minutes waiting to turn into traffic. So I was sitting on my side of the road waiting to turn out into traffic, and the lake is directly in front of me, just across the road, maybe 30 feet from my car, max. It was middle of the afternoon, sun was out, cars everywhere, and I was just casually admiring the view as I keep an eye on traffic for an opening. When suddenly, I see a bright silver flash in the sky. I immediately think plane or helicopter, as we have a small airport and a major hospital in my town. But instead of a plane or a helicopter, I see a perfectly spherical, smooth silver ball hovering about 100 feet above the water, and it was situated over the middle of the lake. This ball was huge. It looked massive from that view, so I knew it was big. It was not moving at all. It looked frozen in place. This happens over the span of maybe 60 seconds. The whole time I'm just downright confused, trying to figure out what this could be. UFO hadn't even crossed my mind at this point. Then I blink, and in the time it took me to blink once, it went from roughly 100 feet to 20 feet up. I was actually shocked. How is that possible? What is this thing? I'm staring at it as hard as I possibly can while it just sits there, hovering or whatever it's doing. It almost looked like it was part of the sky. Then it started moving forward a bit, then to the side until I realized it was making a huge circle around the perimeter of the lake. I've never seen anything move so seamlessly in my life. It was moving so smoothly, it almost looked like reality was bending around it instead of it moving through reality. Once it completed its circle, it made one more smaller circle and it flashed silver again and disappeared into thin air before my very eyes. No movement, no streak in the sky, nothing. It was there one instant and gone the next. I stayed there for another couple of minutes trying to figure out what the hell I had just seen. Finally, I just put it out of my mind and drove off. I have never seen anything like it before or since, but if I do, you'll be the first to know. Love you and your channel. Stay weird. I have heard of many triangular UFOs. I have heard of weird-shaped UFOs. I have not really heard of spherical ones. But if it was a perfect sphere like that and it was moving so seamless like that and quietly, no sound, had to be an alien craft. I wonder what it was doing with the lake. And I wonder, did it come out of the lake? Or did it go back in the lake? Or was it just looking for something in the lake? I wonder if when it disappeared, it turned on some kind of cloaking device, or if it kind of like went into another plane so you can't really see it, like on another frequency that we can't see, or in another dimension maybe that we can't see. Do you know what I mean? This is so interesting. Has anyone ever seen a spherical UFO like that before? Please let me know in the comments. I'm so interested. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I'm a new follower on TikTok. Welcome. Well, this is an older email, so you've probably been following for a while now. I've talked about this for a while, but I still want to share it with you. When I was 15, my dad had a freak accident. He caught himself on fire and died. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. For years after, I had PTSD due to seeing the whole thing. Yeah. I'd hear and see things that scared me, but doctors said that this was normal due to my illness. This eventually got better and almost never happened by my 20s. In 2014, I was pregnant with my first child. 1 month into my pregnancy, I started having a reoccurring nightmare. My whole families and my husband at the time all went on a vacation at this massive cabin with a wraparound porch. It was by several other cabins around a lake. During the vacation, there was a fair going on. In my dream, I wasn't pregnant. All us younger adults and teens decided to walk to this fair. On the way, we passed through a parking lot and I see a football player and a goth chick with a corset piercing down her back. Like, what the heck? How specific? They're arguing, and in my brain, I think, how could they possibly belong together? They were so opposite. That's when things change darkly. She makes immediate eye contact with me, and I feel like prey. We get into the fair, and she's following me. One by one, everyone I know is disappearing. Till finally, I'm in a panic and full on running from her, and her facial features are becoming beyond terrifying. I make it back to the cabin, and everyone I know is frozen on the wraparound porch. My mom has 2 small children, a little girl and boy, and I know they are my kids. At the time of this dream, I'm pregnant with 1 child and don't know the gender. I'm standing there staring at everyone with no hope. I hear her say in a scratchy voice, "It's all of them or you." I turn to her and she has a small black box. It looks like a mini treasure chest. I say, "What do you mean?" And she says, "Your soul or their lives," and opens this box and it's full of fire. I wake up flushed and panicked. I had that dream my whole pregnancy. The day I had my daughter, it ended. I never had that dream. A few years go by and it's all but forgotten. I get pregnant for my second child, a son, in 2016. My ex, myself, and one of our couple friends are all riding around and we take an unknown road and it splits left and right. My ex goes right and it's a super old, forgotten, untouched cemetery. I refuse to get out of the car because I feel so unsafe. Like it's evil, literally all I could think. They get back in the car and we go home. That night I fall asleep and I'm almost like flying or something. I'm moving so fast down a road. I can't see my body or anything. I take a right and then a left and I'm on the same road. I'm getting scared. The road splits and I go left. The road comes to a field. There's a huge abandoned wooden building with a rusty tin roof. There's some sort of concrete slab. It's circular. Everything slows down and I see that there's a bonfire to the right, and then I look back at the slab. I see pillars and something black in the center. Against my will, I'm still moving forwards towards that structure. The black thing moves and I realize it's a woman in a black robe. She takes her hood off and it's the same woman from the previous nightmares. My heart sinks. I realize I'm being pulled forward. She speaks in this horrible voice and says, "I was going to leave you alone." Next thing I know, I'm pinned down on this slab and she begins to chant. I'm freaking out and crying. She cuts my stomach open and takes my child. And I wake up. I begged my ex to drive back there and sure enough, there was a building and a circle patch. I ended up going to a church and talking with a priest. It's now been years. I have had a 3rd child and no nightmares. I have no idea why I had such experiences, but it definitely scared me. There are pictures here, like Google Maps pictures. So is this the circle part? Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at exactly. Okay, this one has writing. This is home. This is the creepy property, and this is the cemetery. Okay, so that's where the road split. Oh my God. I want to say that I'm happy because when you had the second dream and your stomach was cut open, I was really worried about your baby, but you had the baby, so everything's okay. But what do we think was happening there? Who is this woman? Why was she saying it's either she takes all of your family and friends or your soul? I'm assuming you never gave your soul, right? Because you seem to wake up before anything actually would happen. I'm like literally so confused by this. I have no idea what's going on. I have no ideas. I have no ideas. I have no idea why this was happening. I'm glad it didn't happen with your 3rd. This is literally crazy. And those dreams are terrifying. I'm so sorry that you went through that. I need to know what you guys think in the comments. Please give me some ideas here because, like, what? Who is this woman? Thank you so much for sharing your story. This was crazy. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I hope you don't take offense to the quotations around your name. It's all in good fun and I love your content. I don't really understand the quotes around my name, but I don't care. Not sure why, but I have noticed shifts or glitches happening more frequently lately. They're usually something simple that you might easily be able to dismiss if you aren't really paying attention. I'll give 3 examples from the last couple of weeks. Number 2 is the longest, but whatever you do, please make sure you read the third one. I have a feeling you'll really get a kick out of it. Number 1, TikTok glitch in time. I was watching a TikTok and lyrics to a song I know said 9. I thought to myself, that's odd. I remember it as lower. Maybe I'm remembering wrong and it's a later verse. So I listened and the second verse number was garbled and the video went wonky for a second. Then it glitched. It was odd though. It just seemed off. How it happened was like watching TV as a kid and your rabbit ears got bumped and it did that color streaks. It was like he was doing it as a transition effect because when it came back, he was wearing a hat. The text was gone so fast, I missed it when I tried to pause it, but it looked like it said 9 and 7 in the same spot. I couldn't find the glitch moving it back, so I just listened from the beginning again. I read along with captions and it said 9 in verse 1, so again, I waited for the second verse. This time it was clear, no transition or glitching, and the second verse said 7. I thought it was odd, no glitching transition. He just perfectly appeared with a hat on his head. Still, no big, could have been my phone or maybe my eyes, until it looped and said 7 again in the first verse, with the creator now wearing a hat they wore for the second verse but wasn't in one before. I played this several times after to verify, and the whole clip, it only ever said 7 now, and they always wore the hat. I'm interested to know what song is that because I would love to go look at whatever video you're talking about. That's really like actively switching through different timelines as you're watching that video. 2, the snacky snack glitches. I enjoy trying new to my area chip flavors and candies with my boyfriend whenever we come across them. We've been doing this for the last 9 years. Now I bought one of these new to area flavors, Lay's ketchup, as well as another bag of Lay's wavy as a palate cleanser for said movie night, which already included wasabi Kit Kats, assorted Asian candies, Japanese cookies and crackers, and some Korean and Chinese snacks. When I got home, I put the grocery bags down in front of the box of Asian treats that was delivered earlier. I grabbed the bag of Lay's ketchup chips, put it behind my back, and ran into the room and was like, guess what I got? And I pulled it out saying Lay's ketchup chips. He looked at me odd and said, cool, but those are wavy. I was like, odd. I could have swore I grabbed, hang on, I'll go grab the other bag. But it's also Lay's wavy. I'm laughing, yelling up at my boyfriend that they somehow put an extra bag of wavy in instead of the ketchup. I pull out the receipt and figure I'll call and see if I can hop back and switch the rogue bag out, but I see the first 2 item lines both say Lay's wavy at $4. At this point, I might have thought I just grabbed the wrong bag, but that just isn't possible. Here's why. A, they were on different shelves away from each other. One on the top shelf, 2 shelves down to the right by a whole other flavor. B, I kept looking at them in my basket and laughing because I just watched a video of Lay's ketchup chip and thought I'd like to try those at one of our odd flavors parties one day, and the store just happened to have a brand new section of them. C, when I put them on the belt, I thought how it's a good thing that they had them separated the way that they did so people don't mix them up since they are both red. I read the bag name ketchup as I set it next to the other bag and thought the ketchup one is slightly darker and wondered if the chili lemon flavor bag would be a darker red or about the same. D, the cashier made a comment about how they just stocked them that morning and not being sure about ketchup-flavored chips. E, the screen I was looking at to make sure my phone number went through for the buy 2 bags for $8 deal instead of paying $6.49 each bag, it had Lay's wavy, 1 at $4, and Lay's ketchup, 1 at $4, in the first 2 lines and at this store. F, when multiple items out of the same product are scanned, they combine to show the total item of that product bought, even if scanned separately. So sometime between putting the ketchup chips behind my back and pulling them out to show the boyfriend, they switched. But that's not all, though. Remember how I said I put the grocery bags in front of the Asian treats box? After I saw the receipt, I finished putting the other few things I got away, picked up the box, and moved it to the end of the kitchen counter on the way out. My boyfriend was walking into the kitchen, and I said, at least we still have the Asian snacks for the movie. We can start the movie after I get out of the bathroom. And asked him if he wanted to get a pizza since neither of us felt like cooking, and we agreed nothing we had there was quick and sounded good.
He agreed to pizza and he said he knows the perfect movie to watch tonight. When I got out, I went to where I left the box so that I could open it and get it arranged like I always do. It was gone. I figured my boyfriend did it for us and yelled back asking if he wanted me to make popcorn to go with the movie, and he said, "No, I'm not really in the mood for snacks. I'm eating dinner now." I replied, "Oh, okay, I guess I'm not ordering a pizza then?" He says, "No thanks, I'm already eating something, but you can order one if you want." I thought that response was odd since we just agreed on pizza, and of course I could have pizza if I wanted. It's not like I needed his permission to buy myself a pizza with my money I earn at my job, nor do I need permission to eat whatever I want. But I let it slide and I didn't say anything. After I ordered myself a pizza, because after checking again, I was still of the same mind, I went into the room and he was playing a video game. I didn't see our movie treats anywhere, only his dinner, so I asked about them, and he said he never saw them, and he asked what the box looked like. So I went to pull up a picture of the box in the locker app, but it didn't have the delivery for that day. I went to the texts to see if maybe it was delivered another day, but there wasn't any for that delivery. I went to the website, couldn't find any order of the 3 orders we made with them. He asks me what's wrong, and I tell him I can't find the orders for international candies. He just shrugs and says, "Don't know what to tell you." We have some back and forth, and I say how I was looking forward to trying the different flavors and some of the candies and chips with him, and he stops playing and looks at me like I'm crazy and asks why he would want to try anything like that. I was shocked, because that's what we do. We try different flavors and now snacks from around the world and make fun of the faces the other person makes. He shakes his head like that sounds bonkers to him, and he goes back to playing. Again, been doing this 9 years. Since he's playing his game, I sit down to watch and ask what movie he picked for us tonight. He says he didn't pick any movie. I remind him we were discussing watching a movie before I went to the bathroom, and he said he had the perfect one. He says no, he's playing a game, but I can watch whatever movie I want to. Again, odd, but I didn't let it go this time since I had the heebie-jeebies about this obvious shift, and the way it was being said wasn't a nice, friendly, if you want to, but I'm not going to. It was said more like I didn't have the right or ability to do anything without first asking the man in my life if I could. I made it very well known that I am very well aware that I have full autonomy to buy what I want with my money, eat what I want, go where I want, and do what I want, and watch what I want without needing his or anyone's permission to do so. He looked at me like I grew another arm and slapped him with it and shouldn't be saying such things. What is happening to you, friend? It literally seems like you're actively shifting into other timelines, but consciously, you're consciously doing it as they're changing. What? I am baffled by these. Wait, there's one more, and I said I really need to read this one. The Matrix glitch. This TikTok creator pops up in my FYP when I first started my TikTok account. They do all these glitch in the Matrix stories. They're funny and fun to watch. They started off with the ones everyone knows, Mandela, Statue of Liberty location being allowed in the light, and then move on to some newer ones they've come across during deep dives into the Mandela effect, and then videos of planes and birds stuck in the air while people are talking and moving. And it just kept evolving from there and eventually having follower submissions. They're a lot like you, except their account's name is The Matrix Glitch. Because of a TikTok glitch since August/September, I have to keep refollowing some creators, and this account was one I've had to refollow a few times in the last couple of months, and is always the only one with that name and profile picture. One day, I'm watching one of their videos, and it starts with the usual explanation and how to submit a story, and then goes into reading the follower submission. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Wait, what? The creator shakes like they got the chills and says, I don't know how I feel about that, and says something about not being sure that's their vibe before they continue reading. The next day, they pop on my FYP with a new name, same profile picture. I'm sure you guessed it, Auntie Matrix. I didn't think anything of it until I was showing The Matrix Glitch time video I thought he'd like because it's paranormal to my boyfriend, and the letter started, Hi, Auntie Matrix, and you very excitedly sing-songed, Hi! Glitch in the Matrix number 208. I went back further and further, and every letter that started Hi Matrix or Hi Glitch or Hi Matrix Glitch now started with Hi Auntie Matrix. And the submission email is no longer the same, The Matrix Glitch, followed by random numbers, because someone already had the Matrix Glitch email. It's an Auntie Matrix email. I searched TikTok for the Matrix Glitch users,
And none of them, the Matrix glitch accounts, are you, only the anti-Matrix account. So hi, anti-Matrix. I'm very curious to know, have you ever gone by the Matrix glitch? If so, how long ago? Because I've looked several times through random videos, including today, and can't find references to it, even though it was that for me until a couple of weeks ago. Also, have you noticed shifting or glitches happening more consistently, almost like rolling wave instead of the occasional storm? Bye-bye. You're not so new follower. Okay, what? Is there another timeline where there's someone that reads these stories and they're called the Matrix glitch? I have never gone by the Matrix glitch. I was Tessica Vision first, and my username is still Tessica Vision, but my name is now like Anti-Matrix on here, but my username is still Tessica Vision. I was Tessica Vision first, and I did a bunch of spiritual stuff, and then I got into doing this. I was never the Matrix glitch. Again, it sounds like you're actively changing timelines. Like you were watching those videos from the Matrix glitch, and then it was the Matrix glitch reading one that said, hi, Anti-Matrix, and they were like, ooh, that's kind of weird. And then it was me being like, hi, I'm Anti-Matrix. What is happening, friend? This is so crazy. Has anybody else heard of this The Matrix glitch account? I have had so many stories, obviously, of glitches in the Matrix, of timelines, shifting dimensions, quantum immortality, switching into another timeline. I have never had stories where the person is actively seeing a shift, like seeing it as it's happening, like it's like morphing, like their timeline is morphing. That is so crazy. Has anyone else experienced stuff like that? And does anybody else know the Matrix glitch? Because I've never heard of that in my life. And has anybody else used to know me as the Matrix glitch or something in a different timeline? This is crazy. Please let me know in the comments. I need to hear. And thank you so much for sharing this crazy story. Hello, Anti-Matrix. Hi. Thank you for taking the time and giving us an opportunity to tell our stories. I have lots of stories of unexplained or paranormal things that have happened to me and my family, but we will stick to what happened to me recently. When I have dreams, I am always aware that I am dreaming. I can't find myself to ask what time and day it is, but I go through my dreams knowing that I am dreaming and questioning things. Well, the dream I had a couple of days ago seemed so real. It felt like it was just one of my regular days in real life, if that makes sense. It started by me being outside, and it felt like I was in the 1950s on the left side of my house. It was not the house that I have now. It was open area with a pond. There was a married couple in their 70s building a bike for their grandkid. I got close to see if they needed any help, and they said no. The lady mentioned that they were very thankful that we were their neighbor. My son had helped them earlier with some chores. Sounds like something my son would do. I walked inside my house. It looked a lot smaller than the one I have, and remember I mentioned it felt like it was around the 1950s? Well, the kitchen appliances looked like they were 20 to 30 years older than that. The house looked like it needed some work, and when work was done, it was messy and ugly. I see my 14-year-old daughter in the kitchen making a sandwich. Remember, this dream felt real. So I started telling my daughter how I don't remember if I had a dream or why I have this memory. I start to tell her how there is this house that maybe I dreamt, and I start describing the house that I currently live on with the same furniture and the way it's decorated now. I said to her there was a party going on and started telling her where each family member was in the house and who they were interacting with. My daughter was listening to me and was shocked as I kept telling her more details. When I woke up, I realized that the party I was describing in my dream was the first Thanksgiving party we hosted when we bought this house. I am still shocked and confused. I told my daughter about this dream, and her theory is maybe that was me in a different timeline, different universe. What are your thoughts? That is exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say it sounds like you were astral traveling to a different timeline of yours, and you were living in there, and that one was kind of remembering you living in this timeline and vice versa, which is so cool. Second story, since the first one was a little short. My mom passed away in November of 2015. My birthday is in January. As my birthday got closer, I was depressed and didn't want to celebrate. Every night, I would be in bed praying and just telling my mom about my day or how I miss her. The night before my birthday, I was in bed crying and telling her how this will be my first birthday I will have without her, and that I wish that she was still here with us. That night, I had a dream. I was driving, and on the side of the road, I see my sister walking with my mom. She's holding her hand, like keeping her safe so she wouldn't fall. I was in shock because I knew my mom had already passed away. I walked towards them, and the way I looked at my sister, she knew I was asking her, how is this possible? My sister tells me, I already called the rest of the siblings to come fast and see Mom. I couldn't keep my eyes off her. She looked so happy and smiling. I could feel her and smell her, and the rest of my siblings arrive and are around. At this point, I am outside of this circle. I'm admiring my mom when all of a sudden my mom stops. She turns to my side, looks straight at me, and goes, "Oh, today is your birthday, right? Happy birthday." As she walks out of the circle she was in and gives me the biggest hug. I know it was my mom visiting me. I don't dream of her often, but when I do, I know she has passed away and I know she's visiting me in my dreams. Oh, I just love when we have stories of loved ones visiting. I love that she visited on your birthday. That's so beautiful. I also wonder, does your sister remember this at all? Like, did she also have the same dream? I wonder if you were actually together in your dreams with all of your family members and your mom was like visiting everybody. But that's so beautiful. I'm so glad you had that visit. That is so special. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Not quite a glitch or a ghost story, just something unique that I had happened to me several times in my life. After living and working around a small city for several years, my job was a pizza delivery driver. I got in the habit of figuring out how long it would take a red light to change, and as soon as I got the green light, I would mash on the gas pedal and go on my way. I was not a very patient driver back then. But on this day, I was sitting at the stoplight waiting for a green light. It did, of course, change, yet when I thought to press the gas pedal down, a voice in my head said, "Look." I thought to myself, okay, without a second thought. I looked to my right and then to the left. As I just turned my head all the way to the left, a big rig with a trailer went in front of my car. I actually sat there looking back and forth a couple of more times. As I finally drove off, I thought to myself, I think that my car and myself would have been thoroughly squished if I had reacted like normal. Not the only time I had something like this happen to me. I will most likely share more with you. Yes, my friend, this is a common theme. This happens to a lot of people. I'm wondering if the person that said, "Look," is that like your higher self? Is it an angel? Is it a guide? Who is it? But I am so glad that you listened, and I am so glad that you are okay. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've been wanting to share this story for a while, but I wasn't sure if it was a glitch or not. It's still super cool, though, and pretty short. My family has always been from North Carolina since back in the 1700s. Back during the Civil War, my fourth great-grandfather was sent to a place right outside of Savannah, Georgia, to keep the Union Army from getting to the city. Yes, he was a Confederate. No, I am not happy or proud of that. Anyway, he was shot in a battle called the Battle of Monteith Swamp and died in what later would be Effingham County. Well, fast forward to the 90s. My dad was living in North Carolina where my family had remained. He joined the military and got sanctioned at Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah. A few years later, he and my mom bought a piece of land in Effingham County right outside of Savannah with no knowledge of my grandpa or any of my family history and built a house on the plot that was filled in and used to be a swamp. Well, growing up in that house, my family and I always noticed weird noises and taps, cold spots, and things getting moved around. We would tell my dad, and his response is always something to the effect of, "It's not like this was a burial ground or a battle site or anything. It's not haunted." Later, though, when I was about 10, my dad got into Ancestry and found out that my grandpa had been killed no less than a few yards from our house. We have so many stories from the house, but now we know who our ghosts are. We always refer to our spirits by their names, and whenever weird stuff happens, we normally just say, "Fourth great grandpa is pissed." That is so crazy that you actually bought land and built a house like right next to where your grandfather died in battle. That's so crazy. I wonder if like your dad was subconsciously drawn there for that reason. But at least you know who the ghost is and he's friendly. That was super cool. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hey, Auntie. Hi. So this is a lot, but I'll do my best to condense the best I can. Ever since I was little, as well as long before I was born, multiple members of my immediate family have experienced and shared their unexplained experiences, from a ghostly figure at the foot of my grandfather's bed, one saving my grandmother while she was choking in her sleep, coffee cups swinging on their display tree, and the whole family seeing our backyard neighbor's house on fire, even though it wasn't when the fire department got there. It's been decades of experiences. However, none of it started until after my Aunt S used a Ouija board with her friends in her early teens. Shocker, came from a Ouija board. The theory is she didn't close the door properly, and this, our home, but mostly her, became haunted. I'm assuming you meant close the board, not the door. You have to close the board. Say goodbye. Or just like don't Ouija. Just like don't Ouija. She moved to my great-grandpa's house a few doors down before I was born, and all of the events stopped happening, at least in the house I lived in. So it was attached to her then. One day when I was about 8 or 9, my older sister and I were over her house down the block just playing with toys and hanging out with our cousin. I always felt weird in her house, but this day, something was very different. It started with the attic door opening, ladder and all, by itself. It's an old house, so we didn't think much of it. But then it got really creepy. My cousin had one of those toy fire trucks that would move forward on its own after you pulled it back. As soon as the attic door settled, this fire truck was racing across the carpet and stopped at the door of the ladder. And then came a chilling laugh from up in the attic. My aunt, having dealt with things like this for over 10 years now, immediately grabbed our coats and took us for a walk in the rain. As kids, we all quickly let the weirdness go and had fun on our rainy walk. After about half an hour, we made it back to the house, and I will never understand this sight, but as soon as we walked through the door, you could see all of the dining room chairs now on top of the table, and all 4 chairs were suspended, absolutely impossibly in midair with just one of each chair leg atop the table. Nope. That's like a poltergeist thing. Nope. That scares me so much. I have so many chills right now. We all stood frozen, probably trying to process the how and the why, when after at least 2 minutes of staring, all 4 chairs suddenly regained their mass and slammed to the floor. I remember running home to tell my dad and grandparents, half excited and half terrified, only for them to tell us we weren't going to play at my aunt's anymore. My family sold the house not too long after, but unfortunately, whatever it was followed my aunt and my cousin. I have at least 4 more wild and weird supernatural experiences from any place she lived over the years. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough to share them all. And I know for sure that she is haunted. At least it was a very clear lesson on why you should never mess with a Ouija board. Thanks for being a safe space to share. That is a hard nope for me. All of the things in the kitchen, happening with the kitchen, things stacked, cabinets open, chairs stacked. Nope. No, thank you. I think this one scared me the most of all so far. Has your aunt ever tried to get rid of this thing? Has she ever tried to cleanse herself? Has she ever used her words and told it to go away? Or is she just letting it run rampant in her house and mess with her chairs? Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Matrix. Hi. I have to say thank you for having a safe place to tell our stories. I love all the stories. I apologize for the long story. Can't wait for the release of the book. Oh, the book is out. This is an old email because I'm going through old emails. It's right here. Shameless plug. Look at my book. I love you. Okay, bye. Now to the story. This started when I was 6 years old. I had an imaginary friend like most kids, black sheep of the house. My imaginary friend was the size of a 1-year-old, but was very smart and very mischievous. We were always mixing soap and lotion to make magic potions, playing with bees, standing on rooftops, and playing with lizards, etc. Fast forward to my 9 years of age. I started to notice my imaginary friend, Pedrito, taking me places I didn't recognize. Short backstory, we lived in Puerto Rico and is all the trees and mountains behind our home. I used to wander off, walk, all that, and come back home, no issues, and safe. Back on track, I started to wander off like usual while talking to Pedrito, but now it seems longer and different. I even saw random people I never saw before. One day I had to run home due to having people follow me, so I thought. When I got home, I saw Pedrito standing at the door like he was wondering where I was. That shook me because I was talking to him while I was running. Being 9 years old, I just told him, I am mad at you for taking me so far from home. Why didn't you warn me? You always warn me. I went inside, drank water, and went to take a nap. When I opened my eyes, I had 2 entities. I called them entities, not sure what they were, standing at the entrance of my room door. One looked like the Ripper, and the other was dressed all white from hair to clothes, bright white. Both of them were signaling me to follow them. I was frozen, no movement, no sound, nothing. They both walked off because I was not able to follow. I always wondered what would have happened if I did. After that, I never saw Pedrito. I always asked myself, was Pedrito supposed to be my savior or my demise? Was he taken from me because he didn't complete his purpose? Was he an actual imaginary friend? Who was I talking to and spending time with? Was Pedrito my imaginary friend or an entity? What are your thoughts? My thoughts are Pedrito was your imaginary friend, but wasn't an imaginary friend, was maybe a guide or a protector that was hanging out with you, or a spirit or something, but like a protector-like spirit. And that this other entity that took you to the faraway places was not Pedrito, was disguising themselves as Pedrito so that you would follow them and talk to them. But then if that's the truth, I don't know why they were both standing in your doorway and they were telling you to come with them. Maybe they were both not good? Oh my God, I don't really know. Now I'm not sure. I need to know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. I've debated telling anyone this story, but I need to hear people's thoughts on this. This happened in the fall of 2021. In the middle of the night at what I call the witching hour between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., I was woken up by a very bright light. It was so bright, it was blinding. It came from the middle of our bedroom and it seemed to be floating. It was like an orb of light that was bright in the center. As it went outward, it was going from a light to a darker purple. The source was not from the outside window or the hallway. I quickly sat up and I watched this light just float there. And I remember having to put my hand over my forehead/eyes because it was so bright. Like when you go outside and the sun is so bright, you have to protect your eyes. This lasted maybe around 30 to 50 seconds. I can't be too sure. All of a sudden, it was gone. I looked at my husband and he was also sitting up. I asked him, "Did you see that?" And he said, "Yes." What was that? I was so glad he saw it because he never would have believed me if he hadn't. Nothing came from it. We did not notice anything weird happening in our home. Nothing before either. We still talk about it and ask, what was that? I'm hoping this community can shed some light on this or comment if they have had this happen to anyone else before. I have never heard of that. The closest that sounds to me is an orb. So maybe it was an orb. Maybe it was a spirit. Maybe it was also some kind of extraterrestrial being and you never saw it again. I'm really, really glad that your husband saw it as well, because I would have felt crazy too. Like, oh man, I definitely dreamed that. But if both of you saw it, it is so validating when someone else has the same experience with you and you had nothing else happen before or after. What do you guys think? Do you think it was a spirit, like an orb, like a regular orb? Or do you think it was an alien? Or do you think it was something else, just like an interdimensional being of light just watching? Or something that just like popped in from another dimension? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for sharing your story.